begin to not seeing the home that so see the home the down so the home don't know home then gay hello echo so the hill that was the mode or target or the neatly but she begin to not or less the home hon for better now the home yet a home not the deal so no home ban yet hit over deeply I don't know that that eki hone could have been used to I don't know that case yet eki ben is going to sound of the city in the machine hone or that is tonight can't all this I don't know hone as just seen hone sad which is a has you a yada kid hone and a very I think sad not that I don't know hone أشد هذا لأن نحن هذا social media نادى حتله هون دويات إيرون خايدات هنا وتأند هون جسته هون صون سبينا ماشين هذا هشيا هون يات إيرون أفادي نيكاتو بس يات إيرون هون كده نادى لني لو بنا هوي هذا لشون بايل تيتو لشون إيشي يات إيه هون إيه بابا يل تيت بحني يل تيت I don't know hon that was all hon nation hon a sant that lehna there's not been on as much as that lehna hon not on in other that the sea the hon also hon the hon خبله hon hon خبا ده هشيا I don't know he كذا hon عاش hon خبله hon hon ده تويل ثاني الشيء hon الإسلام بام أرب تاي هوني تلون لسه هون صهونا ويجا أرونا هونا نات أني نبلني هاني هون لسه هون صهونا فاش شنو هون بسينا ديل إني تهونا خبر ده شيء رقم تقبل بجاهة هون فلا شوف هونا شفت ده هونا يجوا هون شاده شيء رونا شكيت نحني هونا سادو يعدك إيجي هونا سادو دوادان ننجي هون تدين سادن لهونا ده هون تو هون ودا هون the never not shaggy or that or that sounds like case the hone about the hone I get it don't know showing that or less hone yet ego hone hit the man hands a case or less hone hard seen dark hone hard see gas hone yet ego hands a case or less so hone that not on hone you're not on a lot of hands a case or less باش كده هون في ثاني ده هاللوري هذا ده هو الجيش نات أني يودي تستنون ده الجيش أخذ إيه ده ليش هون نات أني ده كاش ده على نات كاش زو كده إيه بابا هو ده أصلا كده زو بلكيش ده ديل نو ده ليه ده هو الجيش أخذ هون نصها كيس أخذ يتكي هون شباب خدنا شلون ده شك إيه ده لنجي هون هون I don't know hon. I do not for in her job by ye. Doi la need aid. Doi ask for the way need aid hon. Do that for in her job by ye. Do that for need for hagi she had a lebe kitchen hoti. I yield kissed. Anti kissed. I don't know hon and the way I don't hear never not that. Ye go and that they go the hon. Is she been stores? Ishin hon ben dadil nashida hon ben kitchen that the so other boko and that is good hon equate that traho London day hon I don't know the machine so what how I don't say first that yado and that is good na so lady day class and leisure about ed hon as for hon ya hon ben dole so I hit the ya hon ben dole hon I don't know hon I don't know yeah, I don't say don't know. I don't say on a best behind me. Yeah, I don't say cut me door. Messy on the other one, the door is on. I need what I do. Oh, I can't need the door is on. What I thought the better. We don't want to get nothing clean on. I did the horn down. I saw the baby. Ben half a she horn. I need for the sending it down. I drove by a horn. I don't know horn without which we play horn. Not only Liniki, the Shagi, the Ashagi Hona, Akisata, these would bed or the feet, the Hona Ishiben, and the Ibe Hona Ishi Hona. na be khod khaya ba kha go hon khaya ba kha go be ti chen na ho ti ge do ha yu he isin do ye ben deal na so na ben ta deal na sigi da hal la hona e ho be ben deal na so hon na bi ye ti do le hona ya e ko ti na na i do le hon si ti na chen hona o da I ho a kon chen de be ha si do le a do na ho be sa ha an ne le ki hona o ya e ko kha ti ke do le hona sa ya da e ki be خمسين كيستورج مو الخطر ديل بنتورج هنا هنا ألفو تشنيد ألفو إن خا جوب باي إن خا شنو كيبلي نادي بدها جوب باي أنا وتأذى لا إن خبر خشي هنا هو خشي أحد جهات ليكو الزدا ألفو أي يهودي إن ليه تأخذ هو إنكو ألفو هنا يهودي هنا عشان هيش أديل نيش هنا الكانا إيوة إيش هون خاشيتا الشهاد زيتو خاشيتا أرو الإسباد يهاد زيكو إيه I apologize on this فأخذ إيه أن كين مني لني عشيني أدو شيء دا نيت إنها لسه هنا باشدي أنا مكلين هنا مشدي نيت مشدي هون يجنا إني كا أوي جهونا أوي بلاد هنا يجنا إني كا هنا هنا كده صار زكاة هشي هنا نخانا ميجان ده خني جهاده لهون ده نحلون ده هون فده يجوا جودو لهون فده يجن كده نيدو له فده سوين كده نيدو لهون وهذا أصله زندو لهون دي بنيبي نانا هون وهذا أصله بنيبي نيدو له نكتشف موجودين ماشيني هون أدين يجوا جودو لهون وجنا هاسكلين دو له وجنا هاسكلين thank you chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Echehed Saga. Echehed Nhatsudan Zondo. Nchana in the Khan. Begin Bijana. The Nachan Sahakesh. We have hope and we have humble hearts to realize that we have a Creator watching over us and protecting us and guiding us. Echehed. Honorable Daniel, thank you very much. Let's move down to announcements. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements, Shanantar? If not, I will go to staff. Mr. Tahi, what announcements do you have for us, sir?
Good morning, Chair and members of RDC. You have scheduled for tomorrow the Water Rights Commission, the 2-day work session, which will be held at the Navajo Nation Museum. I've sent out the agenda and it's posted on the Navajo Nation Council's website as well. The link for the Zoom session has been sent to you also. Then on Monday, September 20th, we have a leadership meeting with the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation and other players. On Tuesday, September 21st, we have a meeting with Navajo Nation, Department of Economic Development and others regarding the business site lease. On Wednesday, next week, we have our regular RDC meeting. And on the 23rd and the 24th, we have tentatively scheduled a CKP insurance 2-day work sessions, which is still subject to change, pending action today. Chair, that is the announcement for RDC. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Begay, are you on the call now with us? Ms. Begay? None. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements? And then Hokoshila, we'll move down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll start with honorable members of RDC. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you on the call now? Okay, Honorable Kealan Begay. Press *6.
Chairman, Kealan's here. Thank you.
Introductions, Atsila.
Good morning, Chairman, RDC member, staff, and everyone on the line. Kudos Dadje, Hanan, National Key, Ani Eda Shab, and it does Chiado, this Chine, Dashanale, Shlausanda, Lepat Shaki, Jetes at Bestotliski, Ado Tachi, Ado Talana, Tatlикades, Nazlin, Adodak, Halan, I Kudoshan on this instant. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gay. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, I did the based on Kudo, Dinosangi, Kudo 24th Council, I don't know Kudo, Chase the Hospice, Kudo should edge Kudo Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know, then give it to me. I don't do the Sunday, that's it. I can't go, that's another. Who had leaning, that's it. What I the men's like on the way down, or say, towards I think, can do not any bananas, Kudo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning. Colleagues, RDC members, and Senigi adult staff, good morning, and all my colleagues. Shea Mark Freeland, the Shea adult Senigi Tutsoni, Shlot Kia on Asia, Sanja Canada, Shea adult Tana, Bethany Edison. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo Agency, Hanat Ledo, Nazido, Gaido, Telkaido, Jarad Kindo, East Osakado, Nahajushkisho. I have the 8 chapters as well as the 23 other chapters, so 31 chapters on RDC as the Eastern representative. I want to say good morning to all of our chapters out there listening in, all of our staff at the chapters. Thank you. As CXRs, I just was talking to our CXR here, Mrs. Pat Smith at Herfano, and to all of our CXR and Daltech staff that work every day to help our elders and all of our people right now during this time of COVID. Good morning to one of all, and thank you, Shansa. We thank you for all of your work efforts at this time. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Good morning, Shania, Chairman Ned, Aro Shaya, Vice Chairman Walker, Aro Shania, Cat Yat A, Bene, Aro staff and the Finigi, Shama, Aro Lemus Yat A. Aro Korogi, Shama Teresa, Aro Shama Mariana, Aro Kodo, our colleagues in the hit. When I Finigi this morning, I thought Yat A, Aro the community members this morning, thought Yat A on Notsko, Haitian East North Angi for the Resource Development Committee call today. Yat A Doshanaki, so there's an they are in law this morning at the Shaya Wilson, C. Stewart Jr. Age at Kodota, so then a young Hashna, or Kodo a Beshmas and Schle, so topic had sheet when he did a Yapat for the agency to represent for the Resource Development Committee. Go out of Twitson, and Schle, Nanish as Chini, but Chin touching the shade up in point the Chanella without a I can't launcher.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. There you have written as in here. I want to know. Oh, they touch you, but she's changed and have been that she shade okay on it. I should not have it and then she there's Tango chapters, but not she gets set up on San Juan. Nina Hansa, Toll Kite, East Jossacat, East and Dash. Yeah, welcome everybody that are on the call with us today. I'm going to go to Honorable Chairman Otto. So.
Good morning, Chairman. This is Delegate also. I don't know. Quite nice. Toy here, Jenny. And I just hop on. But just saying, don't look at the net. That's a check. Not Jenny. That's not I. Naturally, though. Funny, this is the basement. Honestly, but I did on his hello. And yet, yeah.
Thank you. Any other colleagues on the call with us today? Now go to RDC staff, Ms. Begay. Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of RDC. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the new legislative advisor for RDC. I'm Kiani and Sencha Kenne. I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. And Chair, I see Ms. Begay online, but she's muted. I don't know if she's having difficulties today. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Woody?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yat epene ste ya Teresa Woody in it or Kapahan Schlot Bethlehem of Bashchin. She ya legislative assistant RDC Betlendash legislative services. Hot o a niche at this do Kapahan Schlot Bethlehem of Bashchin Kiani dash chedo Sinajane Dashanale. Ado Arnold Toyat epene in Hidini. Good morning to all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Khan? Ms. Mariana Khan? Press star 6. Okay, we'll move on down.
Chairman Naz,
Yes.
this is Shammy. Can you hear me?
Ms. Begay? Yes, go ahead, Ms.
Yes.
Begay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a really difficult time trying to get on the call, and I was on the call with Zoom, and then I was completely disconnected. So I just calling in with my phone. Shaya Shami Begayan Shada. I'm the Resource Development Committee Advisor and working with Rodney Tahi. And Nakaden and Shonda Betlejan, but she's changed Kabahid Edashite. I don't lay the G down in Nasha. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Go ahead. From Speaker's Office, Ms. Yako.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Yate. Thank you, Chairman Nez and members of the Resources and Development Committee. Thank you very much. My name is Melinda Arvizo Siako, Legislative Staff Assistant for Speaker Damon here in Winter Rock, Arizona. Thank you for having us on the call.
Thank you. Dr. Yellowman, are you on the call? Mr. Philfred, are you on the call?
Good morning, Chair. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Davis Filter from Office of the President, Vice President. Good morning, Research and Development Committee, staff, and everybody that's listening in. I'll be listening in. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Philfred.
Good morning, Chair.
Dr. Yellowman, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, okay. Good morning, honorable members of RDC. Good morning, and good morning to staff and listeners calling in, and to my colleagues who may be on the call. Good morning. The Division of Community Development is on the line. We also have staff as well, department managers on the line as well. Adon Shlinigi, Shea Tena between Shlinog is a son of Bashichin, Kobahanda Shiche, Ado Hanarahne Deshanale. So I'd like to just say good morning and thank you to all the staff working hard and to our leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Mr. Leo Watchman, are you on the call? Mr. Robert Willie, are you on the call? And let me go to BIA, Mr. Dr. Curley. Press star 6. Dr. Curley.
Good morning. This is Calvert Curley. Thank you very much. We are on the line, Branch of Natural Resources with the BIA. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cheryl Curley.
Yes, I have been in Chernez, RDC members, Miss Begay, and the new advisor there. I didn't really catch his name. Cheryl Curley and Shiedo. I work for BIA Navajo region as the tribal liaison. Chairman Nez, and good morning to everyone on the call.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. For everybody's information, our advisor, Ms. Shami Begay, has been with the Navajo Nation for a number of years, and it is her decision to move on with her family, her life, and retire from the Navajo Nation. And we would like to just say a big thank you. In her place, our new advisor to Resources and Development Committee will be Mr. Rodney Tahi. Rodney Tahi, advisor. So you will hear more from Mr. Tahi, sending you emails. So just for your information, at this time, I would like to give a few minutes, perhaps 10 minutes, to the new BIA Regional Director, Mr. Greg Mahoja. So, Mr. Mahoja, please introduce yourself and provide us your statements and your goals and objectives with the Navajo Nation, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, RDC members and advisors, as well as others on the call. I'd like to first say thank you to Advisor Shami Begay. I understand that we've had a long history of working well with you, and we wish you well in the future. And thank you for your commitment and your collaboration with the BIA, and as we try to find solutions to challenges for the nation. And I look forward to working with your replacement. I promise we'll continue that commitment of collaboration so that we can continue moving some projects forward and resolving some challenges. My name is Greg Mahoja. I am into my third week as the new Navajo Regional Director. I'm really looking forward to working with the tribe. I've heard a number of issues and challenges that various council delegates have presented to me. I've heard from the president, the vice president, I've heard from the speaker. We have a full plate out here, and we're working in earnest to try to prioritize those projects, move things down the road that we heard as priorities. And I look forward to working with each of you and the tribe as a whole. So I'm always available. I am just getting my cell phone set up. I always have it with me. I will disseminate that phone number so that if anybody has any questions, concerns, or issues that they need to get in front of me, they know how to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions. I do apologize. I have a mandatory leadership meeting at noon, but Ms. Curley will stay on my behalf and listen and take notes and brief me on any issues that have come up. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahoja. We will be working with you, and we look forward to that. Thank you very much. And I will move down to reviewing and approving the agenda.
Chairman Kealan.
Honorable Begay.
My apology. I know that we haven't set the agenda yet, but do you know if there's an opportunity that we want to request for a one-on-one meeting with the new BIA director as a RDC committee member? I'd like for that to happen, and also further going down to the agency level and even probably by council regions. So there's a lot of requests that I want to make to the BIA regional director, chairman. And also we're having a meeting at 4 o'clock Navajo time with the federal officials. So I don't know if I could be able to ask him verbally to be on the call at 4 o'clock today. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kealan Begay, for that. Mr. Mahoja, we would like to have you provide a report so my colleagues could also comment and ask questions and make recommendations. Would you be available today so we can place you on the agenda under reports? You will be the first to report to the Resource and Development Committee if you do have time. If not, we can schedule it to the next Wednesday. Mr. Mahoja?
Of course, I'm going to make myself available to the committee and to the Honorable Council Delegate. I would like to ask a question, if I might. Is there any particular items you'd like me to report out on?
Mr. Mahoja, according to our rules of order, what we can do is put you on there and then they will just start asking you questions and you will respond. And I believe Dr. Curley will probably assist you as well as Ms. Curley. So you will do fine, I believe, if we just put you on the agenda for today.
Of course, absolutely, I'll be available.
Okay, Honorable Kealan Begay, what we can do is when we are under agenda, review and approving the agenda, we could have a motion for an amendment and add Mr. Mahoja, the Regional BIA Director, to be added to receiving reports, and we could have him report as the first to report to the Resource and Development Committee. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just do that then. So, we're on number 3. So, Mr. Tahi, could you read the agenda for us, sir?
Honorable Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda for today reads as Resources Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting Wednesday, September 15th, 2021, 10 a.m. Presiding is Honorable Rick Nez, Chairperson, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location is via telecommunications. Number 1, call the meeting to order, roll call, invocation, and announcements. Number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and approving the agenda. Number 4, reviewing and approving the journals 1 September 1st, 2021. Number 5, receiving reports. A, updating report on Navajo Gallup water supply projects funding shortfall. Presenter, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon and others. B, update report regarding RCMA 0721 relative to the status of allocation to chapters and status of proposed amendments requested. Presenters is Dr. Pearl Galliman, Division Director, Division of Community Development. Leo C. Watchman Jr., Director, Department of Agriculture, and Robert Willey, Office of the Controller. C, report by Southern Solutions Environmental relating to their decontamination activities under their Navajo Nation contract during the COVID-19 pandemic. Presenter, Ike Hawker Smith, CEO, Southern Solutions Environmental. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, legislation number 0167-21, sponsor, Honorable Eugene Charles Newton. B, legislation number 0175-21, sponsor, Honorable Mark A. Freeland. C, legislation number 0185-21, sponsor, Honorable Thomas Walker, co-sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. D, legislation 0186-21, sponsor, Honorable Thomas Walker, co-sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. E, legislation number 0187-21, sponsor, Honorable Thomas Walker, co-sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. Legislation number 0188-21, sponsor, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., co-sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. G, legislation number 0189-21, Sponsor Honorable Thomas Walker, co-sponsor Honorable Seth Damon. H, legislation number 0192-21. Sponsor Honorable Eugene Charles Newton. I, legislation number 0193-21. Sponsor Honorable Eugene Charles Newton. J, approving to reschedule the two-day joint leadership meeting with CKP Insurance from September 23rd to 24th, 2021 in Scottsdale, Arizona, to recommended date October 7th through 8th, 2021, due to the FY21 year-end travel expenditure closeout. K, approved to reschedule the two-day work session with DCD, ASC, OAG, OOC, DOJ, and ONGD on the chapter official stipend from September 30th and October 1st, 2021 at Twin Arrows Casino Resort in Flagstaff, Arizona, to recommend a date October 14th through 15th, 2021, due to the FY21 year-end travel expenditure closeout. Number 8, close of meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Chair members of our RDC, that is the proposed agenda for today. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Also for your information, my colleague, Madam Chair Charles Newton, her first name is Eugenia Charles Newton. So, honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second for the agenda approval.
Motion, Stewart.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Second by? Second.
Chairman, I'll second Kellen.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. seconds. Thank you, Satilla. Are there any questions on the agenda? Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, I think today, just for introduction purpose, we have the BIA Regional Director on the line, but it will be a series of questions, obviously from me to the BIA. So my recommendation to the Resource and Development Committee is that when and how soon can we schedule a meeting, any available date with Mr. Mahoja, when he can meet with us, and that will give us time to disseminate some information, and possibly the public or some local government official wants to listen into our conversation about the overall plan that Mr. Mahoja has for the Navajo Nation, and what we will be expecting and what we would want to provide to him as far as each agency that we represent, and a lot of the issues that we continue to be dealing with. So, with all that, motion straight to the chairman, rather than having him do a report, if the committee wishes to do that, give him some time, or we could just go ahead and a motion to just add scheduling a meeting date with the Navajo Region BIA Director. Chairman, that's my motion to this scheduling a meeting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Begay, for that. I would believe that would probably be the better approach, is to schedule a leadership meeting. So, Ms. Begay?
Chairman Naz, in reading and listening to the agenda that was read into the record, maybe you could look at either the 23rd or the 24th to schedule that meeting, because those dates became available. So you could do Friday the 24th if Mr. Mahoja is available, Mr. Chair, and that meeting could be added on to the agenda for approval. Back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Mr. Mahoja, there are two dates available, the 23rd and the 24th of September. we would like to schedule a leadership meeting to where we're not rushed, and your report will probably last about 20 to 30 minutes, answering questions and answering. So I believe that the better route to take is to schedule a leadership meeting with you, Mr. Mahoja. So the 23rd or the 24th.
Thank you, Chairman. The 24th would probably be the most optimal date, though I'll make myself available to the convenience of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahoja. There's a motion on the floor by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. to have this Amendment 1 to add a leadership meeting with Mr. Mahoja on the 24th. We'd like to establish a second as well.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. So Amendment 1 is to schedule a leadership meeting to be added on to the agenda, which will be at the last page. It'll be JKL. So any questions? If not, we'll go ahead and vote on Amendment 1. There's a motion by Honorable Kealan Begay, second by Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir? Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Star 6. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Yes, Chairman. This is Thomas Walker. Okay. I vote green. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 1 to add a leadership meeting to the agenda. Thank you. Back to the main motion. Any comments or questions?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Shana, thank you for that prayer. Everyone on this call, good morning, Nana. Chairman, I wanted to make a motion to add a report to the agenda. This report is related to the one-stop shop, an update from Dr. Shabala and Ms. Valinda Shirley. If I may add that report, Chairman, as an update. Motion again.
Okay. Honorable Freeland, you want Dr. Shabala as well as Ms. Valinda Shirley from EPA to provide a report on the one-stop shop.
They're ready to present. They're ready to present, Chairman. Their poll is in the chute.
Okay, so that will be Amendment 2. Is there anything? There's a motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second? Amendment 2.
Chairman, I'll second that. Thomas Walker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is there anything else that you would like to add to this Amendment 2?
Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Walker. I'd like to request that there be added an item for the agenda for consideration and action by RDC, and that would be legislation 0174-21. Sponsors Daniel So.
Mr. Chair, this is Shammy. I would have to check to see if that legislation is available and ready for RDC's action
because they haven't referred the document to us yet.
Okay. Shannon, you just heard from Ms. Begay that those documents have not been referred to RDC yet. So, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, we do have 9 legislations to consider today. If we add 0174, it'll be 10, which I don't think is a problem. We can stay up as long as we can. If at any time those documents are submitted to us, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I don't know if you want to wait on that until afterwards, but at this time we cannot add it because it hasn't been referred to RDC yet. Chairman Thomas Walker. Oh, question? Joe, we'll wait for the committee reports to come in on 0174-21. At that time we will take up the matter again. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. So are there any other additions to Amendment 2? There's a motion by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. If not, we'll go ahead and vote on Amendment 2. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We will add a report to the agenda. A report will be on the one-stop shop by Dr. Shabala, as well as Ms. Belinda Shirley from EPA. Ms. Begay or Mr. Tahi, could you contact them and have them be available to provide a report today? We would appreciate that. This will be under D, Report D, the one-stop shop. So we're back to the main motion. Any questions or comments? If not, we'll go ahead and vote on the main approval of the agenda. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green. Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We have an approved agenda before us. Number 4, reviewing and approving journals from September 1st. This was sent to us by Ms. Woody. Let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman, I motion. Thomas Walker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Second by?
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. Any questions or comments? None? Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
I vote green.
Honorable Keelan Begay.
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for Journal approval from September 1st, 2021. Thank you. Number 5 on the agenda, Shanantai. Would you like to proceed with the reports or suspend the floor rules and go to legislations?
Chairman, this is Thomas Walker. I'd like to motion to suspend floor rules and proceed to consider and act on the legislations first.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. There's a motion on the floor to suspend the floor rules and go to new business. Is there a second?
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Keelan Begay, thank you. Any questions or comments on the suspension of the floor rules? None? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Keelan Begay?
Chairman Keel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Okay.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We just suspended the floor rules to go to new business. None. I would like to ask at this time, everybody, please put your phones on mute. Thank you very much. We also have on the call with us today from Ayenta, Honorable Nate Brown. Could you introduce yourself, sir?
Oh, yeah, Shana, Resource and Development Committee that Kodo. Asa Matlan Kidane, but say Toba Hans no look up, but it's seen Kiani does it say. Ado as a son of the Sinala. Ado they based on Anna not Nilaya basic edit inja Aja Tahada. Kina Nisidela on Hihank the Disney to Landa Backwind Incle as Funkidane. Although here resource and development and although to staff you can't match a hand date machine. I want to tell this yes now.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, could you please introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, for this time. Committee members, staff, although all the visiting officials and guests on this call. Good morning to each and every one. Thomas Walker Jr., Egan Chef. Nana Navachadi Tona Hadley to Nana Sana Sakon Gate 8 Aja the Kadawisto passing the Ibana Sakoja Ishbans and Aja Sanat Legend. I could echo other RDC. Count that study Shananjin Sandija Jensen the call. Adon mention the Shin being the Tony Bush chain, what something say that at Sadish gives me Edashin Mother. I could echo to Kekwe Shinani Craig Shinanta, to Dan also the Roshi Nidado article.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Koroshink, Adnas Nanadole, and Arno Senegishing, Koro new business, which is Daki Kaidole. We will have the first legislation 0167-21. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, are you on the call with us? On once, on twice.
Going 3 times. Down to B, legislation 0175-21. Sponsor, Honorable Mark Freeland. He is on the call with us today. So, Mr. Tahi, could you read this legislation in for the record, sir?
Chair, honorable members of RDC, the legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0175-21. The title of the resolution is an action relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Nappy Committee approving the authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Interior under 25 USC Section 503 Public Law 93-638 as amendment for a 5-year term. Logical Service Non-Roads Program, approving and authorizing the fiscal year annual funding agreement and the scope of work for the period of contracts of the term. In the legislation, there's the attachment A, which is the agreement between the Secretary of the Department of the Interior and the Navajo Nation, as well as Exhibit B, the Section 164 review form. Also, Chair, is the comment period for this legislation, which was posted on August 25th, 2021 at 3:20 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on August 30th, 2020. There's no comments supporting legislation, no comments opposing the combination legislation, and there is no comments and recommendations provided. Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Motion.
Chairman,
Stewart.
I motion. Honorable Stewart, motion. Second by?
I'll second that, Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Honorable Freeland, you have 20 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Nana, Yayanate, Resource Development Committee members, colleagues as well on the call. Chairman and my colleagues, this is a request for your consideration and approval for a 5-year contract renewal for the Historic Preservation Program under the Division of Natural Resources for the contract of the PL 93-638 funding. Annually, this is given every 5 years to the program, and I wanted to see if we can get your support and, of course, your approval of this legislation. I do have the program manager, program director on the line, Mr. Richard Begay. Mr. Begay, are you on the line? I also have from the Speaker's office, Ms. Siako, Melinda Siako.
Chairman, I believe Linda Laughing is on the line. She's
Okay.
staff to archaeology.
Or anyone from Historic Preservation. I was thinking Richard was going to be on the line, but Historic Preservation?
Ms. Laughing, are you on the call with us? Press *6, please. And for your information,
Good morning.
this legislation. Good morning, Ms. Laughing. Thank you for getting on the call. Honorable members of RDC, this legislation will go forward to Budget and Finance as well as Nappy for final authority. So, for your information, Ms. Laughing, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, good morning. Linda Laughing. I am the Administrative Service Officer for Historic Preservation. I will be sitting in for Richard Begay, Department Manager for Historic Preservation. He has some business to take care of in Flagstaff, and he is unable to call in. So, Chairman Nez and member of the Resources Committee, Shada Ms. Begay and the new advisor, Rodney Tahi, Yate Bene. This legislation is it's a renewal, a 5-year contract renewal with the BIA, the Navajo Regional Office, and the current contract will end December 31st, 2021. So this new contract that's before you will extend the contract for another 5-year. So there's several tribal programs that receive funding from the BIA, and this is just the usual the routine to receive funding from the BIA. So the historic preservation's contract will end at the end of this year, so we're going to renew it before any additional funds are obligated from BIA. So we're working with contracts and grants, and we're seeking your support and approval. So there is a timeline that once this package is reviewed by RDC, Nappy, and BNF and then Nappy, the package will be returned to contracts and grants, and then they will work with BIA to obtain signatures on the annual funding agreement. So if you look at the annual funding agreement, which is attached, and then there's the historic preservation scope of work also that's attached behind the agreement. And there's a summary of the proposed funding. There's a budget that's attached. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laughlin, for that. Honorable Freeland, back to you, sir.
Chairman, thank you. As Ms. Laughlin just indicated, it is a contract renewal for a 5-year period, and we do ask for the committee's favorable consideration and support of this legislation as it is a very area that deals with historic preservation and looking at areas including rights of ways and other significant areas that deal with historic preservation as well. So a very important document that we need to get processed and approved. So Chairman, thank you very much. With that, we'll be glad to stand for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, do you have any comments or questions for the sponsor and agent? None. Nej, då fick det stida. Then Goshina, Honorable Kialan Begay, you have the floor.
Okay, you know that sometimes the staff or somebody mutes the whole system, so I was trying to talk here. Program by Mr. Freeland, brother. You know, and I know everything. This is an example of all these 638 funding contracts. This funding, I mean, getting the funding and who it's going to is not the issue. That's not my issue here. But the write-up, the content, and the dollar amount is my issue always. As you know that we're just rushed to sign a document saying that this is how much you're getting. And then once we get it, the intended purpose, I would think, of the program to deliver service to our Navajo people, it stops there. A lot of times, a lot of these funding are just for operation of an office in Window. What's the purpose of establishing an office, but yet we stop short of continuing the services to the Navajo people, but yet we don't ask for those funding. Projects you know that a lot of these right-of-ways has to go through the BIA for land withdrawals. It's always, and I know the program is not their intention to delay, or it's not their intention to stop the progress. It's just the fact that they have limited staff and also limited funding. So I like to hear, is this dollar or agreement will open up the floodgate of the needed services on the Navajo Nation. Right of way, grant projects. Where is the document? It's still we're still waiting to hear back from the historic preservations or the land department. And then when we contact these offices, then we always hear that, well, we're short. The staff is being the agent. It seems like, okay, this is all you're getting, and this is all you're going to accept. And then when we do accept them, and then when we turn around and ask the federal government to say that we don't have sufficient funding, and then their excuse is always is that, okay, well, if that was the case, why didn't you ask for anything more on these funding? And I believe the Navajo Nation really needs to step up and say that this is not sufficient. So, I mean, could we ask for additional funding that whatever is needed out there, that the historical preservation needs to, that will be able to do the service without asking for a penny from from a program or from the Navajo people? The service is being requested. So that way, paperwork. I mean, I think that's what we really need to look into, Chairman. And this is the reason why I think that the Navajo Nation really needs to sit down with the BIA. But I think, I guess the Navajo Nation government is okay. Again, nothing personal to the BIA director, but as of today, I haven't received anything, no response of my memo to the Department of the Interior. I mean, when is the time that the Navajo Nation will take a step back and say that this is a data that's being utilized 20 years ago, 30 years ago? And my understanding, the latest population on the Navajo of the census enrollment is hovering around 400,000. And of that, how many homes is needed out there? How many right-of-way is needed out there? How many broadband cell towers needed out there? Ako ajipin datonish hatni. Adoni kudo budget ba tat ba yadasil kito pasatalia. Ako bitit you unmet needs no ba hatahisi zi. Ako ajipe so dapa ohokila kwaje di at ajipa na hunt kwaje. Di kudo based on linke ajdi ego kudo. That will supplement some of them. And I kept asking, the majority of our Navajo people don't wishes to fully get funded by the 638 contract or 638 funding just because it's time consuming, it's complicated, and too much work for little money that we get. But I appreciate the historical preservation in getting these funding. But I believe that there needs to be more explanation why there's no additional funding is being requested, no additional staffing is being requested. And I sure like to see that historical preservation be located at each of the agency. I mean, why can't we go that level? Because that way, each agency, each chapters are more looking at the agency level rather than at the central office. Ako chairman hesitate to support, not because I don't like the program, but just because that we're not fully have examined the document, the content of the document. The Navajo Nation a lot of times supplements the BIA responsibility. RDC tour da ilia. Ako kujidit na hot the quid shooting ben hitot need a ben hitcha or zin aden. Ako ayan la it how do we incorporate that particular comment or statements that were made and incorporate that into this particular 638 funding? I know it's going to go before the Nappy. So from now until then, maybe my request, I don't know if Mr. Cadell Shorty is online, and I sure like to see the BIA to be online, and Department of the Interior, the administering, because what I've been hearing right now is that 638 funding, Nikki. I mean, the word contract is just there. In reality, when you say contract, the one thing that I could relate to is that one of my chapters received funding, the MOA, Memorandum of Agreement. No, it took more than almost 4 years just to do that. But at the end, I mean, the thing is that I mean, there was, in a way, involvement by the local chapter of getting this funding. But in He Kojiki is only an attorney from DOJ and the 638 contract office. They're the two that represents on behalf of the Navajo Nation to execute this 638 grant. Now, where's the involvement by the maybe at least the chair or the oversight committee of this particular? How much were they involved? Were the division director involved? Was the program involved in saying that we're okay with this amount of money? Or have we made any statement to say that this isn't sufficient? I think that's the area that I believe I would like to hear. This is how much effort that we've made an input to say that the agreement is not sufficient, and this is how we advocated to increase a request. A late program requested that would it be nice if the Navajo Nation, if this program and any other program will be able to get these fundings directly from the through 638 contract, let them administer the funding, and then they don't even have to, and our Navajo people don't even have to pay a dime to get these services out there. So, Chairman, I know I'm just going on and making this statement, but I try to get the point across. But if not, I guess that's the reason why. This is another reason why I really am asking, and I guess looking forward to meet with the new BIA director. So yes, we can move forward this particular document, but at the end of the day, we'll still be at the same position that we don't have enough funding, we don't have enough resource, we don't have enough staffing. Chairman, that's my statement on this particular legislation. But again, I'll support to move it forward. But maybe at Nappy, we need to better have a good report given to the Nappy committee of the 638 process, and then we can be able to move forward and how we can act on these legislation. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Sponsor, Honorable Freeland, and your agent, you may respond.
Chairman, thank you, colleagues. Honorable Kiel Begay, thank you very much for your comments and especially your concerns, and I totally agree with you. And I think as a whole, I wanted to have a discussion related to all of our oversight 638 contracts, but we haven't had that opportunity yet. And exactly what you mentioned, Shana, about how can we seek additional funding? How can we ask the BIA for more funding this time around? And I totally agree with you, but we haven't had that opportunity to sit down yet. We have other 638 contracts within executive branch, whether that's under Division Natural Resources or Division Social Services or even Division of Public Safety, aid that falls under other oversight. But maybe as a whole, what we should do is have a discussion related to all of our 638 contracts and ask, is it time to seek renewals or seek additional fundings that will that will be relevant to today's needs, to address today's needs. So I'm totally in agreement with you, brother, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I know that Ms. Begay did mention that there is on page 43 that this funding or this legislation, it states that these funds are to fund 6 staff, supplies, and their travel. These funds were negotiated by the program early on, and it did go through the 164 process. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't want to change that to 164 process. As far as who makes the determination on approval, I don't know. Maybe that's the program can answer that. But if Dr. Shabala's involvement is also included, maybe even the president or the vice president or chief of staff, I'm not aware of that. As well as maybe including oversight. That's another opportunity as well for us to discuss. But we really need to have these discussions as well overall with all of our 638s. Now, I'm not on TIBIC, and I wish I was on TIBIC because I really wanted exactly what you mentioned, brother. I really want to bring these up, and I wasn't chosen to be on TIBIC, so that was a huge concern of mine, was all these, especially our oversight on RDC. How do we ask for more funding? How do we advocate for more funding for these programs? As the largest tribe of all the federally recognized tribes, we should get the biggest piece of the pie for our 638 programs. So, I may just have to start attending TIBIC and start making our voices be heard a little bit louder. That's probably one thing I might have to start doing, is advocating more through TIBIC and asking for more funds for, whether it's for, in this case, historic preservation or even our rangers. Who else seeks 638 monies under Division of Natural Resources? So an opportunity really is there for us to, make that known and make our voices be heard stronger. But Ms. Laughlin, did you want to comment, or could you comment in relation to who approves this? Who who's the final approver or approval person related to how these funds are approved, whether it's Dr. Shabala or Mr. Begay or Hela, who's the one that makes that final determination? If you can, Ms. Laughlin, thank you.
Jay Bennett. Jay Bennett. This is Linda Laughlin again. Thank you, Honorable Keith Alan Begay. I would like to respond. So if you look at the package, towards the back, there's the budget summary of proposed budget. We currently, for FY21, we received $115,385 from the BIA. And normally, this is just a figure that we work with. And as far as I know, that amount doesn't increase year by year. So if you look at the budget that's attached, these funds pay for 6 positions, which is cost shared with general funds. There's 1 senior archaeologist, 1 cultural specialist. Well, let me try to explain this. There's a senior archaeologist. There's an archaeologist that reviews all the archaeological reports that come to historic preservation for review. So these 2 individuals, they review all the inventory reports and they issue the compliance forms. The funds also pay salary for a cultural specialist, cost shared with general funds also, and this individual takes care of all the cultural issues. And he responds to all the consultations outside the Navajo reservation. This money also pays for salary for an office specialist that handles all the incoming reports and makes the distributions on the compliance forms. So the other 2 position is the GIS analyst and the GIS tech. So these 2 individuals are scanning and layering all the information for the historic preservation, all the reports that came in since 1970. We have a massive amount of records, project records, archaeological reports, maps, compliance forms. They're all being layered into a database. So there's if you look at the funding, each individual, they're only budgeted for about 600 hours each. And the rest of the funding is either supported by other business units and contracts from BIA or general funds. So our general funds, it's not a big amount too. We only get about 590,000. So if you look at this, the budget summary that's attached to the package, out of this 115,000, most of it's in salary. There's 6,000 in vehicle rental, and which covers the GIS or the GSA rental and mileage and any travel, and then 5,883 for computer equipment, and the rest is insurance premium. It's a really small budget, but this main, I wanted to mention that this main legislation that is before you is the main umbrella for historic preservation. So this funding here, it's only for cultural resource management section. The staff, the 2 individuals, they only review archaeological reports and they issue compliance forms. Once in a while, they go out into the field to do field checks, or they'll go to maybe the Gallup Napo water to work with the officials there. But their main responsibility is to review archaeological reports. So this is the main umbrella for the one component within historic preservation, the cultural resource review section. So there's under this main umbrella, there's a lot of other projects that historic preservation has. So in FY21, historic preservation received 6 projects under this main umbrella. And it's project based. It's for projects for BIA, for natural resources projects, facilities, fence lines, and we did get additional money to hire an additional person to help with the compliance review. So there's another archaeologist that was just recently hired. So then the other main project that we do, some of the other main work that we do also is for forestry for BIA. So these are big projects that historic preservation is working on. So then in FY 20, we received 4. So in all, there's we get a lot of money from BIA, but it's for project specific. This here isn't the only money that we receive. I wish we would get more funding for compliance review, because there's a lot of projects that come in for review from it could be from NTUA, Indian Health Service, home sites. There's a lot. So that I'm just trying to explain what historic preservation is involved with. There's there might be a little bit of misunderstanding. Historic preservation does issue permits to consultants. It could be archaeological companies. It could be individuals that have a small business to do archaeological surveys, but they have to have a permit to work on the reservation. Years back, the Navajo Nation used to have the Navajo Nation Archaeology Department. So that no longer exists because that department merged with historic preservation in 2015, and the archaeology department used to do home site surveys for our Navajo people, but all that went away. So if somebody is getting a home site lease, they have to hire someone that's on the consultant listing with historic preservation, and they work together to get that done. So I think there's a little misunderstanding there. So historic preservation doesn't survey home site leases or water lines for Indian Health Service. So I think there's a little misunderstanding there. I just wanted to clarify. So if you have any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Laughlin, for that. Certainly appreciate it. Honorable Kealan Begay, your follow-up comments and questions. You have the floor.
Chairman, my frustration tone is not at the program. Chairman, can you please let that know? My tone of frustration is not at the program or the staff. I guess it's to myself as a delegate why we're not doing enough to get funding for our program. And the Navajo, I mean, again, this is obvious right here. Why would we want to just accept funding? And we know there's a huge need of it, but we're only accepting 166,000 or something. I mean, that's all we're accepting. I mean, that's my point. How have we made the argument? Or $115,385 There's not even enough to, I know it is cost share, but that's not enough to run a program to cover the Navajo Nation. Okoko shik kujipesh bahasa anni dleniki put the base attendee put the nahot the but availability of funding is not what we're going after, but we just accept what we're given. And after the fact, in the A and not the Nigo Yanani within your program, again, I mean, it's not for me to corner the staff. I mean, I sure like to have them provide us how is it that they are involved in these programs or these funding request process. Joint compliance documents is probably what you deal with. And that processing, I'm sure it takes a lot of work. So with 115,000, is that sufficient? And I could take a real guess and bet on it to say that no, it's not enough. Chairman, again, we can forward this particular document, but from now until then, before we finalize it, but I see the president's signature on it of this document already. If you look at Exhibit A, a lot of our oversight program that gets funded through 638 contract, I'm sure a lot of them will be coming forth. Fish and wildlife, heritage, natural heritage, forestry management, water monitoring activity, water development, and so on. You base contract niniki ni nadan ni hundal o belan yitle. Ejo kwaki you went through a thorough review of the service that you're providing, again, which we appreciate. But again, my point is that to us, myself, is that why aren't we doing enough? But yet we're just going to be accepting the little dollar amount. And could we take a step back to say that, okay, BIA, this is not enough. I mean, give us some more. I mean, put in several. I mean, all the 6 positions didn't need. Could the BIA give us the funding to pay those individuals to do the service, or could we say that we need $1 million or 500,000 to do our job, the intended purpose of our position or the intended purpose of the office? The service to the Navajo people. And again, I like to at Nappy, I like to hear again another review by Mr. Shorty, because I believe he still is the 638 Contracting Office Director, and then specifically the BIA, the Department of Justice. Programs and Liniki Peso Upi Babalanda Yitle. Ado Kodoit Od Konka Peso Hit Ashi, Bebe Nasis Beditni. Adi Inta Shohedi the Pohnet Zanda Dobiga the Onhitni. So from the get-go, each program, at least the director or even the staff, and I always make a comment in this, I mean, even the janitor should be at the table to say that these are the supplies that I'm running out of. I mean, I think that's the level that we need to go in in talking about these 638 contract, not only these higher up position where they don't even, I mean, I hate to say this, but a lot of these DOJ or a lot of these programs at the federal, I mean, at the Windrush level, at the federal level, they don't even know and understand about the Navajo Nation situation. How can they clearly to say that this is enough or this is sufficient to get these funding or accept these funding? So, Chairman, I know I'll be going round and round on this issue, but I mean, I'll be bringing this up as we go along. In any 638 funding that's going to be coming forth, I mean, again, this is the reason why at the beginning of our term, I believe that you guys, the council just shot it down. I know that you were the sponsor chairman or the council. I believe it was voted down because we're just creating too many more committee. No, it was being misinterpreted. But the main intent was that at the minimum, chair of each of the committee, oversight committee programs should be involved in these 638 contract negotiation development. That way, the chairs have an input to say that this is how much money that we need in order for us to move forward in accepting this contract. Maybe I could revive that and see if we could be able to move that forward. So that way, even like I said, the chair or vice chair at the minimum should be taking part in any 638 funding that our oversight program are receiving. So that way, we have an input or saying in developing these programs. If you look thoroughly through the quick contract, if there's subject and there's a language in here that says that the statement of work, it says dependent on availability of fund and personnel. Because that's the one thing. Why would we want to accept a document to say that, well, accept on the basis of how long that no language be because, and again they'll come back to us to say that, well, it does say that, I mean, if there is land funding availability, so a lot of these languages are, again, we don't read the fine line of these documents, but we just kind of approve them. And there's another area in this particular statement of work. It outlines of what they could do and can do. But yet there's no O&M and there's nothing else that is within the 115,000. I mean that's probably not even going to cover one personnel to work within that program. So my point again, the program, please, but this is talking to the council and the president's office, the president and the speaker, and then of course the BIA director, and then the regional director, and then going up to the DC level where the fundings are being originated or where they're being allocated. Because if they have if the state and other federal programs and similar programs that they have, comparing what we get and what they allocate to their program for this type of program, I mean, what's the comparison? And I believe that they would be almost at their full capacity of funding their program while we get penny. For Asian Kwakiki, Hajo Pitnit into Hajo Hajon Hapin that Yat Eto Listen. So again, Chairman, I really truly believe that we need probably the committee, we need to step up and really confront the BIA and the federal program that enough is enough of just providing us or giving us pennies on the dollars that are being available out there. So again, as far as I guess provide us a true statement about what has been done and what have you been providing to the oversight program or to the administrators or to the director to say that I mean, a lot of time I always say that there's always has to be a backup in writing. That way, we justify and we made that argument on behalf of the office to say that did all but the Hatahasu other bandil yard lachit alaba the Linso Kodo Babin that deal Nish John Niliki Gishin Bakaisen Santo Chairman Hatnan.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Before we go back to the sponsor and the agent, Ms. Shiako, are you on the call? Ms. Shiako, are you still on the call with us?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for staying on the call with us. I know you always stay on with RDC. Honorable Kialan Begay Koro Yahatzi, and from now till Nabikia Committee meeting, Ms. Shiako, we would like for you to reach out to those that need to be on the call during the Nabikia meeting, which will be Mr. Cordell Shorty and perhaps others. If you will work with Mr. Rodney Tahi as well as Ms. Begay to make sure that they are on the call as well as BIA during the Nabikia meeting, so these fundings can be solidified. There is a concern, a very legitimate concern expressed by Honorable Kialan Begay on the language where it states on availability of funds. And what we do is we just approve, sign off on them, and move them forward back to Washington. I believe the language should change and solidify an amount that needs to be given to the Navajo Nation. So these areas are very paramount for us to discuss with Mr. Shorty at Nabikia Committee meeting. And also, Ms. Laughing, just for your information, Honorable Kialan Begay stated that by his tone and frustration, that he is not directing his frustration and his tone towards the program. Just to let you know, Honorable Begay does express his concern, the concerns for his people, the money, the funding that should be sent to the Navajo Nation, and how we also together as partnerships need to advocate for these funding on behalf of our Navajo people. So he did say that he is directing this at himself. If you begin to know Honorable Begay, yes, he will make sure he asserts himself with his language, and then this is how we all learn from him as well. He's very experienced in what he is talking about. And as chair of RDC, I do listen very diligently as to what he is trying to get at today. So he teaches with what he is saying, and just want you to know that, Ms. Laughing. Thank you, Honorable Kialan Begay, for being concerned for your great Navajo Nation, the people, and the programs. And also at that time, Ms. Siako, I would like for you, Ms. Laughing, have Mr. Richard Begay be on the call at that time. So back to you, Honorable Freeland, and your agent.
Chairman, thank you. Committee members, RDC committee members, staff, good morning. It's almost lunchtime. Sana, thank you very much for your comments as well. I do appreciate it, and of course, I always respect your insight and your consideration, and of course your concerns. And I always value, and it's always taken it's a learning opportunity for me as well as a first-term delegate. So every time you speak, I always learn from you, and I appreciate that as well, Shana, Honorable Begay. Shana, thank you, Chairman, for that recommendation. And I totally agree with that, with what my brother mentioned as well. And I'm interested to know from Mr. Shorty as well as the Contracts and Grants Administrator for all of our 638 programs across the board, what programs maybe have money sitting in their coffers what programs are utilizing their monies as well. So it'd be interesting to see what that distinction is. What programs are using what monies and what programs maybe are not using their monies. So just something for us to keep our minds open to and to consider as well when we have this discussion with Mr. Shorty. And I'd like to ask, maybe if we look at all of our 638 programs across the board, all of them, not just our oversight, but maybe under HES oversight and maybe even under LOC oversight as well, and of course budget and finance. But just what my brother expressed, that language, I don't know if that's set by Congress or on the availability comment, availability of funds. I don't know if that's a congressional language, but that's something we should work with maybe our lobbyists or even our DC office to maybe get some consideration for taking that out. Because I also agree with you on that, Shana. And availability of funds is like, it's like taking a risk or taking a chance. We mean that funds may not even be available. Maybe it's like contingent upon this agreement will be approved contingent upon availability of money. If there's money available. So I totally agree with you on that, Shana. But ADS Chairman, I just want to say that and ask for your favorable consideration and support. When it does get to Nappy, I do support the opportunity for us to have a further discussion working with the Speaker's office as well as others as far as getting an idea overall, where do all of our 638 programs sit at? Do we need to fight for more money from the federal government on these 638 programs across the board? And, I think that's something we need to take into consideration as well when we do have these discussions. So I don't know, Ms. Laughlin, if you wanted to add anything.
Yes, I just want to say thank you. I think this warrants further discussion. I'll let my director, Richard Begay, know when he returns to the office. So I respect your concern, the recommendations, and I think the RDC committee. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Laughlin. Chairman, with that, we want to go ahead and conclude our response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland and Ms. Laughlin. Honorable members of Resources and Development Committee, do you have any other comments or questions on legislation 0175-21? I believe there's none, so we'll go ahead and take a vote on this. This legislation moves to Budget and Finance Committee as well as Nappy Committee. At this time, we'll take a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, point of privilege. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask a question.
Okay. Honorable Freeland?
Before we vote, I'm sorry. Chairman and colleagues, I do have a point of privilege. My question really relates to the contract itself. I don't know who can answer this, but is this contract, this 5-year contract, is it renegotiable? Can we renegotiate the terms of the funds? Can we renegotiate and ask for more money on this contract, or is it set in stone? I don't know who could answer that question. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your point of privilege. Ms. Khan, are you on the call with us? Anybody from the Department of Justice on the call with us?
Hello,
Okay,
this is Michelle Begay from Department of Justice.
Could you perhaps respond to this question raised by Honorable Freeland?
I would just ask for clarification regarding what exactly terms the question is regarding. I mean, what are you asking about being negotiated?
Okay. Could you identify yourself, sir? I mean, ma'am, please.
I thought I did earlier. You must have got cut off. This is Michelle Begay from the Department of Justice.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Honorable Freeland, could you reiterate your statement, your point of privilege?
Chairman, thank you for that. Freeland, I just asked if if we could negotiate this contract we're about to move forward with, it's open for renegotiation as far as increase of funding potentially. Could we ask EIA or the Department of Interior for additional funding related to this 5-year contract? Or is it something that we have to, is it something that's going to be set in stone, it's final, said and done? Is it kind of situation? So that's my question. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, I believe your question needs to be directed to our regional director, Mr. Mahoja. Mr. Mahoja?
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Delegate Freeland. It would be helpful for me personally to run this up the chain, which it would require to central office if I had a written request, and then we can push that up and see if there's any more funding available that central office can push down our way.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Mahoja. Honorable Freeland, if you would put your request in writing, Mr. Mahoja will respond to your questions and your concerns. Okay. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm in Herfinale right now, but I'm going to be headed towards Windrock this afternoon. I'll stop by and ask the office of the speaker to assist me in putting a letter together as well. So I'll get that out this afternoon. Maybe going forward as a recommendation, maybe when we do have this discussion in Nappy to get to ask for language to be inserted in all of our 638 contracts that that give us, some flexibility or some more other opportunity to give additional funding or ask for additional funding to the current contracts that are in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. I believe we were in the process of getting ready to vote at this time. Honorable Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman, I vote green to move it forward at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green, Chairman.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0175-21. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Thank you, Ms. Laughing.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues.
Okay, we're going to go back to legislation 0167-21. The sponsor is Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. She also requested to move this legislation towards the end with her other 2 legislations. So her legislation 0167-21 will go right after G. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, do you concur? Press *6 to unmute.
Chair Naz, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do concur with that change. Thank you. And I appreciate you calling my legislation back up. I do apologize, RDC members. I was on a Title 17 meeting where we're updating Title 17, which is the criminal code. We meet every Wednesday at 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, so I do apologize.
For the record, Madam Chair Charles Newton, could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Chair, for allowing me to do that. Yacht A, RDC members and those who are listening in on the call, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I am the council delegate for the Shiprock community. My clans are Betahni. I'm born for the Ashihe. My maternal grandfather is Ashche. My paternal grandfather is Twapaha. I was raised there in the Shiprock community, and I'm a proud chieftain. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable members of RDC,
We're on C, legislation 0185-21. Sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Mr. Tahi, could you read this in for the record, sir?
Chair, members of RDC, legislative summary for tracking number 0185-21 dated August 31st, 2021. The title of the resolution is Proposed Standing Committee Resolution and Action Relating to Resources and Development, confirming the reappointment of Robert Russell to serve on the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Management Board for directors for a term of 3 years. Resources and Development has final authority on this piece of legislation. Attached in the legislation is resolution from the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, RDCF-1718. In addition is also Exhibit 2, which is the resolution of the Management Board of the Navajo Nation Tribal Utility Authority as well. We have the internal public review for publications on this. It was posted on September 1st, 2021 at 7:18 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended September 6th, 2021. There was no comments supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Mr. Tahi, do we have a legal counsel on the call with us? Our legislative counsel? Mr. Tahi, you need to fully read. Mr. Tahi, you need to fully read the whole legislation in for the record, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, Chair. I'll read the full resolution into the record. The proposed Standing Committee Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council. An action relating to a Resource and Development Committee, confirming the reappointment of Robert Russell to serve on the Navajo Tribal Authority Utility Authority Management Board of Directors for a term of 3 years. Section 1, Authority. A, the Resource and Development Committee was established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 NNC Section 500A. B, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 500C, the Resource and Development Committee shall exercise oversight authority over public utilities. C, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B9, Resource and Development Committee has the authority to grant final confirmation of appointments to enterprise boards. Section 2, findings. Pursuant to 21 NNC Section 2, the Navajo Nation established the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA, as an enterprise. B, the NTUA is authorized to acquire, construct, operate, and maintain utility systems throughout the Navajo Nation. See 21 NNC Section 1B. C, the general purpose of NTUA is to operate, maintain, and promote existing utility systems furnishing electricity, gas, water, sewage, utility service, generation, and telecommunication and information service for the benefit of residents of the Navajo Nation, including the establishment, ownership, operation, and maintenance of electric generating, telecommunication, and information service on or off the Navajo Reservation, and to provide utilities, generation, telecommunication, and information services on a nonprofit basis and at a reasonable cost to residents of the Navajo Nation consistent with the economical operations of the enterprise. See 21 NNC Section 5A 1 through 6. D, the NTUA Management Board shall have the delegate authority and responsibility for the management and operation of the enterprise. See 2 NNC Section 7.1. E, the Management Board consists of 7 persons. of all whom shall be appointed by the Government Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, whose authority to confirm appointment to enterprise boards has been delegated to the Resources Development Committee. C, 21 NNC Section 9A. See also 2 NNC Section 501 B9. F, members of the board shall be called directors and shall have the final qualification. 1, 4 of the directors that shall be members of the Navajo Nation who speak English with fluent and whose significant education experience to qualify them for learning utility business practices and procedures and make sound judgment. 2, 4 of their directors that shall be appointed having not less than 10 years experience in business management of essential character, and at least 2 of such persons shall have had such experience in the management and operation of a utility business. C, 2 NC Section 9B 1 through 2. G, vacancies in the management board may be filled for an unexpired term of the vacant office. C, 21 NNC Section 9C2. H, directors shall be eligible for reappointment. C, 21 NNC Section 9C1. I, RDCMF-17-18. Appoint Robert Russo to the NTUA Management Board for a term of 3 years that expire at the annual board meeting in October 2020. The appointing resolution RDCMF-17-18 is attached as Exhibit 1. On October 23rd, 2020, Robert Russo was recommended to be reappointed by the NTUA Management Board Resolution NTUA-37-20, which is attached as Exhibit 2. K, Robert Russo meets the qualification listed under 21 NNC Section 9B 1 through 2. Robert Russo's resume is attached as RDCMF-17-18 Exhibit C, which is attached in Exhibit 1. The reappointment of Robert Russo will be for a period of 3 years starting from October 20th and will expire with the annual board meeting in October 2023. See 21 NNC Section 9C2. Section 3, confirming appointment. The Resource and Development Committee finds that Robert Russo meets the required qualifications to be reappointed as a director for the NTUA Management Board as set forth in 21 NNC Section 9B 1 through 2, and hereby confirms and reappointment of Robert Russo for a term of 3 years with a term expiring at the annual board meeting in October 2023. Chair member of the committee, again, Exhibit A is the resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, RDCF-1718. Exhibit 2 is the resolution of the Management Board of the Navajo Nation Tribal Authority, resolution number NTUA-3720. Title reading recommendation, the reappointment of Robert Russo to the Management Board of the Navajo Tribal Authority, Utility Authority. This legislation was posted on the internal public review. It was posted September 1st, 2021 at 7:18 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended September 6th, 2021. There was no comment supporting the legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendation to this legislation. Chair members of RDC, that is the resolution for 0185-21.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Begay, seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have 20 minutes, sir. Do you have your agent with you, Mr. Russell? Mr. Russell, are you on the call?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have 20 minutes, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman of the Resource and Development Committee, the committee members, honorable delegates, the staff. So, thank you, motioning party, for offering the motion and the second. Mr. Tahi, thank you for reading the legislation into the record. Appreciation and thank you to Office of Legislative Council for preparing the legislation, also the drafting of what's before you. Mr. Russell is on the call here also, and we can allow him to provide an introduction to the committee and offer some statements. On my part, as a sponsor, along with our speaker, Seth Damon, the legislation before you is an appointment, reappointment, confirming the reappointment of Mr. Russell to the NTUA Board of Directors. And in the legislation, it states that he is qualified for reappointment or eligible and qualified for the position. And the Board of Directors resolution also speaks to that. And the decision is before you. And I'll make my comments really brief here. Most of it is read into the record. So at this time, Chairman, I'd like to ask the nominee to provide his statements, introduction, and comments to the committee. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Russell.
Yeah, hello, Yate, Chairman Nez, Vice Chairman Walker, committee members, council delegates, and guests. My name is Bob Russell, Kiani Nishlint Monty Bashishi, Shihiche, German Chinala. I am from the Round Rock community. I currently live here in Levine, Arizona. My father was a late Dr. Robert A. Russell Jr. and my mother, Ruth Russell. Together, as many of you know, they became a very successful team in moving the needle in American Indian education. I'm currently the executive principal within Intergovernmental Affairs Department for the Salt River Project. In this role, I'm engaged in working with Native nations and relationship building. First, I want to say I'm humbled to have served over the past 3 years as a member of NTUA Management Board, and I look forward to serving another 3-year term. I look forward to helping NTUA continue to improve the lives of the residents of the Navajo Nation. Due to the pandemic, NTUA organization has done and continues to do an outstanding job to address the many challenges while working through the many opportunities. My contribution to the NTUA Management Board is based on my many years at SRP. In fact, this coming November will be 39 years at SRP, and have experience in working in the utility in many capacities. I have held positions in management, engineering, construction management, project management, and government relations. I am a civil structural engineer and a registered professional civil engineer licensed in Arizona. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for Honorable Vice Chair Walker as well as Mr. Russell? Is our legal counsel? Okay, before I recognize you, Honorable Begay, is our legal counsel on the call, Ms. Khan? Mr. Tahi?
Mr. Chair, this is
Yes?
Lurleen Tahi with OLC. I'm on the call.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tapahi. We would
Ms. Khan
appreciate
is
you
tied up with
stay-
another matter right now.
Okay, we would appreciate you staying on the call with us. So thank you for that. Ms. Kapahi. None. Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, Ken Andal Kodo. Ado Kodo, Shina, Vice Chair Walker Kodo, not talking Daniel Sozigi. I believe I'll say this maybe during their next introduction of the rest of the NTUA nominees. Kodo NTUA has Ado Mr. Russell, Shna Ash, what other shake need na. Kodo, I guess we appreciate it, and I appreciate your interest in being on the board of NTUA. The key thing that I like to express to the board or the nominee, and the Kodo NTUA, Jo Ajib Batana Ishtha Banhat as a board member. And I believe that the board makes recommendation to the administrator of the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. I don't have a problem supporting each of the legislation. We say things for the support, and then when it gets to the position, things change. But I do have my confidence in you, as you indicated that I work with your parents. As you know, that when I was an instructor at the Rough Rock High School and worked with some of the staff over there under a technology program called Ita E Hota Namado Adon Jata Adon Nadas Ita and Chiladas what up Nata Nahi Aja a Coco Ape Ben Kodo Yego E I guess there's the Nappy test in that's all they're being highly respected of especially of a parent Kodo initiating the first ever local control school demonstration school it's ado da ilteheki that ado nintna na da that's it after e kodo bishbans and long kodo sato na hat liniki kodo besetel sto a koko koje into a has I want to admit, and I will admit that earlier, I don't know if you've heard me making a statement about the 638 contract. The way I see the NTUA as an enterprise of the Navajo Nation, there's a purpose for it to be established, which is to connect electricity to our Navajo people that needs electricity out there. There's a lot of factors in asking. Again, there's a need of our Navajo people of housing across the Navajo Nation, which, yes, at certain areas, it's not responsibility of the board. But what I'm trying to get to is that electricity, how come there's no extra funding being available? Maybe a petty cash and Lego. Based on Linigi bent on Nishwa, a lot of these funding goes through the system, and I mean, as long as I've been on the council, it's just one thing that we've been trying to fix, that the lengthy amount of time to get electricity to our Navajo people through all these process, home site lease requirement, right-of-way requirement, land withdrawal requirement, a service line agreement requirement, and so on. The one prime example, and which I've been, bugging the Mr. Haas and other staff, is that why can't the NTUA build these power line and say that, well, we'll be getting for sure the funding from the Navajo Nation government. But what I kept hearing is that we're not going to do anything until we receive the funding. The one prime example is that Selani Cottonwood, they received $1.2 million almost 2 years ago. So it's just barely have gone through the process. The family were notified that their power line project has been secured, but now they continue to wait almost 2 years to get the electricity to their home. So I think the board really needs to, help make a recommendation that we know that this funding is going to be coming forth to the NTUA, but in the meantime, this is what we need to do to continue construction rather than just sit and wait until the actual dollar gets into the bank. And that's the way, and that's what I keep hearing, that nothing can't be done until the actual dollar comes into play. Board members, how can we help our Navajo people that are in dire need of electricity? And then I try to avoid NTUA to implement the solar program. Of course, the reason why I say that is that, several years from now, that same family, extended family, will continue to say that, well, the solar is not sufficient, and then more housing will be built there. So, we need electricity. I guarantee that. But if those family chooses to get the solar, and then the council is ready to, and then I'll be pushing, and the council will be pushing to allocate several $1 million from the opera fund, and which is still sitting there, the 1.8 billion peso. And I know that NTUA has submitted some funding to extend electricity to the Navajo people. On making a response to the HES committee. There's a legislation that they tabled, that's 177. It's requiring our veterans, they're really going through a roller coaster. That's all. Yeah, I'm not getting housing. Just now, they're trying to change a legislation that was passed by RDC with an amendment, and then it was passed by HES. But now this 177 is just undoing the whole thing. And in there, we're going to require veterans to secure location 1,500 feet from the existing infrastructure, meaning electricity and water line. So, just like NHA trying to do their best to provide homes and have veterans not pay for housing that they live in these NHA housing. But how can the NTUA set aside a program that they say that if the veteran or a regular Navajo person, because Light Up Navajo, If it's more than 1 mile, I mean, they can't, Navajo people won't qualify for a lot of Navajo. It has to be within 1 mile, in which their Navajo people receives, no penny to get their electricity, which is good. But why are we subjecting our Navajo people that if they live far away from a power line that we got to have money? According to veterans, in order for you to get a home, now you're subject to secure a location, 1,500 from existing power line. Or we're subjecting our Navajo people to get into some type of, I guess, the ido kwaki bekeya koko ado hada shi bekeya ko koden chinna ko koden nenne tropiti nenne hadan kat is the last son leniki ado kat the requirement by NTUA is that if they live more than 5 miles, I mean of 1 mile, they can't receive these light up Navajo. But yes, the cost of this service does include a lot of money. So how can NTUA, through the board membership guidance, that NTUA really needs to have a better process to get these electricity out to our Navajo people? Because we have so many of our Navajo people live off the reservation. Right now, this is another thing I have problem with. The other area is the water line. And that's what I've heard a lot of time. These are just seasonal homes. Electricity, water line, and a lot of time is that a lot of these family would choose to live there permanently is only if they have a permanent electricity and water line to that existing home. And a lot of time what I hear is that the reason why we need electricity is because they have health problem, whatever medicine that they have to be refrigerated. So that way, that's why we have to stay temporarily at the NHA housing. So I think those are some areas are the NTUA needs to put in consideration rather than just sending out a statement to say that this is a seasonal home, it doesn't qualify to get electricity. Chapter resolutions, grazing permits, home site lease, yes, there's an internal issue that we continue to be dealing with. But how is it that the NTUA is able to help these Navajo that needs electricity to their home? NTUA board members, I'm hoping all of you are listening. And I guess I don't want to be in demanding position, but we have a lot of our Navajo people continue to live out in the dark while we have a 1.8 billion just sitting there. And then the other concern that I raised to Mr. Haas, and I don't know if he's listening in or his your general counsel or any of the staff, that the NTUA is upgrading all of their infrastructure system across the Navajo Nation, which is okay, I guess. Because a lot of these funding, because I know there's $27 million legislation that's ready to go before the council. Majority of it is upgrading the existing infrastructure that runs, I guess it runs along the highways that connects to the transformers. And I don't know if I'm identifying them correctly, but if you go to individuals' home, le that is toshe isen halon that nansnel. Tan that the need he go beat nansnel. Aro sat the net and non lady washer and Christmas light na long Hawan light then than sisto yahun that no code that tells me that a lot of these meter box I guess their breaker can't hold a lot of these new appliances that our Navajo people are willing to have in their homes. The electricity badast other these transformer even in some of the poles. You see a lot of these brand new poles along the highway, and I guess I'm sure that they got new lines as well. Now, when it comes to the home, you have all these 20, 30, 40 years ago, pole that does, I think that it does. So that's what I see at the local level, Mr. Russell. And I really want to address this, and I always say to the committee that, I mean, I may be taking a long time to get my point across, but I want to make sure that I'm on record, because all of these meetings are recorded. Whenever I hear a person at the chapter level to say that and I always say that maybe listen to a committee meeting or because a lot of these recordings are available to the public, how we communicate and what had happened. So Mr. Russell, on behalf of our Navajo people, could we take another step to really help? I mean, I'm here to help. I'm not just saying that you do this and do that. I'm not saying that. How can we help as a legislature? I mean, yes, there needs to be a policy change. A lot of these overlapping requirements that we have to go through the BIA, the land department, and so on. Program into a management each agency at their agency level chapters the requirement by the chapter resolution, the requirement by the grazing officials and land department at each of the agency. And other due to the COVID, a lot of times our Navajo Nation programs are closed, and then we end up having our Navajo people trying to say that where do we submit all these applications? We really need to streamline. I mean, one stop at the minimum of our Navajo people to say that I want this, I want electricity. I mean, all they could do is just have that particular process be communicated rather than having them to say, you need to bring this again, you need to bring this again, you need to bring this again. Oh, no. I began to be a mail carrier. I screenshot a lot of these documents and I send them over to the agency district office. For me, it's mostly Chinli. But I do appreciate the agency level staff that sometimes they do respond back to me to get these done on behalf of our Navajo people. But I'm sure you're getting my point across, Mr. Russell. No mean again, no direct or personal my tone at you, but it shows much frustration at myself of why do I always just talk about it and not do anything. But nonetheless, it has to take the committee and the full council to resolve this particular situation. But it's just more that I'm requesting for a sincere input and recommendation in writing that oversight committee, the Navajo Nation Council, or whoever, these is what we need to really address the need, a dire need of electricity to our Navajo people. And this is a task that we could follow to get things done. I always take that as that, well, we don't really need to say anything. Let's continue to do our work. But I'm not saying that I'm going to start administering or managing the NTUA process. But all I'm saying is that how can if not the whole 110 chapters, but my 5 chapters that I represent, or the agency that I represent to the RDC. So, Chairman, I apologize for taking up too much time, but nonetheless, this will be my similar statement, comment to the NTUA board that are going to be appointed. Again, when I put something in writing and give it to them, usually it goes nowhere. The prime example is a NHA board member. The previous board members, chapters housing board members on Liniki appointed and then a follow up of 2 attending their board meeting. After 4 or 5 years, nothing had happened. Then but I believe that NTUA could show us differently, that you'll be able to work with the council and then address a lot of these electricity issue to the Navajo people. And my position is that our Navajo people shouldn't be paying a penny to get their electricity, but yet, yes, they have to pay for their the usage of the electricity. The other one last thing is that with the opera funding, the one thing that I've been asking into a management is that could there be a statement given to us to where we can push to say that let's clear whatever outstanding bills that Navajo people has across the Navajo Nation. Based on let's get them start from fresh, and then hopefully that justify that a lot of these COVID-19 situations is the reason why a lot of our Navajo people have accumulated a lot of these bills. Because of water and because people no school, because all these students and the kids stayed home, and then now we have a good situation to where a lot of these septic tanks are really is in darn need to be removed, to be cleaned out. And then the other thing that I'm asking the growth of each of the communities, a sewage pond, because a lot of these septic system they fail. These sewage water, I'm sure it creates a health problem. So that's another area, is that how can we help create sewage pond so that a lot of these homes will be connected to these sewage system within the community, so that way they don't have to be dealing with all these, because right now it costs us almost $500 to clean up their septic system. I think a lot of these $1,500 or $1,400 our community had received. I mean, I believe I would guarantee that majority of that funding went directly back to the NTUA for their light bill and get a lot of these septic system to be cleaned out for them, because a lot of them, Broadband is another area that will take another hour or 2 hours for me to discuss, but I believe that NTUA really needs to work with the local, and then I'm really stressing roaming agreement and co-location, Mr. Russell, and I think that's one thing that the board, I don't know if you have the authority over the NTUA wireless. That's another area. Kodo tika cell tower do because I know NTUA, I appreciate that they set up a COW at Low Mountain, but my understanding is the other carrier before beta haloniki kodo ila beta tendo do that ida sto need halet abet shninde. Their only response from NTUA, and I can share you that email. I was directly just told that just tell them to change to NTUA need, and I don't know if that's a strategy by NTUA to convert a lot of these other carriers of our Navajo people has to the NTUA as their phone carrier or phone services. I believe that that shouldn't be the case. Our Navajo people needs to choose which phone that they like to have that's able to be utilized wherever they go on the Navajo Nation. So carriers, co-location, and roaming agreements should really be in place because I did ask for legislation because those shouldn't be done because a lot of these funding is coming direct because we always say it's the people's funding called the non-linear peso no but yet we're not providing sufficient service to our Navajo people. So, Chairman, I mean, like I said, there's more that I could want to talk about, but I mean, let me go ahead and stop here, and I apologize for taking up too much time, Chairman.
It's okay. Honorable Begay, that's what we do, and this is very important that you do comment and question the board membership that will be selected. Resource and Development Committee does have final authority over these legislations. So back to you, sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Mr. Russell. Chairman, though, committee members, those that are on the call with us today, as well as the NTUA board nominees. So I would ask Mr. Russell to provide responses to our colleague, Honorable Begay. He's listed a number of concerns and questions. So, Avida, I would ask the floor be given to Mr. Russell. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Russell, you have the floor.
Hey, Chairman and Delegate Begay. I really do appreciate the conversation we're having and all of the things you have identified. And we know there's many more beyond that. And I believe that, in order to move the ball forward, we need to have these conversations and we need to have a listening opportunity. And I think you have picked a good time. There are several board members, management team members from NTUA on the call. We're listening to this, and I'm not going to be able to address all of those items you addressed, but I do want you to know that NTUA is proactive. We do expend our own funds and others' funding before we receive ARPA. We do work on projects as they are available to us, and we do what we can with what funding we have available. The bigger picture, of course, to provide electricity, water to everybody on the nation. And I think that is something that we all strive for, we all see, and one day it will happen. And unfortunately, it's going to probably not happen, near term. It just takes too much effort, too much coordination, and so forth. And regarding some comments about some of the poles and infrastructure apparatus and things like that, things do get old and they wear down. And I think, coming from my experience working for utility, we put a big part of our funding back into the budget to improve our reliability, maintain the reliability while we maintain the operations of our service. But new service, new opportunities, that's where we really need to be creative and work towards that and work together on that. So I really appreciate your candor and having this opportunity to listen and for us to hear. I think that those are steps definitely in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, for your response. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, do you have any other comments or questions? None.
Chairman.
Yes.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, please go ahead.
Just a comment.
Hi.
Chairman,
This
thank you.
is Wendy Newkirk joining from McDonald's Corporation.
Please put your phones on mute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleague, the Management Board of NTUA. Chairman, as a shareholder rep for this group, as a shareholder rep for RDC to NTUA, I can honestly say that working with this group and working through our board meetings, I'm always intrigued and fascinated by the work that's being put forth, and there's always a lot of relevant information that's shared by the management team as well as the board input. We do have a good group of individuals on this board at this time. Every one of the board members do contribute tremendously to the overall operation and operational needs of NTUA. Just being very aware, but more or less I'm a very I like to visualize, and I also like to take an opportunity to really kind of look at things overall. And I think that what this board has done has been a tremendous, there's been some significant accomplishments, and I really want to thank the board wholeheartedly, because every board meeting that we have, there's always very important information on the agenda. And I just wanted to mention that I'm going to be supporting each and every one of their redesignations and reappointments as a delegate. I just want to continue, encourage them to continue the work that will benefit our people wholly, and that will benefit. And I think our goal as leaders is to help our people in every way possible. But more importantly, how do we enhance and how do we change lives forever? And that's, looking at our communities, especially out here in the more rural areas, it's always a challenge, and especially in Eastern Navajo with the land status. But our people are counting on us, and our people are needing our help at this time. And it's such an opportunity, especially with ARPA. How can we enhance everyone's lives that live on the reservation that don't have electricity or running water at this time? How can we help them? And, we don't live in villages. We don't live in close proximity. Our Navajo Nation is scattered. We have to deal with that, yes, but that's under the federal trust side, and historically that's how things were placed for us through the federal government. So I just wanted to say that, Chairman, and add my comments as well to my appreciation and, of course, my support for each and one of the board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for that. I would like to also make a statement, but Honorable Vice Chair Walker is the sponsor and Honorable Freeland is the shareholder. So let me go to Honorable Kealan Begay. Could you be the pro tem chair and recognize me to speak, sir? I'll hand the gavel over to you.
Chairman, I believe it takes 1.5 hours to get the gavel to many farms. So anyway, Chairman, I assume the pro tem chair for the Resource Development Committee So committee members, we are on the legislation. Committee members, if you have additional comment, question, I believe Chairman Nez wants to make a comment, maybe ask questions. So Chairman Nez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Kialan Begay, honorable members of the Resources Development Committee, and also the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. It's been a long time coming due to the pandemic that we're finally able to reappoint. And now we have Mr. Bob Russell before us. There will be others as Ms. Arvizo, Mr. Claggett, Mr. Dietz, and Mr. Holgate. What I would like to express today, Mr. Russell, I do have concerns with the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. I always get reports from community members how they pay a high rate, and sometimes they're not able to pay, especially during this COVID. And I would like to know what services are being offered to our people, either reduced or make sure that their electricities are not turned off, because we have people that have health conditions that need refrigerators to store their medicines. So I believe that the NTOA needs to work better with the local communities, the people, and who you serve. The people are number one. They are the ones that provide all this funding, and for NTOA to make money off of them as well. I understand that that's what needs to happen, is that people need to pay their bills, but I believe they also need to have some sort of assistance if NTOA could provide those. And I know that NTOA has good money, but it's always concerning when NTOA comes before the Navajo Nation Council asking for money. I look at your building over there. It's a state-of-the-art building, and that building has got to be worth a lot of money. And I think about these things, and I wonder, why are they coming before the tribal council asking for money when it appears that you guys have a whole lot of capital, a whole lot of money to work with? And I just want you guys to look at these things and not really come to the council for money. I think you guys do have the money to do that. You charge our people enough money for their rates anyway. So, and another area that I would like to express, Mr. Russell, is your general manager. He needs to comply with the Navajo Nation laws. He needs to follow the rights of ways, the service line agreements. NTOA needs to pay all their taxes, including there are approximately 170 cell towers across the Navajo Nation that need to come into compliance, and they need to pay the Navajo Nation as well. It was brought up about other service carriers. I believe that you guys probably need to allow co-locations if you haven't done so. And I know that you guys generate revenue off of others, and hopefully we'll have our telecommunications regulations approved soon, so everybody can start paying the Navajo Nation, which will really generate revenues to fund certain programs as well. So this will be my statement. I'm just concerned for our people. And Mr. Russell, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kudoshi Bahinzigi, I'll go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Spreather, Mr. Freeland, and then maybe a response back from the Mr. Russell, your agent. Spreather. Freeland?
The sponsor is Honorable Vice Chair Walker, sir.
My apology, Spreather, Mr. Walker. I'm sorry. Mr. Walker, Shana.
Secretary Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Begay, Kodo Naidek Chido Sabeha Zigi, Honorable Chairman Nez, so Echo Adaho Station and so Nahatash in that outlet. It is Adon Naidek Chitinde. Ego Nahat Ayat Eki Ka Ye. That again, that outlet, and Saskish Kodo, Toshin Evidence. I would ask the agent, Mr. Russell, to provide response to the chairman for his comments and questions. So, Pro Tem Chair, if you can give the floor, recognize Mr. Russell. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Nez, Pro Tem Chairman, and delegates. You brought up, again, very, good information. I do want to address that. There are programs that NTUA does, and they do well. They do think of the customer first. I've seen this firsthand, how we've always done above what we can do. We maintained low rates. We haven't raised rates for a number of years. We have a temporary non-disconnect policy in place now. It's been in place since March of 21. We also are in compliance with our fees and taxes. And we do allow access and co-location on our towers. And regarding the building, it's a building that, if you recall our prior, well, first of all, we've been here since established in 1959. So in 1960, the NTUA employees and contractors built the facility, and they've been in that facility since 1960. And that's a long time to be in a facility. NTUA grew over the time. They outgrew it, but they continue to stay in that facility. When time was good, they're able to budget and build a building that provides an opportunity for their employees to feel good and where they work, and give them a sense of, pride. And I think that's important with anyone's view of working at a place where they feel like they are respected. And it's a job that's very challenging to look after all the different facets of the Navajo Nation challenges we have. It's a very difficult job for the NTUA employees, but they have excelled. They've done extremely well, all the way from our GM down to the guy that does, the last one to turn off the lights at our facilities and in our district offices. It's a enterprise that I think many folks within NTUA have a lot of pride in. They feel good, and we all enjoy giving back. Now, there's always things we can do better, and that's why I think having the conversation we're having today, learning a few of the comments by you, Chairman Nez, by Delegate Begay, I think is always good. And I think it's important that we continue to listen and we continue to move the nation forward together. And I appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Sponsor, Mr. Walker, does that conclude the response back to Chairman Nez?
Yes, it is, Pro Tem Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Any other committee member have any comment, statement on this legislation? Committee members, let me go ahead and give the gavel back to Chairman Nez.
Honorable Pro Tem Chair, I do have a follow-up, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Chairman Nez, do you have any follow-up response back to the sponsor and the agent? Chairman Nez, give the floor back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Begay. Mr. Russell, I would like for you to expound on NTUA paying their taxes to the Navajo Nation. Is there a protocol that you all follow? Is there a reason why that NTUA does not really pay all their taxes as far as cell towers is concerned, sir? That will be my question, sir. Back to you, Pro Tem Chair.
Chairman Nez, Naden Kidigi, brother sponsor, Mr. Walker, and then there's a question was asked directly to the agent, the nominee. Mr. Walker,
okay, thank you, Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Begay. I think Chairman Nez. Again, back to the agent and nominee, Mr. Russell, for responding to those questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman Nez, on your follow-up question, and I would like to have some help. It's a very difficult question to answer, and I would like to have our Arash respond on behalf of NTUA. Is that acceptable, Chairman Nez?
Brother, Mr. Walker, I believe you did only identify Mr. Russell as your agent in sponsoring this legislation. Unless, Chairman Nez, you did ask the question directly to Mr. Russell, but he is asking if the General Counsel of the NTUA be able to answer some of the questions that you've asked. So maybe let me go back to you, Chairman Nez, and then if there's no objection to the request, we'll probably address the request after Chairman Nez's response. Chairman Nez?
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair Begay and Mr. Russell, for your response. What I would like to request, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, is I would like the response written back to me, as well as the Resources and Development Committee, if NTUA has paid all their taxes to the Navajo Nation, or how much they are behind and why they are behind on taxes. Thank you. I would like to have a written response back from NTUA, whether it's the general manager or their attorney. So thank you. Back to you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Chairman Kudo, Mr. Walker, Kudo, sponsor of the legislation, and then Mr. Russell. We will go ahead and I'll make that issue to staff to do a written statement directly to the NTUA in two areas that Kudo Chairman Nez had requested requesting for a written response from NTUA management, the General Counsel of NTUA, two areas. If the NTUA maybe provide some documentation that they are paying taxes to the Navajo Nation government, And then the second one is that if they have any outstanding balance of any tax they haven't paid by the NTUA to the Navajo Nation, and maybe provide a statement, documentation attached to their response to the Resource and Development Committee. So that will be our request. Sponsor Shana Ashinkuto NTUA Linigishin Asadi that Sape Hotili in the Shinkuto. I'll write up, sign off on a statement of asking the NTUA for a written response to this on Chairman Nez's request. Chairman Nez, any additional requests?
No, thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, Mr. Walker, you did acknowledge the request, right, Shana?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair, acknowledgement here, and I also will follow up, with our staff and committee members, Chair, on the request. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to ask the staff to do a quick, a write-up by before, but I'll be in the Windrock area around 4 o'clock. That's other list. I want to sign off on that request and forward to NTUA management list. So with that, if there's no other comment questions, if there's no follow-up question by Chairman Nez, maybe let me go ahead and send the virtual gavel back to Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, for that. Yeah, and allowing me and recognize me to ask questions. And also, Mr. Russell, appreciate the work that you do at NTUA. And thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for sponsoring these legislations. So, yeah, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, do you have any other comments or questions? If not, we'll go ahead and vote on this legislation for Mr. Bob Russell to be appointed to the NTUA Board of Directors Management. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman, K. Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green. Chile.
Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chennai.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
Yeah, so next, D, legislation 0186-21, sponsor Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Is Juanette Arviso on the call?
Mr. Chair, this is Wynette Arviso. I am on the call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arviso. Mr. Tai, could you read this in for the record, please?
Chair, members of RDC, legislation number 0186-21. The resolution reads as following: proposed standing committee resolution, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021. An action relating to resource and development, confirming the reappointment of Wynette Arviso to serve on the Navajo Nation Tribal Utility Authorization Management Board of Directors for a term of 3 years. Section 1, authority. A, the Resources and Development Committee was established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 NNC Section 500A. B, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 500C, the Resources and Development Committee shall exercise authority over public utilities. C, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B9, Resource and Development Committee has authority to grant final confirmation of appointments to enterprise boards. Section 2, findings. A, pursuant to 21 NNC Section 2, The Navajo Nation established the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA, as an enterprise. B, the NTUA is authorized to acquire, construct, operate, and maintain utility systems throughout the Navajo Nation. C, 21 NNC Section 1B. C, the general purpose of NTUA is to operate, maintain, and promote existing utility system, furnish electricity, gas, water, sewer utility services, generations, and telecommunications and information services for the benefit of residents of the Navajo Nation, including the establishment, ownership, operation, and maintenance of electric generating, telecommunication, and information services on or off the Navajo Nation, off the reservation, and to provide utility generation, telecommunication, and information services on a nonprofit basis at a reasonable cost to residents of the Navajo Nation, consistent with the economical operation of the enterprise. C, 21 NC Section 5A 1 through 6. D, NTUA Management Board shall have the delegate authority and responsibility for the management and operation of the enterprise. C, 21 NC Section 7.1. The management board consists of 7 persons, all of whom shall be appointed by the Government Service Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, whose authority to confirm appointments to enterprise boards has been delegated to the Resource and Development Committee. C, 21 NNC Section 9A. See also 2 NNC Section 501B9. Members of the board shall be called directors and shall have the following qualifications. 1, 4 of directors shall be members of the Navajo Nation who speak English with fluency and have significant education and experience to qualify them for learning utility business practices and procedures and make sound judgment. 2, 4 of the directors shall be persons having not less than 10 years experience in business management of substantial character, and at least 2 of which persons shall have such experience in the management and operation of the utility business. C, 21 NC Section 9B 1 through 2. G, vacancies in the management board may be filled for an unexpired term of the vacant office. C, 21 NC Section 9C 2. H, directors shall be eligible for reappointment. C, 21 NNC Section 9C 1. I, RDCMY-50-17 appoint Wynette Arvizo to the NTUA Management Board for a term of 3 years that expired at the annual board meeting in October 2019. The appointment resolution RDCMA-50-17 is attached as Exhibit 1. On September 19th, 2019, Wynette Arvizo was recommended to be reappointed by the NTUA Management Board Resolution NTUA-33-19, which is attached as Exhibit 2. Wynette Arvizo meets the qualification listed under 21 NC Section 9B 1 through 2. Wynette Arvizo's resume is attached as RDCMY-50-17 Exhibit C, which is attached in Exhibit 1. L, the reappointment of Wynette Arvizo will be for a period of 3 years starting from October 2019 and will expire with the annual board meeting in October 2022. See 21 NNC Section 9C 2. Section 3, confirming appointment. The Resource and Development Committee finds that Wynette Arvizo meets the required qualification to be reappointed as director for the NTUA Management Board as set forth in 21 NNC Section 9B 1 through 2, and thereby confirms the appointment of Wynette Arvizo for a term of 3 years, with a term expiring at the annual board meeting in October 2022. Attached is Exhibit 1, resolution of the Resources and Development Committee of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year of 2017, resolution number RDCYM-50-17. Attaches Exhibit 2, the resolution of the Management Board of the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, resolution number NTUA-33-19, entitled recommending the reappointment of Wynette Arvizo to the Management Board of the Navajo Tribal Authority. Attaches the Navajo Nation Internal Public Review Summary, which was posted on September 1st, 2021 at 7:22 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended September 6th, 2021. This legislation received no comments supporting, received no comments opposing, received no comments or recommendation. Resources and Development has final authority over this legislation. The chair members of RDC, that is the legislation read into the record. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi, for reading the legislation into the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
Motion. Honorable Stewart, motion, second by.
Keelan.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have 20 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, for this time and opportunity to speak to legislation 0185-21. Although my agent will be Ms. Arvizo, present on the call. Although I'd like to include the General Counsel for NTUA, Mr. Molimi, Ada Naidikidanya. So I would like to include him as agent to this legislation. I want to thank the motioning party. Reading of the legislation, Mr. Tahi, thank you for doing that. Again, it's a reappointment, confirming a reappointment. We'll call it Ms. Wynette Arvizo is the nominee that will be considered for reappointment to the NTUA Management Board. So the legislation and then the attached documents all are speaking to that process, or that appointment or reappointment in this case. Although I would like to ask Ms. Arvizo to provide introductions, although maybe comments, and of course we're here for questions and comments afterwards. I'll be brief here. On my part as the sponsor, though co-sponsors Speaker Damon, Chairman Nez. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Ms. Arvizo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, and council. Thank you so much for this opportunity to come before you. I extend my greetings from Ayambato. Ayambato yahai ahya nihidini dole. She yahai Wynette Arvizo in shia. Hadsoy enashla ado toihedlini ebashichin. Nanisht aja tchitni edashiche ado tnasani edashanala. Ahot au yahai nihich at the house dole. I am grateful and honored to have served as a director on the NTUA Management Board since 2016. I am currently the vice chair, and I am here today to express my interests in a reappointment for another term. I am a small business owner. As managing partner in JJ Clarkson Company, we provide professional services to organizations in a wide range of management and technical areas, including strategic planning, organizational development, project management, land use planning, GIS, GPS, and geospatial analysis. I have a special interest in the preservation of resources and culture while working on growth and development with our clients. So at this time, I would like to extend my appreciation to Honorable Stewart and Honorable Begay for your motion and second. And thank you, Vice Chair Walker and Speaker Damon for sponsoring this legislation too. And I will take questions at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Arvizo, as well as Vice Chair Walker, sponsor. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for the sponsor as well as Ms. Arvizo?
Chairman, comment.
Honorable Stewart, you have the floor, sir.
Oh yeah, Ishnai, Chairman Nez, Mr. Walker, Vice Chair. Aroshinai, Castle Yat, then Adobe Agent, Aro is not Gito, Kodomas, Arbiso. Maybe he Dawkins, though, Ego Yat, I was trying to figure out how to, or when to ask my question or make my comment. Mr. Russell, I thought yeah, though we have a couple of more members. So, DC, as the legislations that come up, my question again would be just said one time, but you guys can all answer it when it comes to you. My question, Ms. Arvizo, would be, what makes you thrive and what makes you want to continue your job as a director, water director for N2A? All these years that you have put in, what are some projects, what are some and developments that have happened within the community? Every year, I'm sure you hear from RDC, you hear from community members, and, how do you work with Mr. Haas, Mr. Kuntz, to make sure that these community members get their water line? And you heard from my brothers, because where I see it, an individual, a family will continue to pay the N2A. As long as they have their water, as long as they have their electricity, they will continue to pay. As a board, to get them that water, to get them that electricity, without telling them, hey, big and right here, 1,500, 1,200, 2,500 to get that pole to your place. Each and every one of you as a board to get that individual, that family, that utility hookup, knowing that they're going to be a customer to N2A for the rest of their life probably. And how are we going to upgrade these utility poles from 100 watt to 200 watt for these families that have been in these residences for over 40, 50 plus years? That would be my question to all of you as a board when it comes to your legislation for N2A. And then if Mr. Russell is still on, so if Chairman allows that response. In this case, Mr. Chair, that's my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for your questions to Ms. Arvizo. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, and your agent, Ms. Arvizo. Yes, thank you, Chairman. So, I didn't forget Delegate Stewart. Although Kodoshi nominee, so this time, if you can recognize Ms. Arvizo, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Arvizo, you have the floor.
Yeah, look, Honorable Stewart, the work that we do with NTUA is we deal with very complex issues, and we try and identify opportunities. As was stated earlier, NTUA was established in 1959, and since then it has come through some hard times, and most recently we have lost our major customer, and we had to look at different ways of trying to cover that loss. And so day in and day out, the authority deals with complex issues. And so as a board, we provide leadership and direction to the general manager, and we hold him to high standards in terms of safety, customer satisfaction, productivity, and collaboration. And each time we keep pushing him, and we tell him, try this, look at this. And he has responded very well, and he works very well with the staff. I mean, just over the past few years, the number of employees have been increased by approximately 200, 250 people. And of those employees, 97% are Navajo. And so we're always asking him to help identify people that can carry on the direction and leadership of NTUA. And so he has done that. And then the other thing we have told him was, we go back to Delegate Begay's, how would you say it, his point of trying to extend electric to every single Navajo on the Navajo Nation. Well, in addition to the Navajo people, but every single resident, because we also have non-Navajos within the Navajo Nation also. So every single resident within the Navajo Nation boundary, within the NTUA service area. And so we have been dealing with that. And as you know, one of the things that he has come up with is the Light Up Navajo project. There was no way that NTUA would be able to use other customers' monies to extend new service to new customers if we're going to go tell those existing customers, hey, if you can pay a little bit more on your bill, we can extend the line to these other people. We can't do that because we know the situation. As said earlier, we even have some customers right now that are having difficulty paying their bills. So if these customers cannot pay the service for new customers, we asked our general manager, come up with something. We need to do something. And so that's when he came up with the Light Up Navajo. And we were very fortunate, not only Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, but the Navajo Nation as a whole has benefited from Mr. Haas as being the general manager. As general manager, he served as the president of the American Public Power Association, which is a national organization. So all across the 50 states, he served as president of that organization. In that capacity, he was able to reach these other organizations and tell them about the situation, the Navajo people. So with that, Light Up Navajo evolved, and now we're in, I believe it's the third year. I know we were delayed there for COVID, but we had that Light Up Navajo, and again, that's a big benefit to the Navajo Nation, not just NTUA. And so we're constantly telling the general manager, okay, what are some of the things that can be done? How can we do this? And then so he has reached into solar development. And again, NTUA has been able to make it happen where an Indian tribe has built the first utility scaled solar development project. No one else has been able to do that. NTUA has been the first to do that, and we have done that successfully to where we're able to take some of those funds and go back and put that into the new power line extensions. And then on top of that, we were able to tap into the communications arena and look at that. And then we're constantly looking at innovative ways, and we're providing that direction and that leadership to our general manager, who works with all of the employees. So it's a huge organization that works together, and so we as board members, we don't get in there into the day-to-day operations, because that's not our role. Our role is to, at the high level, overseeing the direction and making sure that NTUA continues to move forward. And also, one of the things that was talked about was the taxes. I'm glad that we're going to give you a written response regarding the cellular towers. I know that, from my understanding, there's some misconfusion on that. I know that RDC has done a legislation on that, and asking NTUA, well, you guys have not paid the lease, and we had a resolution in place where NTUA didn't have to pay the lease. And we did that because NTUA is a Navajo-owned company. Again, you say that NTUA has a lot of money. We have a lot of money because there are a lot of people on the Navajo Nation that we serve. And it's their money that we're working with. So as board members, we have to be diligent of how we use our customers' monies. And we just can't say that, okay, well, we're going to go and spend this money and because we have these extra dollars. We can't do that, because the way the company is structured is, again, it's a nonprofit. So the customer pays based upon the utility services that they use. And then we in turn have to go pay for these expenses. And so we have to look at all of these things. And so we don't have anything called a petty cash. We can't do that because we're regulated as a utility company, as well as we have an obligation to each and every Navajo on the Navajo Nation. We are a Navajo-owned company. And then you say that all of these other cellular companies don't, they're paying their taxes. Well, NTUA has been paying its taxes as well. And not only do we pay the taxes, but we also pay the employees that work for NTUA. And that money gets cycled there, whereas these other cellular companies, like take, for example, AT&T. AT&T doesn't have an operation or an office on the Navajo Nation, so they don't pay the taxes. They may be over at Sabanito. Sabanito is not on the Navajo Nation, so they don't have to pay taxes. But yet over here at NTUA, all of our cellular offices are at the NTUA locations, district offices. So we pay our taxes. And I know Mr. Kealan Begay, you had asked what kind of legislations can be changed. Well, again, we would go back to the resolution about NTUA having to pay those leases for the towers, because we have to turn that cost around back to our customers. And if our customer says the cost is too high, then they leave and they go to someone else, to another carrier that is off the reservation, and there goes that money with it. There goes that money, there goes the taxes that go along with it. And so you have to look at all of this holistically. And that's what we try and do as board members. We meet every month, and we're very, very cautious and very careful about how we spend the money. And so our board meetings are always on the Navajo Nation. And so we meet every month, and every other month is on the phone. But since COVID hit, when the pandemic came on, then all of our meetings have gone virtually, and we're complying with the Navajo Nation orders as well as the CDC guidelines there as well. So there are many things that we face and that we look at. And I'm really glad to see from the outside that it looks like we have a lot of money and that we're doing really well. I'm proud of that, because NTUA has come a long way, and we hope to continue to take that further and continue building NTUA. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Did you respond to Honorable Stewart's questions?
Yes, those are his questions. He had asked what makes us want to be a board member, and that is what we want to be a board member for. That is why we are board members. Thank you, Mr.
Go ahead
Chair.
and proceed.
That completes my speech.
Are you finished, Ms. Arvizo?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Honorable Stewart, do you have a follow-up question? Honorable Stewart?
Yes, Sanai. I was driving at the, but yes, thank you. Not a follow-up question, but a comment, Sanai. Thank you, Mr. Arvizo, for your response and to overall putting it as in what your views are. And, you know, you do have my support, you know, as all the board does, but, you know, I want to just know why, you know, just like when I get asked, you know, why do I want to be a delegate? For me, it's because I want to help my communities to make that change. And I know that with a board, you know, it should be that something that you strive to improve. And you gave those responses. And I do enjoy working with Mr. Haas and Mr. Coots as well. So thank you, Mr. Arvizo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Kiel and Begay.
Chairman, Hernando Arokodo, sponsor of the legislation, and then Mr. Arvizo Kodo, Nagi. I'm sure you heard all of my whole statement this morning to the first Mr. Russell's legislation. I don't see a problem for me to support all the recommendation Kodo legislation. Again, I don't have a problem with that, but I believe that we need to get assurance, somehow that, you outline some of the areas that the NTUA deals with, which is understandable. And then, of course, from our end, a lot of our policies are in place, which also complicates the process or progress. So I guess that I would just need once the full body is settled in, Chairman, my request would be sometimes in March, not in March, sometime today's this month is October. Sometime in October, maybe after the council session, or even before that, Kodo board member Gi that's on his report date, or at least just like I've requested for a report from the Navajo Housing Authority directors and Lindigi that just got onto the board membership. Kodo that's that's a Kodo initiate new board members and Lindigi that's how they plan to help what we talked about, and I think it should be in writing. The overall plan within their term and then that would guide us as well, that this is the area that needs funding, that this is the area that would be somehow a policy that needs to be changed with their recommendation and so on. Plan layout could that be so that the kishin baby to yego the nan linigi baby cat teacher a coco ishi batch out the nato little batch at the nato list koto and hit nan linigi bandage. I guess that's the overall kodo nidia Selena this kidit 11 year kodo bishbans and the slate no kodo hita ni dan hit nido dan hito need latte that nation da did out this was to did on in cut this was that did no goshi near the condition it on it hot aton the net and kodo hishin hot kodo be it out on the stopping ben he can't see zido le a coation quacky ki sad liniki be yadel quack to I really like for the board members to really, I guess, take our statement to the highest level, just so that we know that we are truly helping, no matter what. And I still stand on to say that if one Navajo person lives 20 miles from the main line, I believe that we do have the responsibility to accommodate that family or a person, a Navajo person. That's always my position. Coco, how do we achieve that? That's where we come in. Because as delegates, we're in the capacity to be able to make some changes of policies that are in place. Not an authority that we just do whatever we want. It's in the authority that was given to us through the policy, through the code, that we have the ability to change and improve to make sure that our Navajo people are served appropriately. And I believe that would be the position of the board, not just the capacity to say that I'm a commissioner now, it's my way and nobody else's way. I don't think that's the case, and I'm not saying that you guys are. But a lot of time, kodo shnat ani shohodni johanen halon sat nayada titase. Ako akwaki kishin ben nago go hit alle kodo ani banna is kando le kodo hajo the policy that really needs to be changed. Let's tackle that. Like I said, a Navajo person, all they need to do is submit an application, and next thing we know that they're ready to get hooked up within several months, not several years, but several months later. And we need to continue to address that. And we really need to be prepared because we're really going to be pushing a lot of funding to go to NTUA for this opera funding. But there's another thing that I supported. The Kodo NTA have been asking that the debt service, Kodo 1.5 billion, Kodo been and then I believe that the other thing, which I don't want to really make a big issue about it, because NTA has the privilege to just notify the council of waiving certain provision of the sovereignty in their work. It's there for a good purpose. So I think you have that capacity to do everything, because other entities, other enterprises don't have that privilege. They have to go through the full council to the oversight committee to ask and request for approval. Ko ebe ben nashe kodo ato tenen hich ya sa hotlone hajo tsinto ad electricity in Lindigi and that's oshe. And then the other one I like to bring out is that cooperation hatninigi, because I see a lot of these electrical lines, and then you have another poles for, I believe it's a Frontier. Budget asati poles sabiga hanatas so sati isn't the lehai the just kit that oh how you poles set mean wire set not I mean tan danesh there's a has answer other is to be everything is affected in a way. But anyway, my point is that how can N2A and vice versa, other companies utilize that same right of way? Because I believe Frontier, and I really want to get a report from Frontier chairman, but that's another area that we need to talk about, to extend these phone lines to the Navajo people, to kunka broadband, but not the broadband, but on the Poko A Koto Koto A the daily that ko A Quacky has your Sato basic need installation sin. Because I don't want to see 3 different poles for the 3 different purposes. Could one pole be able to accommodate into a Frontier phone line and even broadband or whatever? I mean, even another company or phone services says that let me utilize your power line to get this established within this community. I don't need. I mean, because a lot of these, and I know sometimes it does complicate things because of the the responsibility, but I believe that there's a cooperation MOU and MOA could be established to iron those out. But the intended purpose is to deliver service to the Navajo people. So because I don't like to see. I mean, it's just a matter of like repeating a lot of these. Getting the right of way art clearance that you base that your kid. I mean, we got one line that's going to cost $1 million. Then you got the same. You got another line, phone line to cost another $1 million. Then you got another line that could cost another $1 million. I mean, why can't that art clearance cover the whole one pole to accommodate a lot of these services that's being delivered on the Navajo Nation? So, you don't have to respond back on that one. But like I said, at the maybe once you guys settle in, establish your membership, chairperson, and so on, then I would request a direct one-on-one, one-day session with the N2A board, along with the administrators and probably councils to be at that meeting so that we can further get more information in how we can provide better service for our Navajo people. Chairman,
thank you very much, Honorable Teal and Begay. I believe your comment is taken by the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, as well as Ms. Arvizo. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? None. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, though, committee members, although listening audience, and the NTUA Management Board nominees, we had confirmed 1 reappointment. As sponsor, of course, we'd ask you to support the legislation. Nejnisto Bakunitsan Nishinan Shindrinigi. What Elako should says they don't I would ask for your favorable consideration and vote on the matter. What Elashananta Didol Chidigi Bonet Zado Yat Esto Quanehi. What they could not anat late even a queens in the co at dotly yet again dotly. Jata or United Hadland. She Nancy the Bishtis, not Annie Sheen. Joe had a conscienda ahata, but oh, yeah, non-condition, the adult chairman here. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable members of RDC, I believe it's time to vote on this legislation 0186-21, reappointment of Ms. Arvizo. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Mr. Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Begay. Chairman Kellen votes green. Thank you. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels text in. Okay, vote green. Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Green chili.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Ms. Arvizo.
Thank you so
Chairman
much.
and committee member.
Yes, next legislation 0187-21, sponsor Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Mr. William Claggett, are you on the call, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I had to get off mute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tahi, could you read the legislation in for the record, please? Thank you.
Section 1, Authority A. The Resource and Development Committee was established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC, Section 500A. B, pursuant to 2 NNC, Section 500C, the Resource and Development Commission 2, the Navajo Nation established the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NQA, as an enterprise. B, the NTUA is authorized to acquire, construct, operate, and maintain utility systems throughout the Navajo Nation. C, 21 NNC Section 1B. C, the general purpose of NTUA is to operate a utility system furnishing electric, gas, water, sewer utility services, generation, and telecommunication and information services for the benefit of residents of the Navajo Nation, including the establishment, ownership, operation, and maintenance of electric generating, telecommunication and information services on or off the Navajo Reservation, and to provide utility generation, telecommunication, and information services on a nonprofit basis at a reasonable cost to residents of the Navajo Nation consistent with the economical operation of the enterprise, C 21 NNC Section 5A 1 through 2. D, the NTUA Management Board shall have the delegate authority and responsibility for the management and operation of the enterprise, C 21 NNC Section 7.1. E, the management board shall consist of 7 persons, of all whom shall be appointed by the Government Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, whose authority to confirm appointments to enterprise boards has been delegated to the Resource and Development Committee. C, 21 in C section B, business practices and procedures in making sound judgment. 2, 4 of the directors that shall be persons having not less than 10 years experience. C, 21 in NC section 9B 1 through 2. G, vacancies in the management board may be filled for an unexpected term of the vacant office. C, 21 in NC section 9C2. H, directors that shall be eligible for reappointment. C, 21 in NC section 9C1. A-28-18, appointment of William Claggett to the NTUA Management Board for a term of 3 years that expired at the annual board meeting in October 2020. The appointment resolution RDCMA-28-18 is attached as Exhibit 1. On October 23rd, 2020, William Claggett was recommended to be appointed by the NTUA Management Board Resolution NTUA-3620, which is attached as Exhibit 2. William Claggett meets the qualification listed under 21 in NC section 9B 1 through 2. William Clangett's resume is attached as RDCMA-28-18 Exhibit C, which is attached in Exhibit 1. The reappointment of William Claggett will be for a period of 3 years starting from October 2020 and will expire when the annual board meeting meets in October 2023. C, 21 in NC section 9C2. Section 3, confirming appointments. The Resource and Development Committee finds that William Claggett meets the required qualification to be reappointed as a director for the NTUA Management Board as set forth in 21 in NC section 9B 1 through 2, and thereby confirm the reappointment of William Claggett for a term of 3 years with the term expiring at the annual board meeting in October 2023. Attaches Exhibit 1, the resolution of the Resource and Development Committee of the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2018. Resolution number is RDCMA-2818. Resolution of Management Board of Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, resolution number NTUA 36-20. Entitled, recommending the reappointment of William Claggett to the Management Board of Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. In addition is the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Public Review Summary. It was posted on September 1st, 2021 at 7:25 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended September 6th, 2021. There was no comment supporting the legislation. There was no comments opposing the legislation. There was no comments or recommendation provided. Chair, RDC has final authority over this legislation. This legislation has been read into the record. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi, for reading this legislation in for the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Daniels, motion.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. A second by
Stewart.
Freeland.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have 20 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman and Resource and Development Committee, and honorable members. Although appreciate the motioning party establishing that motion for your consideration. Although reading of the legislation, Mr. Tahi, I'd like to thank again Speaker Damon for being a co-sponsor to this legislation 0187-21. So Mr. Claggett is on the line here on the call. Again, nominee is seeking another 3-year appointment to the NTUA Management Board. Legislation, I believe that all the information that's necessary and required for the appointment is in there, as well as the attached documents. Just on part of the sponsorship here, I'd like to ask for your favorable consideration for this legislation. Although the chairman Nez like you to give the floor to the nominee for introductions and comments. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Claggett, you have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Vice Chairman, honorable members of the committee, visitors, staff. I truly appreciate this opportunity. I'm the one Anglo that you have on the board now, and for most of the years I've been on, I was the only Anglo. I was appointed shortly after I retired from Western Area Power Administration as the administrator. I was administrator for 10 years and the deputy administrator for 6 years before that. I've had innumerable experiences with the 400 plus customers that Western has, NTUA being one of them, through the North American Electric Reliability Council, Western Systems Coordinating Council, the Reliability Council for the state of New York, the only state in the country that has a Reliability Council. I've had a lot of exposure to a lot of utilities, how they're run, how successful they are. We have Western had contracts with over 400 different entities for various bulk electric system services, which is a background that's very much in the bulk system. And when the opportunity came up in 1995 for me to maybe serve on the NTUA board, it started out being fascinating because it would be a distribution service, which I had not personally done. And then when I got on the board and saw how many people were not being served, I was reminded by my wife that when she grew up on a ranch in Eastern Oregon. Her family didn't have electricity to the farmhouse until she was a sophomore in high school. Her 3 brothers and his older brothers and her older sister had all left home and grown up with no electricity. So for her and for me also, getting people served and having, oh gosh, it's so essential. The various services that NTUA provide is for me something that has been a source of pride and pleasure and honor. I feel very honored to have been able to serve as long, and I would like to serve another term, at least another term. I think that really gets down to the guts of why I want to serve. As we talk about costs, of service, we have an estimate of about $100,000 a mile to build a distribution line. And if you want to hook somebody up 2 or 3 miles from an existing line, you're talking $200,000 or $300,000. And if it's only one home, paying $60 or $80 a month for electricity, it's just not going to pay that kind of investment. And that gets to some of the words we have to deal with in the plan of operation, where extensions are to be efficient, feasible, and economical. And that is a balance that we have had to deal with for years and years. Yes, NTUA appears to have a lot of money, but if we were to hook up everybody on the reservation and not worry about having enough money, our rates would skyrocket. And so the CARES Act money, where we connected, gosh, it was like 3,000. If you include off-grid solar and so on and so forth, it's 2,500, 3,000 families. And now we're looking at the American Rescue Plan Act money. And with that, you're talking another 3,000 projects. And free money is really kind of nice, as you know. But anyway, it's such a pleasure to be able to see families getting service that they've been waiting a long time for, and being able to do it with other people's money. That's the solar program we now have actually started when I was administrator with Mickey Dalton and Walter Wolf. And Department of Energy was looking for places to show that they're clear back then, where solar panels might be useful. That's a piece of history, but it's kind of fun. And they wanted to give away $100,000 to somebody that would put in some solar panels and show they're useful. And Mickey Dalton and Walter Wolf provided that opportunity, and that's the solar program. And today, NTOA is proud to be 49% renewable. And part of that is because of Western Area Power Administration's hydro. And that hydro is a wonderful resource to back up the solar panels that are going in by NTUA. Anyway, I'm starting to get a little too wordy, and I should step back and be ready to answer questions or listen to comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Claggett. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for our sponsor as well as Mr. Claggett?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee. Other than just want to say thank you to my chief, Delegate Vice Chair Walker, for bringing these legislations before RDC today. There has been numerous questions on some of these legislations, the NTUA the board, the Northern BG. So I don't have a question for the nominee, I fully support this legislation, getting all the board back on board, so with that, we have a lot of issues with electricity throughout the Navajo Nation. Like I always say, that not everyone has electricity to their homes. That's one right there, and others. Upgrades throughout the Navajo Nation, just like with the Western Agency, the capacity is to add on more homes, to add on like economic development with all the businesses. The capacity is not there. So it is that you go now what my check delegate here on the cake, what he stated maybe have a separate day just to meet on NTUA, meet with NTUA, maybe the management and the board, and talk about issues, and maybe the same day, maybe talk about projects for the ARPA funds, So I don't know about this, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. So naidikita or koroya hatsi, the requesting a meeting is probably what we need to put on our next RDC agenda and really vet a lot of these concerns that we have. So here, Honorable Daniels, Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions?
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
The one area that I want to, talk about, Kudonia Yahatsi. The one thing that I would probably ask of NTUA board member to consider sincerely, reevaluate the relationship with the general Navajo population. The one area that you brought up is one thing that I was told the reason why a house locating several miles away from the main trunk line is the reason why NTUA utilizes the economic feasibility. So I believe that the alternative is using the solar project. So how do we, one way or another, as I indicate earlier, and I don't know if you have been in the position being an elected capacity representing a community. And as you know, that our mission and our daily task is driven by our local people, the input, the recommendation, the concerns, their issue, everything. So if I continue to hear an individual saying the need of electricity, but yet they do live about 10 miles away. But with your statement to say that that it's not economically feasible, and the other area that I've been told is that NTA will be losing a lot of, the electric energy through that line if the resident is not utilizing the electricity too much. So how do we address and inform the community? Just like Waterline is the same situation. They tell us is that if they flush the bowl or utilize the water, with limited on a daily basis, the water begins to turn into
colored, and then it's just going to start have that smell in there. So how do we address the Navajo people that these are the main reason? And when I say addressing the people, I mean a direct communications, one-on-one, that this is the reason. These are our obstacles. These are our consideration in expanding service to the Navajo people, especially those that live off-grid. So how do we address that? So, but I mean, with the 1.1, with the 1.8 billion that we have, do we just say that, well, this person lives far away, that we're not going to allocate funding for them? So I think I need some explanation, possibly in writing, and have us go back to the 5 chapters that I represent, especially the family that lives far away from the main power line, to say that, well, no matter how much time you're jumping up and down to get want to get power line, that this is the reason why we're not going to do it. So how do we work together to address this issue? The electricity in Leda Nahil, Nihigito Chos, Edo on Yahon Dotley. Yo, what egg by yet here? How do maybe other companies deal with that? But if you go to certain locations, I mean, you have these homes that are built away from the grid, but yet they still have the capacity of getting the electricity. Chairman, in order for us to pay for these lost energy, somebody has to pick up the cost. So that way, that's the reason why we're upping the light bills, the rates for the donation. Halet alla e kojit nen linikin le the baganiki na the shihol yahot ago kotikat the nebakat ditcha hot a ye. So if you live more than 10 miles away from, you just have to wait until there's more homes or more houses being built between the line and your existing home without in the power line that's especially niche or less. A late a la quack. A cotidi to hajot and then liniki paper wheels netta. A quacky keep and go a baby Italy do baby nachito eat net that journey hit it then into egg at the one hit. I guess what is and how much is it that we're talking about in dollar figure that we are losing a lot of these energy or electricity current, or I don't know, I have no clue. I mean, I know that I have to be educated in this electrical system, but as just a normal individual in the capacity of a legislature advocating on behalf of my community, my only permission is that whatever the community is asking for, whatever infrastructures, that's our job. Water line, power line, roads, housing, and you name it. I mean, that's our mission. In this case, halet alla the nabakat ditcha la ko.
ako di kishin hajo koto te nepe behanne to hajo bechat ago adot o konal sosin khati ben na ado beti nin hajo na etiketen li I ot ego go hajo establish ilian jondo le shin sen. I mean, having a direct connection. I mean, advertisement on radio, explain it. I mean, when you go on YouTube, there's always a person. There's a new product that this is how it's operated, and this is what it does, and blah blah blah. Now I know that some mechanics, co-mechanics, and they don't really go to the shop. All they do is, let's see how it can be fixed. Let's go to YouTube and get the instruction happening. What are the aston hit and linikit at the nebza the keeping. What ego instruction do information nikit the nebich wheel ego go what are she hato ya quanizan do the the shin the shohe alla and nishi did up and koten here nipen nashin yego be. Baby chen hun ado ba hun aki kholon la cho khote to nichi de kat otki ho power line chi cho she ne ko baby na nishito ado khoto besi chi bi de baby na chi bi ka da del treki an ya ho ka silya o adon nat le heta cho hot a ek a be ni chi ya be na o zi to. So I think that's an area that we need to resolve it, Chairman. But again, I'll continue to focus on to say that every corner of the Navajo Nation, each and every home should be connected. I mean, no matter what. I mean, that's the only way that we understand that there's about almost 400,000 Navajo enrollment. So just imagine if we have that many people, Navajos on the reservation, just how much of a stronger advocacy and justification that we would be able to request for additional funding, because we just went through the 2020 census data. Indicates that certain community there's far less people living there, which is totally wrong. Electricity infrastructure, which there's no turning back to later Australia to Ajak at Hawana Mazusa Toya Hanang Kato Ajak at Tahakin late or Johanina about that day. We were actually Saton eat in Hatchin and Diniki old happy little Ajit and Neston cut a out his uncle a cut other bun, Hawajin they started the Hunson. Now we might as well just accept that and then continue to develop these infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. So I would determine, again, I apologize for taking up the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your comments and concerns for our Navajo people who are without water and electricity. How do we, as leadership, begin to address and perhaps fix these issues to make the living conditions better for our Navajo people? Are we getting results? We can bring up a lot of issues. What we're doing today is just reappointment for all these board members that were in place. Within these reappointments, we're asking what their visions are, what their plans are to work better as an enterprise who provides these utility services to our Navajo people. How can these services be provided better and affordable for our Navajo people? And I think we probably really, a while back, NHA came before us and they talked to us about why some of the reasons as to why some houses are not being built. And one of them was the silos, the partnerships is not there. to work together. So different silos, different departments, enterprises. No, ben so looking at all this, we went through CARES Act. ARPA is coming. Even though we spend all this on water and electricity, the kidding how much money will still be needed to make sure that our people, the majority of our people, to have water and electricity. All these years, how can it be addressed? Board members, it's also their jobs to seek these improvements for our people. So, behind this, and honorable Gay, honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Colleague, RDC, we're having a great discussion this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Che, for the sponsored legislation. Hello, Mr. Claggett, good afternoon, and also to Ms. Arvizo as well, and Mr. Russell. What my brother brought up also happened with the water situation. So I think we should also maybe look at taking it a step further, Shinatan. OEH doesn't like to build just one line to one single home out there. It's not economically feasible as well. I ran into this situation with an elder in Lake Valley. I really wanted, and OEH told me I got from OEH, and I'm trying to figure out ways of helping her. But I have talked about wells for them. Could we look at just drilling individual wells? So I think with ARPA, let's remember ARPA, the big intent is to provide funding for water, wastewater, and broadband. There's a big question mark over electricity. So we still need to figure that out. There's 55 categories under ARPA that we need to fully comprehend, to process and understand. We need to educate ourselves fully on those 55 categories. And, for myself, that's going to be real important. And I think for all of us, it's going to be real important. But I wanted to bring that up because, what my brother brought up, as well as Mr. Claggett's example, it's also being utilized on the water side. So, I just want to mention that, Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Claggett for his presentation as well. And I look forward to supporting him and all the board members on these legislations. So, any other Chairman, just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, and your agent, your representative there, Mr. Claggett. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Although the comments and questions that are presented to the committee and then to the nominees for the NTUA Management Board, so I would ask if Mr. Claggett, as the nominee, would want to respond to some of these comments and questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Claggett, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I would like to comment. Thank you for the opportunity. This CARES Act situation plus Light Up Navajo have revealed a lot. For those homes that are very far away from distribution lines, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the so-called CARES Act topic of water cistern and septic projects. And many of those are completely separated from the grid. The solar panels, the refrigerator, the bathroom if needed, 1,000 gallon cistern, buried cistern, and septic. Turns out to be, yes, it's expensive on a per house basis, but so much of it is right there to provide refrigeration, lights, running water, hot and cold. The only difficulty is that 1,000 gallon cistern needs to be refilled periodically. But gosh, the people I've heard about who got that system, and we provided about a little over 100 homes with that system during the CARES Act project in that 4.5 months. That may be the start of an answer. I would like to say that all 7 members of this board want to connect every Navajo family on the Navajo Nation. Everyone is, and we're all searching for answers. This cistern project appears to be a creator sent opportunity to serve people who, who couldn't otherwise be served because of terrain or the cost per mile or whatever it is. It allows them to be off the grid and have lights anytime there's an outage. Anyway, but that is one of the many things that were tried with CARES Act money, which was free money. And we have several different categories for the ARPA money that, in other words, we're still trying, but what I think I'm hearing is that we are not communicating as well as we could with honorable delegates and perhaps some of the chapters. I know we have an effort to meet with chapter meetings and have employees at chapter meetings to answer questions, but not everybody goes to a chapter meeting. And we just have to find better ways to communicate, I believe. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Claggett. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? None. I will go ahead and put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I will vote green, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels text, he's voting green. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Mr. Claggett.
Yes,
Yes. Next legislation 0188-21, sponsor Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Mr. Sidney Bob Dietz, are you on the call, sir?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Mr. Tahi, could you read this legislation and for the record?
Chair, members of RDC, the legislation reads as follows. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year of 2021. An action relating to resource and development, confirming the reappointment of Sidney Bob Dietz II to serve on the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Management Board of Directors for a term of 3 years. Section 1, Authority. The Resource and Development Committee was established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2 NNC Section 500A. B, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 500C, the Resource and Development Committee shall exercise oversight authority over public entities. C, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B9, Resource and Development Committee has the authority to grant final confirmation of appointments to enterprise boards. Section 2, Findings. Pursuant to 2.1 NNC Section 2, the Navajo Nation Council, the Navajo Nation established the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA, as an enterprise. B, the NTUA is authorized to acquire, construct, operate, and maintain utility systems throughout the Navajo Nation. C, 2.1 NNC Section 1B. C, the general purpose of NTUA is to operate, maintain, and promote existing utility system, furnishing electric, gas, water, sewer, utility services, generation, and telecommunication and information services for the benefit of residents of the Navajo Nation, including the establishment, ownership, operation, and maintenance of electric, generating, telecommunications, and information services on or off the Navajo Reservation, and to provide utility generation, telecommunication, and information services on a nonprofit basis and at a reasonable cost to residents of the Navajo Nation, consistent with an economical operation of the enterprise. C, 2.1 NNC Section 5A 1 through 6. D, the NTUA Management Board shall have the delegate authority and responsibility for the management and operation of the enterprise. C, 2.1 NNC Section 7.1. The Management Board consists of 7 persons, all of whom shall be appointed by the Government Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, whose authority to confirm appointment to enterprise boards has been delegated to the Resource and Development Committee. C, 2.1 NNC Section 9A. See also 2 NNC Section 501B9. F, members of the board shall be called directors and shall have the following qualifications. 1, 4 of the directors that shall be members of the Navajo Nation who speak English with fluency and have significant education experience to qualify them for learning utility business practices and procedures and making sound judgment. 2, 4 of the directors that shall be persons having not less than 10 years experience in business management of substantial character and at least 2 of which persons shall have had such experience in the management and operation of a utility business. See 2.1 NNC Section 9B 1 through 2. G, vacancies in the Management Board may be filled for an unexpired term of the vacant office. See 2.1 NNC Section 9C2. H, directors shall be eligible for reappointment. See 2.1 NNC Section 9C1. I, RDCMY-49-17, confirming the appointment of Sidney Bob Dietz II to the NTUA Management Board for a term of 3 years that expire at the annual board meeting in October 2019. The appointment resolution RDCMY-49-17 is attached as Exhibit 1. On September 19, 2019, Sidney Bob Dietz was recommended to be reappointed by the NTUA Management Board Resolution NTUA 3219, which is attached as Exhibit 2. K, Sidney Bob Dietz II meets the qualification listed under 21 NNC Section 9B 1 through 2. Sidney Bob Dietz II's resume is attached as RDCMY-49-17 Exhibit C, which is attached in Exhibit 1. L, the reappointment of Sidney Bob Dietz II will be for a period of 3 years starting from October 2019 and will expire with the annual board meeting in October 2022. C, 2.1 NNC Section 9C2. Section 3, confirming appointment. The Resource and Development Committee finds that Cindy Bob Dietz meets the required qualification to be reappointed as director for the NTUA Management Board as set forth in 2.1 in NC Section 9B 1 through 2, and hereby confirms the reappointment of Sidney Bob Dietz II for a term of 3 years, with a term expiring at the annual board meeting in October 2022. Attached are Exhibit 1, the resolution of the Resources Development Committee, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2017, resolution number RDCMY-4917. Attaches Exhibit 2, the resolution of the Management Board of the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, resolution number NTUA-32-19, entitled recommending the reappointment of Sidney Bob Dietz II to the Management Board of Navajo Tribal Authority. In addition is the Navajo Nation Internal Public Review Summary. The legislation was posted on September 1st, 2021 at 7:28 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended September 6th, 2021. There was no comments supporting the legislation. There was no comments opposing the legislation. There was no comment or recommendation provided. RDC has final authority over this legislation. Chair, members of RDC, that is the legislation read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second by?
Stewart.
Yon.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Mr. Dietz, you have 20 minutes, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Nez, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee. Although staff, and all the listeners of different offices that are with us today at our regular meeting. So legislation 0188-21 Yahoo has been read into the record. I appreciate the reading. Although the colleagues that have motioned on the legislation, although co-sponsors, Speaker Damon, Mr. Sidney Dietz is on the call with us and will be introducing himself and as well as providing comments. Although she can take questions and comments and that. The documents tell you Mr. Dietz is seeking a 3-year term, which is a reappointment. The attached documents that were referenced earlier, there's obviously an interest there, stated interest by the nominee. Although the qualification, the eligibility is stated in these documents, plus there is a board recommendation attached as well. Resource and Development Committee. I want to ask the chair to allow the nominee to provide an introduction and of course statements or comments. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for sponsoring these legislations. We will give time over to Mr. Sidney Bob Dietz to introduce himself and tell us about his plans. Mr. Dietz, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Vice Chairman, members of the committee, council delegates, staff, thank you. Other persons on the call. My name is Sidney Bob Dietz II, Todachini Nishle, Iligana Bashishchin. proud to say that my mother was the first Navajo woman physician, and my father was also a physician, and she and my father served as doctors for many years running the Shiprock clinic. And I think that what a lot of people did is I went to school to try to help the world, and Navajo in particular has always captured my imagination. I have a background in physics. I worked in science, began my career in science. I've also worked at the Navajo Nation for the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency and worked there for a long time. I now work in regulatory relations. I'm the Director of Regulatory Relations for the Public Utilities Commission for Pacific Gas and Electric utility on the West Coast here in California. I've had the honor of serving on the UNTUA board since 1998, and I'm very proud to be a part of that team. And it's brought me a great deal of joy. Honorable Stewart asked the question, what motivates me to be a member of the board and to ask for your consideration and to be reappointed. And I think that bringing light into the darkness for Navajo people has really captured my imagination since the beginning, and since even before I worked for or served on the board for NTUA. Many of my family members don't have electric service, and I think that's too bad. And I'm trying to work through NTUA as a part of the NTUA team to address those problems on the reservation. The method that I have tried to take has been to make NTUA and to focus on NTUA as being a good place to work. And at the beginning of my tenure at NTUA, I really focused on making NTUA a fair place to work and a joyful place to work, because I know that NTUA employees are interested in the same things that this committee is interested in, and I think all Navajo people are interested in, which is the progress of Navajo people. And so that if we give them the tools that they need to do their jobs and listen to them and their ideas about how to get things done, I've seen again and again that our Navajo employees at NTUA, and we are an almost completely Navajo organization, which is fun on its own. I really enjoy that. That if you give them the tools that they need to do their jobs, they will. And they will innovate, and they will think of new ways to do things. They will think of new projects, big and small, to help Navajo people. And I've seen that again and again. And I think of some of the accomplishments that we've made over the last few years. We've connected thousands of families to electricity. We've done that without raising rates for 13 years now, which I'm extremely proud of. And a lot of that comes from the initiative of NTUA employees looking for more efficient ways to do things. For instance, with our technological advances, using very excellent management software, GIS mapping, these computer maps that make things so much easier for us, and improvements in our engineering, and all of these projects, as I said, big and small, have led us to be able to continue our work without having to ask for more money from our customers. At the same time, we've been working with the Navajo Council with hooking up Navajo families. And as we've been discussing, that's an expensive thing to do. And we're an important part of the team, but we're not even necessarily the leader in that. I mean, there's housing issues there. There's where people live. And these are very important considerations, and we all work together on that. And I recognize that it's your leadership, especially from the Resources and Development Committee, helping us to get that done. And we hope that we give you guys good advice and that we do the things that you need us to do. I've also been very proud of our participation on the team providing telecommunications to Navajo people. Again, this was something that, the fiber optic cable that NTUA installed using the stimulus package money from the Obama administration, that was something initiated by Navajo employees that they pushed for and they really wanted for their people, our people. And we were able to do that. And, we're, again, part of a bunch of different folks working on telecom on the reservation. We're definitely not the only ones. but we've accepted that part of the infrastructure, and I think have been useful to Navajo people in that regard. That's been fun. Also, we've developed these 2 utility scale solar power projects on the northern part of the reservation, and hope to develop some more. And again, initiated by Navajo people for the benefit of Navajo people, and with Navajo employees working on these wonderful big projects. And so these are the sorts of things that we've been able to do. It's been pretty entrepreneurial for the last few years, which I've appreciated. And we've been able to bring these things again to the Navajo folks without having to raise their rates. Now, because of the development of our Navajo workforce, we've been able to help with the CARES Act and the ARPA funds that are available to us now, to help to be able to expend those monies in the ways that you, the council, want us to do. And we're proud to be able to provide those services. A lot of it's, construction. Others are policy changes. Others are different ways of hooking folks up. We've talked about the standalone systems with the cisterns and the solar panels. But there's lots of other ideas that's attached to those funds and attached to those ideas in the legislation. And we're proud to serve, and we're proud to be a part of the team to get done what we need to get done. And we're proud to be a part of the Navajo economy and to support its infrastructure. So with that, I could go on, but I really appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate you guys' leadership. You've provided us lots of input and giving us sometimes sobering comments, sometimes supportive comments, always both, I would say. Everybody is interested in getting done what we need to get done. And we're here to help. We're here as a part of the team, as a part of the Navajo Nation, part of the Navajo Nation government, fully owned by Navajo people, nationally recognized as a great tribal institution. Gosh, I was recently visiting another city and ran into somebody who knew about NTUA, who was from another organization completely, and sang our praises. I was so proud. I'm always proud of the Navajo employees and the Navajo Nation team. So with that, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dietz. Appreciate that. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? None. This is going to be our 4th legislation for NTUA, and we have one more. Any comments, questions? None? Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I will vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kealan Begay, text in, he's voting green, drive into Window Rock to sign the letter. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Let me go back to Honorable Freeland. Press *6 to unmute. Honorable Freeland? Going once, twice, 3 times. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Mr. Dietz. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay, next legislation 0189-21. Mr. Holgate, are you on the call, sir? Press *6. Mr. Raymond Holgate.
Oh, yeah, this is Ray Holgate. I'm on the call.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Shami Begay, could you relieve Mr. Tahi and read this legislation in for the record? Thank you.
You have legislative summary sheet. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Legislative summary sheet for tracking number 018921. The date on it is August 31st, 2021. Title of the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to Resource Development Committee confirming the reappointment of Raymond J. Holgate to serve on Navajo Tribal Utility Management Board of Directors for a term of 3 years. This legislation, if passed, will confirm the reappointment of Mr. Raymond J. Holgate to the Director of NTUA Management Board. You have legislation tracking number 0189-21. Prime sponsor is Thomas Walker and co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. An action relating to Resource Development Committee. Confirming the reappointment of Raymond J. Holgate to serve on the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Management Board of Directors for a term of 3 years. Section 1, Authority. A, the Resource Development Committee was established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 NNC Section 500A. B, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 500C, the Resource Development Committee shall exercise oversight authority over public utilities. C, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B9, Resource Development Committee has authority to grant final confirmation of appointment to Enterprise Board. Section 2, findings. A, pursuant to 21 NNC Section 2, the Navajo Nation established Navajo Tribal Utility Authority NTUA as an enterprise. B, the NTUA is authorized to acquire, construct, operate, and maintain utility system throughout the Navajo Nation. C, 21 NNC Section 1B. C, the general purpose of NTUA is to operate, maintain, promote existing utility system, furnishing electric, gas, water, sewer utility services, generation, and telecommunication information services for the benefit of residents on Navajo Nation, including the establishment, ownership, operation, maintenance of electric generating telecommunication information services on or off the Navajo reservation, and to provide utility generation, telecommunication information services on a nonprofit basis and at reasonable cost to residents of the Navajo Nation, consistent with the economical operation of the enterprise. C, 21 NNC Section 5A1 through 6. D, the NTUA Management Board shall have the delegated authority responsibility for the management and operation of the enterprise. C, 21 NNC Section 7.1. E, the Management Board shall consist of 7 persons, all of whom shall be appointed by the Government Services Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, whose authority to confirm appointment to Enterprise Board has been delegated to the Resource Development Committee. C, 21 NNC Section 9A. See also 2 NNC Section 501B9. F, members of the board shall be called directors and shall have the following qualification. 1, 4, the directors shall be members of the Navajo Nation who speak English with fluently and who have sufficient education and experience to qualify them for learning utility business practices, procedures, and making sound judgment. 2, 4, the directors shall be persons having not less than 10 years experience in business management of substantial character, and at least of 2 such persons shall have had such experience in the management, operation, and utility business. C, 21 NNC Section 9B1 through 2. G, vacancies in the Management Board may be filled for an unexpired term of the vacant office. C, 21 NNC Section 9C2. Yes.
Ms. Begay?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you, Shema.
I can hear you.
Okay. Did I drop the call? I'll continue.
Hola, I can hear you.
Okay, I'll continue reading. H directors shall be eligible for reappointment. C21 NNC Section 9C1. I, RDC MY 4817, appointed Raymond J. Holgate to the Management Board for a term of 3 years that expired at the annual board meeting in October 2019. The appointing resolution RDC MY 4817 is attached as Exhibit 1. On September 19, 2021, Raymond J. Holgate was recommended to be reappointed by NTA Management Board Resolution NTUA 3119, which is attached as Exhibit 2. K. Raymond J. Holgate meets the qualification listed under 21 NNC Section 9B, 1 and through 2. Raymond J. Holgate's resume is attached as RDC MY 4817 Exhibit C, which is attached as Exhibit 1. L, the reappointment of Raymond J. Holgate will be for a period of 3 years starting in October 2019 and will expire with the annual board meeting in October 22, C21 NNC Section 9C2. Section 3, confirming appointment. The Resource Development Committee finds that Raymond J. Holgate meets the required qualification to be reappointed as a director for the NTA Management Board as set forth in 21 NNC Section 9B1 through T2, and hereby confirms the reappointment of Raymond J. Holgate for a term of 3 years with a term expired at the annual board meeting in October 2022. All of the exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation, they are attached to the legislation that was sent out to you by Mr. Tahi. You will note that the packet was posted on the council website on September 1st, 2021, and the 5-day comment period ended on September 6, 2021, and became eligible for RDC's consideration during no comments received. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for reading the legislation in for the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chairman, before we go to a motion and second, this is Freeland. Could I have my vote counted for the last vote, last legislation, please?
Thank you for the reminder, Honorable Freeland. It is usually because of the technical difficulties that we face. We do this at Nappy as well as council, that before we make a motion and a second, we can go back and count Honorable Freeland's green vote. That is your vote, right, Honorable Freeland?
Yes, for Sidney. Thank you.
Okay, for legislation 0188-21 will change to 5 in favor, 0 opposed. They're not voting. Honorable Freeland votes green, and he did text also. And thank you very much for that, Honorable Freeland, for the reminder. Now that the legislation 0189-21 has been read into the record, we have not made a motion yet, and therefore we went ahead and re-clarified that. So, Honorable Freeland, do you motion for 0189?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have 20 minutes as with your agent, Mr. Raymond Holgate.
Again, thank you, Chairman, for giving us the floor. Myself as the sponsor and then the agent who is the nominee, Mr. Raymond Holgate. Resource and Development Committee members, legislation before you, Ada, again, about reappointing a board member for the NTUA Management Board. Teko ado ko so legislation ACs in the ligi ko yel kado benjikla hasna. Teko ado I thank the motioning party. Ado co-sponsor though the speaker Damon. They don't care. It's just not out. So although chairman though committee members, I think nominally Bahuido to Raymond Holgate for introductions and initial comments. But echo I can't see how agi donan shidel open the how the ilke do put echo do that atidazi yat shin that did neko and then at the chairman. So if we can turn the time over to Mr. Holgate for his introductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Mr. Raymond Holgate, you have the floor, sir.
Oh, yeah, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the RDC and guest members and staff who are in attendance. Nana sto Shinanta, Mr. Walker, then he got Sunday here. Of course, Yaha Raymond J. Holgate, Hodashi. Look at men song, college in the Sije. Papa had a shit, Nana. Tashinalge Yaha Kachi Shinal. That means Nana the Sikera Windows, Shikedo Yasato Holy. Nana Korea page Arizona Shuan. So at a many farms, Arizona, so there is Shashin Auto, go over trash and it retired Shla about 2 years ago from Navajo generating station working for the Salt River Project. The last 36 years. Nana what a Peabody Coal Company bunch of I started out as an electrician for Peabody Coal Company and was familiar with that work area for a couple of years. I was school, electrical engineering degree. Had a Florida project, but then bunch of Navajo generating stations. As electrical engineer for numerous years, doing a lot of electrical projects as an engineer, many industrial power projects, controls on processes as far as operating systems, a lot of operator interface with electrical controls and final element controls that operators can use to operate auxiliary systems. Nana also did a lot of maintenance, assistance to large equipment like transformers, generators, and generator excitation system. So after these number of years, I became a supervisor over the electrical engineering group. And then later on, I became a next level supervisor for other systems like electrical relay and protection for the whole plant, the maintenance and operations of different parts of the systems. With working with the maintenance group, I was supervisor over a large group. And then I also got telecommunication people that worked for me, the relaying group, and also had the drafting group. So I had a large department that I oversaw. And I'm glad to say that we ran one of the most efficient and productive generating stations in the nation. We did it safely, and we did it reliably right here on the Navajo Reservation. And we did it a lot with our Navajo people. So I know capabilities of our people. but they retired Sago. Still on the board, and I wish to continue to serve. Nana, even non a board, and the non of the Chokota night kid. In my position, I'd like to ensure that NTUA continues to be committed to providing the best utility services, the best value to our people. It's both electrical, includes electrical, water system, natural gas, wastewater, telecommunication, and the new one is generating facility. The solar plants are connected to serve our people, even though we have agreement with other utility companies. There's some arrangements made to where we still have income, but we also serve Navajo people from those stations. So how NQA is able to give value to our people, and I want to be in that position to help, to assist, and to be part of that team. And an organization as big as we are requires so many collaboration with organizations, both with the Navajo tribe, other utilities, financial companies, and then in one of the more recent relationships that we really have benefited is relationship with our sister enterprise, the construction side, which is NECA. So there's so many facets to our organization, and so I'd like to be in a position to help, to be part of the team, to make sure that NTA provides value to our people. So that's one of the main reason I'm on the board, and I'd like to continue. And I'm not though. But you know,
Mr. Holgate?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Holgate?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
We can hear you, Mr. Holgate. I think we're losing chair again.
Hello, I'm here.
We lost a chairperson. We do hear you, Mr. Holgate.
Okay. I'm also in many forms. I'm on the reservation. I'm here at where my children's grandparents' residency. So I may lose you all too. We don't always get the most reliable, just because the Navajo reservation just is so large that a lot of the cell towers don't have the coverage like they do in metropolitan areas or even the border towns. So I can understand people losing. But I'm here. If you allow me to continue. Hello?
Yes, you may.
Okay. And I'm talking about all the NQA initiatives that we have going on. Cut the line, non-state. Some of them are water projects. Some of them are very short term. Some of them are long term. I'd like to be in a position to be a team member and to help and make decisions and collaborate so that we're really effective. And in order for NQA to help, our company has to be strong. So a lot of times, strong also means you have to have the financial stability as a company. And as a company, we get our money from our customers. We also get money through grants from the federal government or other entities, or allocation from the Navajo Tribal Council. Loans, we get a lot of loans from financial institutions and also from the tribal council too, the government. We make agreements to borrow money and pay back. So we have a lot of relationship issues with all these organizations. so that we can remain financially stable and be in a position to provide assistance and help. And we value all those relationships. And as a board member, that's one of the things that we stress is maintaining relationships with all the team members and the entities that we work with. And the other part of the funding is we try to make a little bit of money on the enterprises, like on the communication systems, on our generation stations that we have. And we take some of that money and we put it back into the operation and maintenance. And one of the biggest things that we try to do is try to maintain affordable rates for our customers. We look at what the area utilities charge, and we try to be the one that provides the best value. We don't want to be the one that says we're the highest and the most expensive, although some of our customers may feel that way. But we're always concerned and maybe a little bit disappointed that some don't recognize that. But that's an area and the challenges that we as board members and as an organization have to address, educate our customers and communicate with them. In the last meeting we had about a couple of years ago or a year before that, we established our customer service metrics as a board. We told our management, we says, let's have these customer service metrics. Let's listen to our customers. And the pandemic has really challenged us, and we haven't really met as often as we should have. And so we try to interact just through remote ways to say, like, this is the area that's still lagging. These are the things that still need to be addressed. And so we continue to work with management in that area to try to listen to our customers. And so I know that we don't always succeed, but there's nothing that can stop us from going back and say, well, let's give it another shot. Let's try this method. Let's get this to work. And so it's an ongoing process and work in progress, because I've heard a lot of statements from our delegates, Joe, in our meetings, we will, I think I will, make it a discussion to say these are the issues that we still need to follow up on, and we always try to work as a team, and we always try to agree that this is the direction that we should give to our management. And so that's kind of how we work with our nation.
Thank you, Mr. Holgate, for your presentation as well as your introduction. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Resources and Development Committee, members, staff, Legislative Council, should say, legislation, enterprise, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, as a board, metal, so that not so. So AIC here, thank you for this legislation. What I think and Mr. Holgate, I don't know, narrate up or jet shot towards a big candle on a banashness. I don't know, I don't know, and give it at me. At least the sun does as God, so that's another other than that. No, kind of network, at least, say, Arunana, I get on the Kodo the Dam, Shinanta, Kodo Dam, Lenigi Kodo, a coco, a car eat siki bag of Kodo e Shinan did need all this Kodo, or some undead over the kitten, Shane Laho, a coat shade of need on deck or some undead large and nago, because some undead or you be care what nan nago, even Nasuko Kodo e. Sinan din me dole je at isne alkhada ichi e bego egi ya saho iyo fengo for what I could sinan din me dole go aruna could on kitchen de hafen me could aruk at e could e men e bego e husband could on the gate of RDC members so it de hafen me go at e be husband ye go could go so e do na what I da ke ho ko de hafen no what I me ye husband le ho or yes, here could I don't have in so go equator Panahasan, Lacodo, Narrate Nan in Lagodona, Nacodo, I see Codo Hasin, so a year go even sinless out that egg. So I see Baba here, the Codo, I don't know, Codo, Narrate Codo, Zonado, Codo, Net, Codo, washing Codo, Ani Codo in Anigi or Yego Sako. We have a lot of issues. On the Navajo Nation in regards to the electricity. So we asked what Navajo basically cheap if you had that data. But don't obviously have that data. What that ego is a ben that is Nesquado. A coke is in joy of I be at physical Nakahotes, Naso Nanati to the need at seeds and again. Or she could ben that illness. What is she does, but oh, you got now. I don't know, Mr. Chair, I could honorable members of RDC could oh, yeah, need out a bahasi, could a codeto, could actually confirm it. With the hasi hole, just go. Maybe we can set a date and time, place stop, where we can sit down, with the NTUA management, the Kodo boards could need non could go as we said that the Nappy, so it's just how these men go to the heart is a year baby and the husband. Enjoy a husband at the joy I think could I make it not how these I don't know bend that these Nesikinana could moving forward could so a hot aid on that so could bite in the gate to up a husband here so up a husband that was the neighbor bite either the neighbor names. I see well on for a papa has been for yet Okodo. So Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We most certainly will schedule a leadership meeting with the reappointed NTUA Board of Directors. And hopefully in the very near future, we can plan this and really discuss the ARPA funding as well at that time. Thank you for your recommendations, Honorable Daniels. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Mr. Hoke, Dark has landed. So Mr. Hoke, so the see that do that. So we'll go ahead and not say anything, but I'll show you Bahasiki didn't so what shown the door actually needs in that is the show. But I did all Hasi the list. Chairman, thank you very much. I will green on the legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? None. Hakoshila, we'll go ahead and put this legislation to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kelly votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart,
Green.
thank you, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Freeland,
Green, Chairman.
okay, thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, as well as Mr. Holgate. Thank you. Oh, George.
Yeah, Chairman. Chair,
Yeah.
committee.
Yes, thank you. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, we will go back to A on our agenda. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Noon, are you on the call?
I am on the call, Chair Naz. Thank you.
Ms. Begay, could you read this legislation in for the record, please?
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, you have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0167-21. The date on it is August 16, 2021. Title of the resolution: an action relating to Resource Development, Budget and Finance Committee, and Nappy committees, and the Navajo Nation Council. Amending CAP 3518, adopting the Citizen Power Line Chapter Project Expenditure Plan pursuant to CD 68-14 as amended by CJA 03-18 and 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508 as amended. Waiving 12 NNC Section 810F, 820I, and M, and Section 860C relating to capital improvement project and the capital improvement process. Allocating citizen funds in the amount of $350,000 from the Shiprock chapter projects. This resolution, if approved, will amend CAP 3518 and allocate $350,000 to citizen funds to replace Shiprock chapter projects that were line item vetoed by President Begay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this particular legislation will be moving forward to the Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council will have final authority, and it will be read fully into the record at that time. This packet was posted on the council website on August 22nd, 2021. On August 17, 2021. And the 5-day comment period ended on August 22nd, 2021, and at that time became eligible for RDC's consideration. All of the exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation are attached to the packets that was sent out to you. And there were, let me find, at the time when this legislation was referred to us on August 23rd, there was a comment opposing the legislation that was submitted to legislative tracking, and that came forth from the Shiprock chapter president. That comment is available and attached to the packet as well. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for reading legislation 0167-21 into the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Chair, this is Thomas Walker. A motion.
Honorable
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, motions, second by
Allen.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions? This legislation goes next to Budget and Finance, and then Nappy and the full Navajo. Honorable Begay.
That's great, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland. Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Red.
Red.
We
have a vote of we have a vote of 4 in favor. Yes,
Hello.
go ahead.
Oh, thank you for that. I did have the veterans on the line ready to provide some information, as well as our young people for the baseball field. So I'm glad that they were a part of the conversations and were able to hear the vote. Thank you. We appreciate the green votes. Thank you, RDC.
Good. I'm glad to hear that our veterans and our young people were on the call. Perhaps they will get on the Nappy or the full council. Thank you very much, Chair Charles Newton. Appreciate it. Next, legislation H 0192-21. Ms. Gay, could you read this into the record, please? Honorable members of RDC, this legislation stays, and RDC has final authority for the next two legislation. Ms. Begay, are you on the call?
I just got muted. You have a legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0192-21. The date on it is September 4, 2021. Title of the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to resource development, approving a lease for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for the maintenance yard for the Shiprock compressor station. This legislation, prime sponsor is Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. RDC will have final authority. Tracking number 0192-21 and action relating to resource development. Approving a lease for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to construct, maintain, and operate maintenance yard located in the Shiprock chapter, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority pursuant to 2 NC Section 501B2, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has the authority to grant final approval of all land, withdrawal, non-mineral leases, permits, license, rights of way, surface easement, bonding requirement on the Navajo Nation land and unrestricted fee lands. This authority shall include sublease modification, assignment, leasehold encumbrance, transfer, renewal, and termination. Section 2, findings. A, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority seeks approval for a lease for a maintenance yard for the Shiprock compressor station located in Shiprock chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, San Juan County, New Mexico. The lease is attached as Exhibit A. B, the lease covers 2 acres more or less described in Exhibit B, a survey map. C, a letter dated February 3rd, 2020, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Deputy General Manager requested the 2 acres more or less the Shiprock compressor station materials equipment yard project. He states that NTUA will take over the Questar Southern Trail Pipeline compressor station operation and needs a nearby material and equipment yard near the site. This will reduce the cost and time to transport equipment and materials from other area in the case of emergency maintenance. A copy of the grant of easement for right-of-way /NM 0201, the NTA Deputy General Manager letter attached as Exhibit C. Excuse me. D, the Shiprock Grazing Official Member. Letter dated September 24, 2019 state that one grazing permittee has been identified, but he has not been in compliance due to no livestock to date to complete a tally count. Therefore, signature is no longer necessary for this project. There will be no other permittee affected by the undertaking, and to the best of my knowledge, there is no land dispute at the location of this project area. The Shiprock Grazing Committee letter is attached as Exhibit D. E, the biological compliance form attached as Exhibit F, and the cultural resource compliance form is Exhibit F. The biological resource compliance form is Exhibit E. Excuse me. F, a letter dated June 3rd, 2019 from ESCO Environmental Service Biologist regarding species-specific survey at the Shiprock compressor site is attached as Exhibit G. G, a July 2019 ETD Incorporated Environmental Assessment Shiprock compressor station material and equipment yard is attached as Exhibit H. H, a memorandum dated March 23rd, 2021 from the Navajo Minerals Department, Principal of Petroleum Engineering stating, please be aware that the Minerals Department has calculated the consideration for the project subject lease request from NTUA. The calculation based on our standard rates for this type of rental property and annual consideration has been set at $1,442.21, which will be updated annually using consumer price index for all urban consumer using the January 21 rates as the basis for each update. If NTA chooses to pay the rate, hold on. If NTA chooses to pay the consideration for the entire 20-year lease, they would be allowed to pay $28,844.29 upfront. March 23rd, 2021, Minerals Department memorandum attached as Exhibit I. I, 16 NNC Section 2334F states that the nomination may waive the rent for subsection 2 lease for use of the Navajo Nation Trust land by federal, state, and local government, nonprofit, public project, public utilities, where such entities or projects are provided central governmental or utility services to the Navajo people. J, the Resource Development Committee, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B2, is authorized to set the lease payment for the lease to be approved through this resolution. K, the executive official review document number 015724, which has been reviewed by the Department of Water Resources, Fish and Wildlife, Navajo Nation Minerals Management, Historic Preservation Department, DNR Administration, Navajo Nation Land Department, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, the Office of the President, the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency memorandum dated September 2nd, 2021 are attached as Exhibit J. Section 3, approval. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the lease attached as Exhibit A to the Navajo Travel Utility for the purpose of constructing, maintaining, and operating a maintenance yard for the Shiprock compressor station. The location is more particularly described in the legal description and map attached as Exhibit B. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the annual rental rate at that blank line. This amount is to be inserted in the lease attached as Exhibit A. C, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to effect the intent and purpose of this resolution. All of the exhibits that are referenced in the content of the legislation are attached to the packet that was forwarded to you and the map as well. And the packet was posted on the council website on September 9, 2021. And the 5-day comment period ended on September 14, 2021 and became eligible for RDC's consideration today. This legislation will require an amendment. You will, on page 3 of 3, line 11. I'm trying to find it here. On page 3 of 3, line 11, where on paragraph K, the executive official review document number 015724, that number should be overstricken and it should be inserted by number 015640, because that's what's attached as Exhibit J. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, back to you.
Very much, Ms. McGay, for reading legislation 0192-21 in for the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion. Nanda.
Chairman, I motion. Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker motions, second by Honorable Freeland. Thank you, Nanda. At this time, we'll give Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton 20 minutes. Charles Newton.
Good afternoon, RDC members, and thank you, Chair Nez. I'm hoping that you can hear me.
Yes, we
Hello?
can hear you. You may proceed.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. This is a lease that was brought before us by the NTUA. It is a 25-year lease. The contents of the legislation as well as the contract itself explains the purpose for taking over this yard and also how it will benefit the community that I represent, but more importantly, the people who are going to be provided services with the projects that will be coming down from the NTUA. I do have my agent from NTUA on the line, Mr. Arash. Mr. Arash, are you there?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you. Chair Naz, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Arash so that he can explain a little bit more about the purpose of this lease and how it will be benefiting the Navajo people. Mr. Arash.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Mr. Malimi, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair Nez and Madam Chair Charles Newton. Share Arash Nathan Walami initiative, Toy Lini initiative, Persian Clan Bashis Chin, Kiani Dashiche, Persian Clan Dashanali. First off, thank you to the members of the Resources and Development Committee, Madam Chair Charles Newton for sponsoring legislation, and other members of leadership and guests attending this meeting. Before you is a proposed resolution approving a site, a lease, which consists of approximately 2 acres. And the purpose, and it's in the Shiprock community. The purpose of this lease is so that, and I'll give you a little bit of background, right, about the project that it'll benefit. NTUA took over the Questar Southern Trail pipeline, and we're still going through the process right now of getting the rights of way and the full acquisition of that utility asset. What happened is that utility asset provides natural gas services along the Questar Southern Trails pipeline. And with NTUA taking over that pipeline, what was going to happen is Questar was going to essentially shut down that pipeline, and the customers who receive natural gas along that pipeline would no longer receive natural gas services. So what NTUA did is we went into negotiations with Questar to acquire the Southern Trails pipeline for the benefit of keeping the customers on that route on Navajo and allowing them to continue to receive natural gas services along that route. So we were successful in the acquisition, and we're still going through the process. So as part of the utility services for that pipeline, we, as far as the team, we felt that it was beneficial if we have a maintenance and material and equipment yard near the site. So what this particular lease will entail, it will support a material and equipment yard near that site. And the benefits of that is better operations and maintenance for that site. It'll reduce the cost and time to transport material and equipment from another area. And this is in basic operation maintenance, and especially when we're talking about emergency maintenances. As you know, natural gas is a great, utility, but at the same time, it's in many situations, it could be, dangerous and life-threatening. So we want to make sure that we have the proper materials and equipment in that yard near the site and near the pipeline. So this site is particular for the utility services for that natural gas pipeline, and that lease will allow our crews and our staff and personnel to use that site as an area in the yard to store and place materials and equipment. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malimi. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments? Is Mariana Khan on the call with us? Ms. Khan? Or Laurelane Tapahi?
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan. I'm sitting here with a mask on all by myself. Anyway, I hope you can hear me now.
Thank you.
I am on the call, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Our advisor, Ms. Shami Begay, informed us there will be an amendment. Do you have that language prepared for us?
Mr. Chair, I will prepare the amendment as soon as the RDC decides, oh, I see what you mean. The one that I wrote the executive review number. Yes, I will take care of that right now, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I will get back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just let us know and email it to us, and then we'll have a motion and a second for Amendment 1. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments for the sponsor and the agent? Honorable Freeland, are you on the call, sir? Honorable.
Yeah, I'm here, Chairman.
Okay, good. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I would like to hand over the gavel to you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I would like to ask a question on this legislation. So you have the gavel at this time, if you will recognize me.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, for the gavel. It weighs a lot. But we can handle it. Thank you for the gavel here. Well, you have the floor, Chairman, for your comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, your legislation, and also Mr. Malemi for this legislation here. I would like to just know exactly where this location is at. I was trying to look at the map. Which side of Shiprock is this at? That will be my question. Back to you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question. Let's go to the sponsor and agent for a response. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Walker, and for the question as well, Chair Naz. So this, I believe, is on the south side of Shiprock, as you're going towards Gallup, is my understanding. Mr. Molini, can you clarify the location?
Yes, absolutely. What I can do is we have also Melissa Segay, who's our natural gas manager, who can give the exact location. If it's okay, Madam Chair Charles Newton and Vice Chair Walker, to have either Melissa Segay or her representative give the exact location of the compressor station along with the maintenance yard.
Okay.
Melissa, I'm sorry.
The individual that was mentioned, Ms. Begay, is she to give a response to Chairman Nez's question?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Segay. I am the acting natural gas manager. Thank you for your time today. The location of Shiprock Compressor Station is approximately, it's just south of Shiprock, approximately just under a mile outside of Shiprock. It's located on the west side of Highway 491. The compressor station is one of 3 along the Southern Trails pipeline. This location is in between the intake point and as well as Red Mesa's compressor station. This location will be 2 acres just northeast of the existing compressor station yard. After taking ownership of Southern Trails pipeline, this location will just be an add-on to that existing yard. Thank you.
Thank you for the response and information. Your Chairman, you have any follow-up questions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I'm looking at page 32 right in front of me on my Surface Pro, and I see 491, and then is that highway right there, N36 highway? It looks like it's N36 highway, but it doesn't say which way is north or which way is south. I don't see anything, but I'm looking at this page 32, and I remember that turnoff towards N36, and then you go about maybe 100 yards, and it'll be on the west side, and it just appears that that's where that location is. Is that highway on the map on page 32, N36? I just need to ask that question, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. There's a sponsor and your two agents. If you can respond, thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Walker, and also the question, Chair Nance. So yes, on N36 and 491, if you just go north of N36, probably you can see it. It's not even. It's maybe like less than a quarter of a mile, maybe even less. Just kind of a throw stone away from N36. So you are correct. I'm looking at page 32 of 59 on my Surface Pro, and that's what that's the map. So if you on page 32 of 59, it does indicate 491, and then N36 is like just kind of in the corner. But you are correct, Chair Nez.
Chairman, any follow-up questions, comments?
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. No, I just needed to know the location of this project. So thank you. That will be all of my questions. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The sponsor and your agents. So I'm going to hand the virtual gavel back to the chairman here. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. How long will it take before you bring it to me? Yeah, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions on the main motion? Ms. Khan, just let us know when you have the amendment language prepared.
Chair Nez, may I make a comment? This is Mr. Malamy.
Honorable Freeland?
Yes, sir.
You have the floor, sir.
Chairman, thank you. RDC members, colleagues, sponsor, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Arash, here, good to hear your voice again. NTUA staff, good afternoon. It's my understanding that this legislation is going to serve as a kind of I don't want to call it a hub, but it's going to serve as a focal point for natural gas. And where will this natural gas be coming in from? And how will we, will this be going on to other communities, or is it just within the proximity of the Shiprock area? Those are my questions, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Honorable Freeland. We'll have the sponsor, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, and her agent, Mr. Malamy, respond.
Thank you, Chair Nazin. Thank you, Delegate Freeland, for your question. That is a very good question. I'm going to go ahead and pass that question on to my sponsor, Mr. Malamy, to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Chair. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Delegate Freeland and Madam Chair Charles Newton. I'm going to pass it over to Melissa Begay, who can give a better route description of the Questar line. It does not just serve the Shiprock area. it goes into many areas in Navajo, Utah. But I'll allow her to explain and provide a better description of the route of the Questar Southern Trails pipeline.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Council. The intake point for the Southern Trails pipeline is located in Bloomfield, New Mexico, and it crosses Navajo just south of Bloomfield, and will be crossing through the Navajo agricultural products industry area. We will be connecting services to an existing system located for Nappy and all of the facilities located there, and in 2 different areas. It will go just south of Navajo Mine. At this time, there's no plans to connect any services at Navajo Mine. We'll be reaching out. And then it will provide services to Shiprock. Following Highway 64, there are discussions to provide services to Blaclavito and Tisnas Bus. We are in discussion with both chapters. We currently provide services to Red Mesa, and Southern Trails continues to Red Mesa. From Red Mesa, it continues down towards Kayenta. We are in discussion also with the chapter with Danahozo to provide services within the Danahozo community. After Kayenta, we do provide services currently in Tuba City. And then finishing off just south of Cameron, and we also will be looking at providing services within the Cameron community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that response, Chairwoman, and your agents. I guess I'm Chairman and colleagues. I'm going to be sponsoring a similar legislation, but this is going to involve Eastern Agency and New Mexico Gas Company, and working with the right-of-way agents, working with HPD, working with Fish and Wildlife and the biological reports, all the environmental assessments, as well as looking at the potential revenue that a little over 3 miles is going to bring in. I'm assuming that all of that has been done, especially if it's a lease renewal for 25 years again. I hope everything is completed as far as evaluations or reevaluations and right-of-ways are concerned. Is there any revenue that are involved in this, or any revenue that will come to the nation? I ask this question because I'm real keen and real eager and hopeful that, as a council, at some point, we can start talking about new revenue sources. What kind of revenue sources will we have? With the $40 million hit that we took with NGS and Kayenta mine closure, we have a $40 million hole to plug up. And how do we add another $40 million on that to the general fund? So, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about things like this. It's kind of crazy, but, I'm really worried about our revenue sources. How are we going to gain new revenue sources for the benefit of the general fund? So those are my questions, comments, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. And everybody, Ashwada, please mute your phones. Please mute your phones. Thank you. Back to Honorable Madam Chair Charles Noon and your agent, Mr. Mullaney. Please respond.
Thank you for that,
Yes,
Chair
sir.
Naz. And then also, Delegate Freeland, thank you for your questions. Mr. Mullaney, I would just want to remind you that you try not to speak until you've been called upon. So I just want to remind you of that rule here at RDC. and also at with all of the committees. That is the rule. So at this time, I'm going to ask Chair Nez that you recognize Mr. Molini to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molini. You may respond, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton and Chairman Nez. So with the Questar Southern Trails pipeline, there will not necessarily be new revenue that's brought to the nation. What this project did, or what this acquisition did essentially, is this pipeline was already in existence, and Questar, due to some probably due to the return on investment of that line, they made the decision to shut down that pipeline. And with that, NTUA entered into negotiations. So that pipeline already existed prior to NTUA's acquisition of the pipeline. And the main reason why NTUA acquired the pipeline and went to negotiations with Questar was the fact that, as the board members mentioned and stated before, NTUA is responsible and has the authority to provide essential utility services on the nation. So, we essentially took that line over so that we can still provide, NTUA can still provide natural gas services to the individuals who are receiving natural gas services through that, the Questar line. So it's not necessarily new revenue on this line. We may acquire new customers and extend out the line, which may be a slight revenue increase, but the line was already in existence prior to NTUA acquiring the line, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Molini, for your response. Honorable members of RDC, the amendment language has been sent to us, and I will have at this time Ms. Shami Begay read this in for the record, and then we'll have a motion and a second. And also, Ms. Begay or Mr. Tai, if you would send the amendment language to Honorable Chair Charles Newton, would appreciate that. Ms. Begay.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the amendment language to amend legislation 0192-21 will read as follows. 1, page 3, line 11, strike 015724 and replace with 015640 as follows. K, the executive official review document number 015640, which has been reviewed. 2, number or re-letter succeeding paragraph or sections accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendments, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Service, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. That is the amendment. Chairman Nez, back to you.
Thank you for reading the amendment language prepared by Ms. Khan. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second for Amendment 1.
Chairman, I motion.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is there a second? None. Second.
I'll second, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for that. Are there any comments or questions on this amendment? Madam Chair Charles Noon, did you receive the amendment language?
I just refreshed my email, and no, I have not. Thank you, Chair Nez.
Okay, Ms. Begay, if you would please send the amendment language to Honorable Chair Charles Noon, we would appreciate it. Honorable members of RDC, Do you have any comments or questions on Amendment 1? And okay, there's a motion by Honorable Walker, second by Honorable Freeland. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
I vote green, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay, I believe, sent a text message. He said he votes green. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart also text. He will vote green on Amendment 1. Therefore, the vote is 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for Amendment 1. And back to the main motion. Anandai. Ms. Khan, could you help us with line 26 on page 1, starting with line 25B? It says the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the annual rental rate at blank, period. This amount is to be inserted in the lease attached as Exhibit A. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chairman, and members of the Resources and Development Committee, if you will find on the first page, Section 1, Authority. Title 2, Section 501B2 authorizes the Resources and Development Committee to grant final authority for these types of leases. And the exact quote is there in the first section under authority for this legislation. And one of the documents that you will be approving is the lease itself. And with a lease, there is a portion of the lease that refers to how much rental is to be paid by the entity that wishes to use Navajo Nation Trust land. And in this case, we have a statement from the Navajo Nation Minerals Department. The Navajo Nation Minerals Department, page 2 of 3, paragraph H, starting on line 24, gives a yearly amount that the Navajo Nation Minerals Department has calculated for the lease at a yearly rate. And then the Navajo Minerals Department principal petroleum engineer then says this amount of $1,442.21 could be paid all at once for the whole term of the lease. So it is within the authority of the Resources and Development Committee to set the consideration, the amount of rent that is to be paid through approval of this legislation, approval of the lease. The amount to be paid can be 0, or it can be at the calculation of the Navajo Nation Minerals Department can be $1,442.21 per year. And the Minerals Department memorandum is attached as Exhibit I in this packet of documents. And what I have provided in the body of this legislation at paragraph H is essentially a synopsis of what the Minerals Department's memorandum of March 23rd, 2021 states in Exhibit I. So Mr. Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee, your authority to decide on the amount of rental rate is within your authority, and the information that is provided through Exhibit I through the March 23rd Minerals Department memorandum is provided, and the synopsis is in page 2, paragraph H. So in short, the Resources and Development Committee can determine a lease amount at $0 per year for the term of the lease, or at the calculation of the Navajo Minerals Department, a sum of $1,442.21 per year. And that is, as I've said, within the authority of the Resources and Development Committee to make that determination. When the Resources and Development Committee makes that determination, I will insert it in the language for an amendment, and that will be placed where there is an underline on page 3 with regard to the amount of the approval for annual rental rate. And that has, as you see, a line that you have noticed. And when Resources and Development Committee decides on a figure, I will have the amendment ready to insert an amount from the $0 per year to $1,441.21. Within that range is what is essentially available for Resources and Development Committee to consider. Mr. Chair, I have also, if you would like more information as to the setting of the rate, I would suggest asking the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Natural Resource Unit to provide further background if you would like. And there's also an attorney at the Division of Natural Resources, that being Robert Allen. The committee could ask those two individuals to provide their advice at this point also. But what I've said is my understanding of the breadth of authority that the Resources and Development Committee has with regard to this blank line. Mr. Chair, I'll go on mute now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kahn, for making these clarifications and your legal interpretation of these legislations. Thank you. I would like to go to Mr. Robert Allen, the Division of Natural Resources attorney. Mr. Allen, are you on the call, sir?
Good afternoon, Chairman Ricky Nez, the RDC Committee, the Nosinigi Shedishne, Rudy Arshabala. I will contact Robert Allen immediately and have him join this meeting with your permission.
Thank you. Please do so, Dr. Shabala. It is very important that we have Mr. Robert Allen on the call, as well as Ms. Rowena Jeremiah also. If you would contact them. Ms. Jeremiah, are you on the call? No? Dr. Shabala, if you would contact Rowena Jeremiah as well as Mr. Robert Allen, we would appreciate their presence on this meeting.
Yes, sir, Chairman Naz, I'll do so right now. Thank you.
Thank you. The legislation 0192-21 NTUA on page 2 of 3, starting with line 27. The calculations are based on our standard rates for this type of rental property, and the annual consideration has been set at $1,442.21. which will be updated annually using Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers using the January 2021 rates as the basis for each year's update. Wabakagishi, for the page 3 on line 26, page 3 of 3. Bakashi or nation the amendment language number 2. After we have the Division of Natural Resources attorney as well as Minerals Department, Ms. Rowena Chermaya, to provide some clarification as well. So,
hello, this is Veronica Blackhat from DOJ. Can I make a comment?
thank you, Ms. Blackhat, for being on the call. Yes, you may. You have the floor.
Okay, so I'm looking at the legislation, and I did hear what was presented by Mariana. I'm in agreement with her assessment in terms of RDC's authority to waive. That reference comes from the General Leasing Act, and that does provide authority to the nation or RDC in this case to waive rent for leases. So essentially, Minerals is providing information to the committee as to what the rate could be if the committee decides to accept the rate that is accepted, or the committee can choose to waive it, which is the other subsection I that is referenced. But just to say that, I am in agreement with the language that is stated in the legislation, as RDC does have that authority to waive rent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blackhat, for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions for Ms. Blackhat? None. Aye. Honorable members of RDC. Ms.
Chairman.
McKay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead, sir.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Chairman, though, committee members. When you're given options to choose from, and you make decision based on what options are. So, from $0 to $1,400, I guess those are options, certainly. So, then how do you weigh what benefits, who benefits, what is ultimately a benefit, to the facility or to the operation or to the community? So I would see this as a benefit to the community. There were outside entities, and I would see it differently. These are our own entities, though these are certainly essential services. For Lebanon, RDC Satoye Bohotne as Anige. Eniki Oban Saske, Ginant Ado, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Edo Tato, but Ado Yad Junigoshi, Bohnet Johnson, Ado Nava, a Bash, a Hadnegi. What I just nekat Niki Donut on she hate all the stand needle hate all Ilanan and joke Agito. Ado NTUA 8 and he did no need. But up but bandit oh pushing shade. But after that so bata Niki the Nako Ako that is Nina Dosing. She don't have done and it's a Nabana. So I would look to Madam Chair Charles Newton for some direction here. If it were over here in our region, the region that I'm from, then I would see, way different benefits and options and factors. But I'm not in that position to do that. Certainly at a close range. So however, saying that also my thoughts and my afternoon after several hours of discussions on utility services, how that being very, very essential. There's ongoing effort every day in that sector, nonprofit sector. It's for our people. Kind of feeling, right after our discussion, those thoughts in my mind, I would say zero in that line. Unless you convince me otherwise. So back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for your input. Just a while ago, Honorable Freeland was talking about generating revenue also. So perhaps this is what he was talking about here too. So let me give some time over to Chair Honorable Charles Newton and see what her recommendations would be, since she is from Shiprock and she represents that community there. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Naz, for recognizing me, and thank you for the suggestion, Shajad Delegate Walker. So I did actually, listening to Ms. Blackhat and also listening to the RDC members who talked about the, I guess, previous conversations, the NTUA in confirming their board members. On the one hand, I will say that I do agree that it should be waived, because what I worry about is we often see that when there are charges that get put on these, I guess, these documents, somehow or another, it's always passed on to the people. And I myself have questioned, how that comes about. And I know that that sometimes it's not very straightforward in the way that it's being presented to us. So I think that one is, my question is, and this is kind of strange, I'm the sponsor, but I would be questioning my agents, is this a fee that if RDC puts a number on this legislation, is that number going to be passed on to our people? If it is, then I would ask this committee respectfully to keep, to waive that fee. However, if it is something that NTUA can handle, and they can promise not only to me as the sponsor, but to the RDC committee, that these fees will not be waived, that they will not be passed on to the people, then I think that NTUA can assist in terms of producing revenue for the nation, because again, that revenue is turned around and it's given back to the people through services. So Chair Nez, if you don't mind, I'd like to call upon my agent at this time, Mr. Molina, to explain to us whether those fees are or will be passed on to the people of the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chair Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Mr. Molina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton and Delegate Walker and Chair Nez. So the answer is yes. So as part of a utility, how we determine the rates, and this wouldn't be included in a cost associated with the ownership, operation, and maintenance of the natural gas utility. So as part of that, it would be captured within the natural gas utility. It doesn't mean that it'll be a direct pass-through, but when rates are determined or if there's a decrease or increase, this would be part of the natural gas utility. And, that would be part of the cost for that specific utility. So, the short answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr.
And if you want me to
Mulvaney.
elaborate, I can elaborate as well. It's just part of the natural gas utility. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? We need your input, Shananta.
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess if that's the case, I too wouldn't want to have these fees passed on to consumers. How long would it take to have NTUA generate revenue enough to possibly even consider such paying for these fees? How long would it take to generate enough revenue for that to happen? I guess is my question. I too am not feeling good about it. That's always the case in the industry with especially with revenue or with utilities. I always think of my experience as a P&M customer. Every time there was a utility rate hike or some sort of utility upgrade or something, I always felt that. I always saw that in my utility bill, me paying extra money for those upgrades. But in this case, same scenario. And I hate especially for our people who live on fixed income, to have to deal with, such a situation. And I don't feel good about it. I wouldn't want to feel good about it. But how long would it take to generate revenues? I guess is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for your question. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Madam Charles Noon, and your agent.
Thank you for that, thank you for that, Chair Naz, and also Delegate Freeland. Again, those are exactly my concerns as well. I feel like it's one of those hidden costs. We know that changes are being made, and when we question them, it's always a question of whether we are paying for those decisions that are being made. And I think that's a very valid concern. So I'm going to turn, Chair Naz, I'd like to ask my agent to answer the questions posed by Delegate Freeland. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Mr. Molimi.
Yes, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Delegate Freeland and Chair Nez. I'll have to go back with the natural gas team to answer that specific question, but on a more higher level, I guess, for utilities, for this cost, for utilities, for at least NTUA is concerned, and most other utilities, what we look at as far as rates are concerned is we look at the total ownership, operation, maintenance costs, right? So you look at the cost for owning the asset, operating the asset, maintaining the asset, replacing the asset, and other fees associated with the asset, other fees associated with ownership, operation, and maintenance of the asset. So this would be included as part of the total cost to run the natural gas utility. So it won't be as if you'll see, next month or within the next year, you'll see a cost, a hidden cost for, specifically for this lease. It's part of the overall cost to run a natural gas utility. And then what we look at, all the costs, and then we look at all the revenue that's being brought in through customers, through our customers, so through our natural gas customers. So all I'm trying to say is it's part of the overall cost of running the natural gas utility. It'll be part of that cost. So at some point in time, when we look at a rate adjustment, that cost will be part of the total analysis. It won't be a line item for just that this specific facility, but it's part of that total analysis. I'll probably confuse you guys more, but essentially it's part of the cost to run the utility, and then we look at how much it costs versus how much revenue we NTUA obtains through our customers.
Thank you, Mr. Molimi. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, I'm going to hand the gavel over to you. I would like to be recognized to speak, sir.
Okay, Hakoshi. Thank you for that. Hakoshi, Vice Chair will recognize you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker and Madam Chair Charles Noon for sponsoring this legislation here, which is before us. Resource and Development Committee does have final authority over the approval of this. I always think about how we agree to disagree, and still, at the end of the day, we have done something for our Navajo people. Hopefully, we have done something for our Navajo people. Now, on page 2 of 3, starting with line, I believe, 28, 29, and 30, where it starts with $1,442.21, which will be updated annually using Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers using the January 2021 rates as the basis for each year's update. Now, I'm thinking that the letter will probably should be shall. Now, Mr. Molimi just stated that they will be having if they were to replace certain parts of this, the operations and maintenance costs will be on them. So why would you buy something if you know that you're going to pay for something like that, which I know is always part of the process? NAPI pays the nation some money based on how much they've made. And I'm just thinking that if we could at least add something onto the rental rate that will not affect or raise the cost of rates for our Navajo people to pay up, what would be the figure that NTUA can live with rather than zero? That would be my question. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, back to you.
I wish you. Thank you, Chair. So, sponsor of the legislation, Madam Chair, your agent. The question is posed to you. What the issue? You can respond. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Walker. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over, with your permission, Vice Chair Walker, to my agent, Mr. Molini.
Mr. Molini, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair Nez, for the question. And one of the things, I just want to give a little background, and then I'll answer the question directly. But for the extent the build out of this maintenance yard for materials and equipment, there's two main reasons why we are trying to increase the acreage of 2 acres for the maintenance yard for the natural gas utility. One of them is, and the big reason is for safety. We want to make sure that we have the necessary materials and equipment at this maintenance yard so that if there is an emergency, that the NTUA natural gas crews can respond timely and prevent any unnecessary injuries or any safety hazards. So, you know, because of the reason that they have access to equipment and materials at this maintenance yard. So that's one of the main reasons why we looked at that. The next reason is efficiencies. You know, instead of having our personnel and crew having to travel longer distances to get the materials and equipment at a different location, we thought it made more economical sense to just request an addition of 2 acres so that we can store the equipment there, which actually reduces the total time to respond to any maintenance and repairs that are necessary. Specifically, related to your question is, what cost, would be, I guess, could NTUA incur on that? In how the utility works is that if the cost is associated with the natural gas utility, that'll be a cost that is part of the natural gas, cost of doing providing that service. So if it's 0, 10,000, or 1,000, that cost will still have to be captured into the natural gas, cost of providing those services. And that's how the accounting function works for our requirements on the accounting side under the federal guidelines and other guidelines, is that we have to capture those costs for running that utility. So that's how we base it, and that's how we require, not how we base it, that is our obligations and requirements as far as all of our utilities are concerned. So that's why I say, when I say yes, it's because of, if it's the cost of operating that utility, we have to insert it into the expenses under that utility. So whether it be, still 1,400 or 700 or whatever amount, it would still go into the natural gas expenses category. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malimi, sponsor of the legislation, Madam Charles Newton. But Chairman, do you have any other questions, comments?
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. I'm going to still have some follow-up questions. Mr. Malimi did not answer my question. I'm looking for a figure. I would like to know the figure. The reason I asked this, Mr. Malimi, is if NTUA were to just pay upfront for a 20-year lease, it would only be $28,000, only $28,000. If we negotiate and say, let's just go half NTUA, you pay $14,000 for a 20-year lease, Mr. Malimi, that is probably nothing for NTUA. That's just what I think, because I know on the Navajo Nation, there is a church that pays $1,400 annual rental fee, a lease agreement with the Navajo Nation. They're not in the business of making money. These churches turn around and use some of these monies to help feed or assist families in their communities. And that's, my concern is, I'm wondering how this figure here, $1,400 is for 1 year that NTUA cannot afford. So would you be willing to pay rather $14,000 for 20 years? Mr. Malimi, I'm looking for a figure that we can negotiate on and be happy with it. Vice Chair Walker, back to you, sir.
Chair, thank you for your question, Madam Chair. Sponsor, the questions from Chair. You can respond to that. Thank you. Madam Chair, Mr. Malimi.
Sorry about that, Vice Chair Walker. I didn't know I was on mute. So I'm going to go ahead and give the floor back to Mr. Malini, but I will have to say that I do agree with Delegate Nez in that we do have many of our nonprofit organizations that are currently paying taxes. But I kind of also feel like the question wasn't answered with a direct answer about whether if NTUA does have to pay this fee, whether that fee is going to be passed on to the Navajo people. So Vice Chair Walker, can you call upon my agents to answer Chair Naz's questions? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Molimi, questions to you, if you can respond. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, thank you. And I'm not saying, I just want to be clear, maybe I didn't state it correctly. I'm not saying that NTUA cannot pay the fee. What I'm saying is that how our utilities work and how other utilities work is that the fees that are related to the operation, maintenance, and ownership of the facility are put back into determining the rates. So I'm just trying to explain that to you. When I say that the cost, maybe captured by due to customers, that's the fee. NTUA, I mean, if the fees assessed, we would pay the fee, but all I'm saying is that's part of the cost of ownership, operation, maintenance of the utility. And then when we do a rate adjustment, when it's necessary to do a rate adjustment or analysis, whatever fee we pay is part of the expenses that are associated with running the utility. And then we compare that to how much revenue is brought forth with the customers, and that's how you determine. That's one component of determining any adjustments in the rates. And I just want to make another point with the Questar Southern Trails pipeline, and I can't speak for Questar, but NTUA took over that pipeline to benefit the Navajo people. What I mean that is that essentially that pipeline would have been abandoned. And whether it be for whatever reason that Questar wanted to, determine that that they didn't want to operate anymore, we determined that it was appropriate that essentially we would strand all those customers that were receiving natural gas previously. They would not have access to receive natural gas services anymore. And that was the main driver in NTUA taking over the Southern Trails pipeline. So as a utility of the Navajo Nation, enterprise of the nation, that's part of our responsibilities to provide these utilities. And we decided to take over that facility, to make sure that those customers still receive those natural gas services. So I just want to be clear that, I'm not saying that NTUA cannot afford that rate, but it is still part of the cost of running the natural gas utility. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Molimi, for the responses. Although Chairman Nez, back to you if you have follow-up questions.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Madam Charles Noon, your response as well as your agent, Mr. Molimi. With this pipeline, this gas pipeline, what is the potential? What is the number of people that will be using natural gas? That will be my next question. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for your questions. Madam Chair, sponsor, and your agent, Mr. Molini, you can respond to those questions again. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Molini to answer those questions.
Sure.
Molini.
Sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair Walker, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and Chairman Nez. With your approval, I'd like to have Ms. Melissa Segay answer the question, if she has the answer. I don't have the answer on the top of my head, but I am looking at it. I'm researching it right now, but I would pass it over to see if Melissa Segay has that number.
Okay, proceed, Segay.
Thank you. So we are looking at expanding to several communities along the Southern Trails pipeline. Those do include, like I mentioned before, Blaklabato, Tisnas Bus, and as well as Denahotso. We are in more conversation also with Shanto area, and the actual number is roughly, and for residential customers are in the hundreds as of right now. And then for commercial customers, since the communities have not expanded quite largely, that number is lower, but more residential customers would benefit from this. And more importantly, the financial cost for a residential customer for propane is 5 times that of natural gas. And we are trying to help out those residential customers in order to accommodate that. Hopefully I answered your question. If not, I can pull up the actual number and communicate that to you. Thank you.
For the responses, Chairman Nez, any more follow-up questions? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, no, I don't. Thank you. Question? Go ahead, Nanda. I'd appreciate. Thank you for responding and having this dialogue and focusing on the what would be the rate, weighing the options and different considerations. Appreciate that. So I'm gonna send the virtual gavel back to the chair. Chair Nez, back to you. Thank you very much for your assistance, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We have Minerals Department, Ms. Rowena Charamaya, on the call with us. At this time, perhaps we'll give them the floor and they could provide some recommendations based on what they have written as far as $1,442.21. Ms. Charamaya?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Rowena Charamaya with Minerals Department, and I'm here with Stephen Prince, our petroleum engineer. I apologize for getting on the call late. We were on another call. I need to know, can you repeat the question? I understand you need flow rates for the Southern Trails. Is this for number 90 or 92?
We're looking at a legislation 0192-21. Is that what you're asking about?
No, I'm asking about the pipeline, the Southern Trails pipeline.
The pipeline. Okay, let me go to the sponsor and the agent, Honorable Charles Newton and Mr. Malimi.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Malini, my agent.
Mr. Malimi, go ahead. Mr. Malimi, press *6.
Rowena, this is.
Hello. Yeah. I'm back on now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Malimi, did you hear the question?
No, my apologies. I don't know if you just heard me now, but I was disconnected, so I didn't hear the question. My apologies. If someone can repeat it.
I will have Ms. Charamaya repeat the question. Ms. Charamaya?
Thank you. My question is, what pipeline are you asking about the rates? Is this the Southern Flow 90, number 90, or number 91, or number 92?
Mr. Malimi, your response?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The question on the rates, how NTUA in different utilities do rates differently, but how NTUA does its rates is it's based off of, it's pretty much a rate nationwide established. So we essentially don't have a rate on different pipelines that are different areas that we service. We have a general rate across the Navajo Nation. So The rates are, I would say, I can have Melissa answer the specific question as far as which area is affected. But as far as rates are concerned, we take into account, specifically for natural gas, all of the natural gas customers in the pipelines that we operate and maintain across the nation to determine the rates.
Thank you.
And if you want,
Melissa?
Thank you. This is for, to answer your question, this one is for the Southern Trails pipeline coming directly from Bloomfield into Red Mesa. That is the current line that Shiprock compressor station would be operating off of.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Begay, you had said something?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, just for Rowena's information, this is in reference to the legislation 0192, which is approving the lease for NTUA for the Shiprock compressor station in Shiprock, New Mexico. You had referenced there was a, okay, on paragraph, now I can't find it. There was one paragraph where you indicated the dollar amount for the annual rental rate, which is $1,442.21, which will be updated annually by CPI for all urban consumers using the January 21 rates as a basis for each year's update. If NTUA chooses to pay the entire 20-year lease, which would be $28,844.29 upfront. That was your statement in a memo that is attached to the legislation as Exhibit I, and that memo is dated March 23rd, 2021. And that's what the committee is discussing right now. They want to know how you came to that dollar amount. Rowena?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Begay. Before we move forward, honorable members of RDC, I would like to have a roll call to make sure we still have a quorum. So Mr. Tahi, could you do the roll call, please?
The chair, members of the committee, this is a roll call to establish quorum. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Nez is present.
Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker's here.
Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Herman M. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
I'm here.
Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Present.
Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Chair, you have 5 members present, which disqualifies a quorum. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We still have a quorum. Ms. Jeremiah, the response?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the question that I think I'm hearing is that how are the rates based on? What are our pipeline rates based on? And typically they're based on flow rates and the pressure of the gas that's going to go through the pipeline, and then also the length and the size of the pipeline. Now, these rates are standardized rates that were created through a market analysis that the Minerals Department, in conjunction with the BIA, performed early last year. So they're consistent with rates that we've had in the prior year, but we wanted to make sure that the rates that we're using were up to date and still reflected the market. Now, for this particular compressor station, this rate was computed by Mr. Stephen Prince, who's our petroleum engineer. So I'm going to defer to him to answer the specific question on how this particular rate was established.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chermaya. Mr. Steve Prince, your response, sir?
Yeah, this is Steve Prince. We have, like Ms. Chermaya explained, we have standard rates, and this is a very short piece of pipeline, and for it to be $1,442.21 per year, I don't know exactly how long, but I'm thinking it's less than a mile long. That would probably be in the, we don't have the actual document here at our disposal, but it was a very short pipeline. And then I heard the question asked if they could pay the full 20-year amount of $28,844.29. And yes, that is definitely a yes. We actually prefer that. Then we don't have to continually check the CPI every year and update yearly. So it makes it much easier for the company to pay if they are able to pay that up front. Is that the question? Am I even answering the question properly, or can you set me straight as far as what the question is?
Mr. Prince, could you clarify what you just stated when you said that this pipeline is very short for it to be charged $1,442.21?
Yeah, I guess in clarification, what I'm saying is it's probably an intermediate piece of pipeline from the property itself out to where it connects to a longer pipeline that goes away from this compressor station. Did that clarify?
Yes. Thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or do you have any comments for Minerals Department?
Shania, Chair.
Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, Shania. Mr. Walker, Shania, committee members of the Glenigi under the N2A legislation. Shania, I want to ask if we can just table this legislation until we meet with N2A regarding the rates, and just what we just heard now on the rates probably being a little too high for N2A, especially with this at this time. And so I want to just request that we table this legislation, Shania, until we meet with N2A on leadership on this legislation.
Honorable Stewart, how long do you want to table this legislation? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and have the leadership meeting as soon as possible with the new board of directors? Or who would you like to be on this leadership meeting? How soon?
Okay, well, our 30-day calendar is pretty much already halfway full. So I would say 45 days. And then also, yes, the board plus Mr. Haas, Mr. Kuntz, and as well as us from RDC, Shania, and DOJ as well.
What about Minerals?
Yes, Shania, Minerals as well. All the important individuals that will help us come to a conclusion on this.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart, I will recognize your motion to table for 45 days and have a leadership meeting to fully understand the rates with NTUA, Department of Justice, Minerals, and RDC. Is there a second table? And then, sorry, second, Jose. On once.
Chair, I can second that.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Thank you for that second. No discussion, so we'll put it to a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Kiel Begay. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Green. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Legislation 0192-21 has been tabled. Thank you. I. Legislation 0193-21, sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Ms. Begay, could you read this legislation in for the record, please?
Mr. Chair,
Ms.
can you
Begay?
hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
go ahead.
Okay, you have tracking number. Hold on. You have tracking number, legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0193-21. The date on it is September 2nd, 2021. Title of the resolution, a proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to resource development, approving a modification for business site lease number SR-01-166 to McDonald's Corporation on trust land within Shiprock chapter vicinity Navajo Nation. The purpose of the resolution is to approve a modification to a business site lease for the McDonald Corporation located in the Shiprock chapter. RDC will have final approval. The prime sponsor of the legislation is Eugenia Charles Newton. Tracking number 0193-21, an action relating to resource development, approving modification for business site lease number SR-01-166 to McDonald's Corporation on trust land within the Shiprock chapter vicinity Navajo Nation. Be it enacted, Section 1 authority, A, Resource Development Committee is established as a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation is empowered to grant final approval for non-mineral leases. 2, NNC Section 501B2. Section 1, finding, A, the McDonald Corporation requested that the Resource Development Committee approve a modification to business site lease number SR-01-166, Exhibit B. B, the location of the business site lease number SR-01-166 is within the Shiprock chapter on trust land. C, legal description on pages 1 and 2 of business site lease number SR-01-166, Exhibit B. Section 3, approval. A, the Nomination Council Resource Development Committee hereby approves lease modification, attaches Exhibit A to business site lease number SR-01-166 between the Nomination and McDonald Corporation. B, the nomination hereby authorizes the nomination president to execute this modification approved by this resolution. C, the nomination hereby directs the Division of Economic Development to ensure that the modification to business site lease SR-01-166 is probably business site lease number SR01-166. And Exhibit B is the ground lease. And documents that are referenced in the legislation, they are attached to the packet, and copies of those documents were referred out to you, and the document went through the 164 review, and a DOJ has reviewed the document, and they found the packet legally sufficient for RDC's consideration. You have the document, excuse me. The Internet Public Review publication is attached. The date on it is September 9th, 2021. The packet 5-day comment period ended on September 14th, 2021, and became eligible for RDC's consideration on September 15th, 2021, and that is the reason why it became part of the RDC's agenda today. Mr. Chair, members, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for reading the legislation in for the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Chairman, I'll motion Freeland.
Honorable Fry.
Chair, I'll second.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 20 minutes. Could you identify your agent as well, please? Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Chair Ness, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, I do apologize. I had to get off of my phone. My phone was dying, so I'm on my tablet. So I'm trying to figure out how to use this. So I apologize. I do have my agent on the line from McDonald's. I believe she did in the midst of a presentation, but her name is Wendy. Wendy is with the McDonald's Corporation. Wendy, are you on the line? Wendy, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am on.
Okay, Wendy, just really quickly, I just needed to make sure you were on the line. Chair Naz, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Wendy, my agent, so that she can talk a little bit about the lease that is currently in the Shiprock community. Chair Naz.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Wendy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson Naz, Honorable Vice Chairperson Walker, members of the committee, my sponsor, thank you for the opportunity to talk about our lease. We have been in the Shiprock community for 20 years, constructed the McDonald's 20 years ago, and now have provided notice that we would appreciate the opportunity to stay for another 20 years and exercise our option under the lease to extend for that period of time. Our mission at McDonald's is to serve our communities, customers, and crew and have a positive impact. And we hope to continue to do so at Shiprock. Back to you.
Wendy, what is your last name, please?
It's Newkirk, Wendy Newkirk, Newkirk. I am a senior counsel at McDonald's Corporation, located in Chicago.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? RDC has final authority for this modification for the business site lease. Wendy, if we approve this, would you send us some Big Macs?
That would be wonderful.
Honorable members of RDC, Honorable Freeland, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, thank you, Chairman. That's a good one. Big Macs, free Big Macs for RDC. Thank you, Wendy, Stasia, Honorable Charles Newton. I guess my question is, does this have the blessing of Division of Economic Development? And are you working with Division of Economic Development on this as well as the chapter? Is the chapter provided any input on this as an economic development opportunity for Shiprock community? Yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, and your agent, Ms. Newgard. Back to you.
Thank you for that question, Delegate Freeland. So my understanding is, and I could be wrong, I did ask RBDO this when I picked up the legislation, but it is, my understanding is it doesn't really need any approval from DC or even from the community because it's just an extension of a lease. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Wendy. We may have to call upon RBDO. I'm hoping that they are on the call. But while Wendy is talking, I can email them to see what their response is on this. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. We do have Ms. Yabani on the line from RBDO for your information. I don't know if we just lost your call, but it just went doing. So hopefully you're still on the call with us, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
I am. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you again.
Okay, so perfect.
Go ahead and complete your statement.
I apologize for that, Chair Nance. I did say that I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Wendy to answer the questions. And if she doesn't know, then we do have Sally Yabani, as you stated, Chair Nance, who is on the line from Shiprock RBDO, who could also serve as my agent in answering those questions as well. So with that, Chair Nance.
Thank you, Madam Chair Newton. Ms. Newgard, you have the floor.
Yes, I would defer to Ms. Sally Yabeni. That's who we've been working with. I think she'll know the answer to this.
Okay, Ms. Yabani?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay.
From Shiprock RBDO.
Ms. Yabani?
Legislation number 01931 before you is a lease modification for.
Ms. Yabani?
Yes.
Ms. Yabani? Yeah, there's a lot of echo in your background there. Can you turn off other phones that you have on or something? Thank you. Yes, you may proceed.
I'm not sure where that background is coming from. It's not from mine.
Please speak your phone.
Yes. For you is a lease modification. Yes.
Ms. Yabani?
Yes.
Could you turn off your other electronic devices? We could hear a lot of echo and static talking in the background.
It's not from my background. It's not from mine. Yes.
Ms. Yabani, if you're listening in on a phone and your computer, then that's what's creating the background noise.
Turn off your other electronic devices. We could hear a lot of echo and static talking in the background.
It's not from my
background. Ms. Yabani?
Excuse me, Honorable Chair Ricky Nez.
Yes.
This is Margie D with the Shiprock Regional Business Development Office. I'm the program manager here. I know that there is a minor problem, but I can provide you some information regarding the question that was raised concerning this business site lease modification.
Okay, Ms. Margie D, go ahead and expound on that, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And also to Honorable Delegate Newton, who is sponsoring our legislation for the McDonald's lease. This is a BIA lease with this legislation 0193-21. This is a lease modification for SR, business site lease SR-01-166. And this McDonald corporation is located in Shiprock, New Mexico. It's an existing BIA lease and it's expiring next week. And with your approval, the lease will continue without interruption. And that is the reason for this legislation that is before you. And if you will refer to the terms of the lease on page 3 and 4, the terms is they are exercising their option to renew. So that is what is before you at this time. And it does not require any chapter approval or any chapter legislation at this time concerning this lease, because this is an existing lease. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. D, for that. Yeah. Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up question, sir?
Chairman, no, I just wanted to ask that question about RDBO. And then the chapter, was the chapter also in support of this as an economic development opportunity for the chapter? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for your question. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, and your agent from RBDO, Ms. D. So, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Freeland. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my agents at this time, either Wendy from McDonald's or Margie from RBDO, who may be in the best position to answer those questions. Chair Ness.
Thank you, Ms. D.
Yes, thank you for that question, Honorable Freeland, and also our sponsor, Delegate Newton, Charles Newton. There is no need for a chapter intervention, a chapter approval or disapproval at this point in time, because this is an existing business site lease. Only if it was a new lease, then the chapter approval or a supporting chapter resolution would be needed. Even if this lease were to expire, it still will not require a chapter action at all, because it'll still be under the jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation business site leasing thereafter if it should expire. But what we're determined to do here is to have a lease renewal without interruption of the lease here at this time. As they pay an annual rental fee to the Navajo Nation, they provide also a sales tax, a resource for the Navajo Nation. Mm-hmm. So they're and they provide employment for the Navajo people here in the Shiprock community. And it would be in the best interest of the Navajo Nation Resources and Development Committee to approve this renewal of the lease. And though the leases that have been novated to the Navajo Leasing Authority fall under the Division of Economic Development approving committee approval. But in this case, this being a BIA lease, it's still under the jurisdiction of the BIA. The approval for any type of lease transaction changes, modifications, assignments for BIA leases fall under the jurisdiction of under the Economic Development Committee, now the Resources and Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. D, for your explanation. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? This is only a renewal lease for McDonald's and Shiprock. Any other comments or questions? If not,
Chair.
we'll go ahead and, yes, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chair, I have a comment. Chairman and committee members, although sponsored, Madam Chair and your agents, the McDonald Corporation, though other Navajo Nation offices or entities that are on the call here that may relate with business site leases, business activities, business regulations, and so forth. Just thinking here, when leases are being proposed to, when they're being renewed or modified, or even new ones, Joko, I think our Business Regulatory Office, RBDO, is in a position to evaluate, especially if a business is continuing to have been operating on the nation in our communities. So I think RBDO is in a position to speak to whether that business is in good standing. There are certificates that indicate businesses, corporations that operate on the nation are in good standing. It almost seems like that's our quality assurance. So as my brother from Mini Farms this morning, repeatedly indicated that we look out for our people, but it's a 24-hour responsibility in sort of being that lookout, so monitor, evaluator, sometimes being a watchdog. So I appreciate that those kinds of comments and perspectives. If someone can speak to that, is there quality assurance that someone, say the Navajo Nation, can provide? I know corporations, they can tell us that, but from the regulatory side, from the official government side, which is Navajo Nation, but not the BIA. I'm talking about Navajo Nation. Although second comment is we are greatly concerned about the health of the nation, health of the people, the well-being of the people during this dangerous pandemic we're in. This has, the pandemic itself has forced us, all of us, to pay attention to health, healthy living, healthy practices, safety practices, and all that. Okay, when it comes to nutrition and diet of our people, there's not enough to be said about how that must change and how that must improve. Without being that super powerful government that watches over everything its people does. Without doing that, we have to make sure also through our policies and safety codes, food codes to ensure that, the good food that we know, good food, good quality, safe food, healthy food. There are more of that than, junk food, unhealthy food. Yeah, quite get just a comment there. I'm just thinking, like earlier, from what our leaders were saying, looking after our people, watching out for our people. So I want those comment statements to be taken as such. But I know it don't show the shade. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? If not, we'll go ahead and call for the questions and put this legislation to a vote so you can all get your Big Macs. And Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Kealan Begay. And we have a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting.
Chairman, Kealan, point of order. Kealan Begay,
Honorable Kealan Begay. What is your point of order?
Chairman, my point of order is that I was on mute, was muted, but I just unmuted, so I'm voting green. I did say green when I was muted, Chairman.
I think you were too busy waiting for that Big Mac, Sitzela. Honorable Begay votes green. We have a vote that will change from 4 to 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. Wendy, thank you, and Ms. D, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, RDC.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Next on the agenda, J. Approving to reschedule the 2-day joint leadership meeting with CKP Insurance from September 23, 24 in Scottsdale, Arizona to the recommended date of October 7 and 8, 2021. Due to the fiscal year 21 year-end travel expenditure closeout. We would like to have a motion and a second.
Motion.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Second by?
Kealan.
Honorable Begay. Thank you. Any questions on this? Comments? October 7 and 8 is on Thursday and Friday. And any comments, questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Begay.
Delegate Kealan Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable
Green,
Freeland. Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We're on K.
approving to reschedule the two-day work session with DCD, ASC, Office of Attorney General, Office of Auditor General, Office of the Controller, Department of Justice, Office of Navajo Government Development on the chapter official stipends from September 30th and October 1st at Twin Arrows Casino Resort in Flagstaff to the recommended date October 14 and 15 is also on a Thursday and Friday due to their fiscal year 21 year-end travel expenditures. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second. Motion.
Motion, Stewart.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Second by
Kellen.
Honorable Gay. Thank you. Any questions or comments? None. Honorable Walker, Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Begay.
Cal votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Green. Green, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. L, under new business, approving a leadership meeting with Director of BIA Navajo Regional Office, Mr. Gregory Mahoja, for Friday, September 24th at 9 a.m. We would like to establish a motion and a second, Shananta.
Motion, Stewart.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Second by
I second that,
Vice Chair Walker. Thank you. And any questions or comments? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Begay.
Doggy Cal votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll have this meeting on the 24th with Mr. Mahoja. Nanta, we're back to reports.
Chairman Naz?
Receiving.
Chairman Naz, this is Shammy.
Mr. Gay?
Under receiving report, we have been moving Speaker Damon's report on the Navajo Gallup Water Project shortfall. We've been moving it along since August, and I would like to recommend to the committee that to schedule a special meeting with Speaker Damon, and he's agreeable to meeting on September 23rd at 8 a.m. before Nappy. If you will add that to the agenda, we can coordinate that meeting for you to have that meeting with Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for that. It will be on a Thursday. The request from Honorable Speaker Damon on this Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project, the funding shortfall. So, Shanantana Finnegy, before we move to reports,
I would like to ask the committee to suspend the floor rules, and we will amend the agenda.
Chairman, motion to amend the agenda to add on that report.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Motion by Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Freeland to amend the agenda and add this leadership meeting to be scheduled on the 23rd with Honorable Speaker Damon. Any questions on this to be added to the agenda? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll add this to the agenda under M of new business, and we'll take care of this at this time. So, Shananda, we have just amended the agenda to add the approval of a leadership meeting with Honorable Speaker Damon on the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project's funding shortfall. We would like to have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Second,
Second, Freeland.
Honorable Begay. Thank you. Any questions? None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Honorable Begay?
Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We will have this scheduled on the 23rd at 8 o'clock a.m. before Nabikiat. Thank you very much. We will go back to receiving reports. B, Speaker Damon requested to remove A, and we just approved that, so we'll go to B, update report in reference to RCMA 07-21 relative to status of allocation to chapters and status of proposed amendments requested. Presenters will be Dr. Yellowman, as well as Mr. Watchman from Department of Agriculture and Mr. Robert Willie from the Controller's Office. Dr. Yellowman, are you on the call? Press *6. Dr. Yellowman?
This is James Zadakai. I'm on the call from BCD.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adakai, for getting on the call. Is Dr. Yellowman going to join us? Mr. Adakai?
I believe she's on another call. I can go ahead and take this report.
Okay. Mr. Watchman, are you on the call? Mr. Watchman?
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm on the line.
Dr. Yellowman, is that you?
Yes, sir. I'm on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Robert Willie, are you on the line? then Hakoshila will give you the floor. Dr. Yellowman, we're on B.
Thank you, Chair Nez and honorable members of RDC. We do have some items to report, and I also have some staff available to go into further detail. We have Mr. Atakai from CPMD, who has been working with many community members and giving presentations on the content of the legislation, as well as working with OMB. And then I'll have to double check if Mr. Lydell Davis is on the call, but he has been following some of the submissions of procurement methods and resolutions from the chapters. We haven't been requesting adamantly from the chapters, just pending the outcome of some of the amendments needing to happen. And we felt that we would hold off until those amendments happen, and then we would begin requesting for procurement method and resolutions from the chapters. So, Chair Nez, if I can call on Mr. Atakai, he can report a little bit more in detail on some of the movement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Mr. Atakai, you have the floor, sir.
Addition on that, this is James Atakai from Division of Community Development. Honorable Chair and honorable members of the RDC Committee. I'm reporting on the resolution RDC MA-07-21 regarding the allocation of $4 million in agriculture infrastructure fund. Basically, how the resolution reads is the Division of Community Development to provide administrative oversight of the 2021 plan and coordinate the Division of Agriculture to ensure that chapter purchases are within the allowable agriculture infrastructure expenditure fund, because and that's how we're involved with this legislation before the process. So we started a collaboration with the Department of Agriculture under Division of Natural Resources. Also, we had meetings with the OMB and also the Controller's Office, and also the leadership with some members of the RDC and OPVP as far as implementing this legislation. It talks about 50-50 formula to 110 chapters, and there were some discussion about the approach, how to distribute the fund to the chapters. So it was decided among the entities that I just mentioned to have OOC and OMB establish the business unit, new business unit, because this is not general funds, so it would have to be a new business unit. So we're able to have that those business units established by OMB. Basically, for the purpose is to distribute the funds to the 110 chapters so they can purchase hay, grain, and or livestock feed. We also did presentations from our division, DCD, to the grazing officials. We met with the Western Agency, Finley Agency, and Fort Defiance to provide the content of the legislation, and also they had an opportunity to comment or make recommendations. So some of the concerns that the grazing officials brought up was that the fact that this money was set aside for the permit holders, the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. What HO in the Department of Agriculture also expressed concern about the fund that was supposed to be designed to benefit Navajo agriculture producers, which are ranchers and farmers. It talks about developing a criteria for the guidelines for the chapters in order to distribute hay and grain and livestock feed to eligible members of Abakaya. So, permanent holders, they I just want to share, that information. And also, we sent out a notification to the chapters a call to ask for a resolution in a budget to identify these three areas. We did met with Delegate Wilson Stewart, though Vice Chairman Thomas Walker. We had a meeting on July 8th. There were some recommendations also from the Department of Agriculture and the DCD, and also I guess the idea was to add water and some other provisions, and also possibly to the Department of Agriculture does a band or the amendment I've been calling the Office of Legislative Counsel. I think there's a letter that was issued, but I asked for a copy on that, so they probably will have the updates. So we're just waiting for direction. If the amendment is not going to happen, we can go ahead and proceed. Business units are established, but we'll continue with the coordination in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture and also the chapters. So we probably will have a orientation on the procedures to move forward. That's what I have. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Adekar. Dr. Yellowman, do you have anything to add?
Just that we did meet with Delegate Stewart and Delegate Walker, along with Mr. Watchman, on some proposed amendments to help us execute this. We do know that several chapters, quite a few chapters, have been inquiring, so it would be good to provide them with those instructions per the proposed amendments, if they will be made, or if amendments are, or at least a timeline as to when the amendments may be addressed. If not, we can better answer the chapters if we're can get that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Mr. Leo Watchman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Also members of the committee, and also who may be online. I appreciate staff and so forth. I did listen into a portion of that, and yes, we had some dialogue. Yes, the funds are available through utilizing the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. There's been discussions regarding, and just reiterating, some thinkings of going back out in some of the chapters, wanting to have other use than what the legislation provided. And that was probably the reason for looking at amendments. But moving forward, basically we're following the lead of what community development is working on, since legislation basically specifies, they are the one that be administering the funds. So as they've worked along and got legal counsel on some of the questions, I think the direction and the decision would be, do we apply amendments and work on those, or do we just go with what the, I guess, the equal distribution formula provides through the legislation and distributing the $4 million? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watchman. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Honorable Kialan Begay. Was that you, Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kialan here.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this update on the agriculture infrastructure expenditure funds? No questions?
Chairman.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Adekai, Mr. Watchman. So it sounds like we have to wait until the legislation is completed, right? And we can go from there and proceed on from there. And I've been telling my chapters that they've been asking, the land board's been asking. I just been telling them that we're still waiting on the language to be produced. So once we get the legislation before us again, or the amendments before us again, then we can proceed. Of course, we don't have a definite answer as of yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Watchman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Did you hear Honorable Freeland's question?
In regarding to the amendment language, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I believe that that is being sort of orchestrated by community development. I believe that's what the report given earlier was making that decision on whether to wait for that to be amended or to move forward with what the legislation provides, which I believe was stated there under the equal distribution formula. It does, we can, I think community development stated that the money can be put out there, but to add on other things that were brought up during the course of some of the testimony after legislation was passed, that would require amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Chair. For the discussion we had on the recommendations, the current legislation did not or does not include language on water, nor an allocation amount to water. It also states, or it only includes hay, grain, and feed, but not the type of quality of hay, grain, and feed, which was brought up by several chapters or concerns. So some language was added to that amendment. The other language that was proposed or offered for amendments was language surrounding the distribution. So, for example, chapters requested on how the distribution would occur. If they were to procure and move forward with Nappy, would Nappy be able to drive their semi-trucks out to a designated location? I guess there just needed to be a little bit more detail so that chapters knew how to allocate their own funds for hiring someone to help load, offload hay. It sounds administrative, but they're valid concerns on behalf of the chapters, because the chapters then need to know how to allocate or address some of these questions that arise. So we did offer some language as to distribution. And then lastly, which is probably one of the more important items on the legislation, is the current legislation states that the controller's office would be dispersing the funds once the resolutions are received by the chapters. And we feel that our interpretation of that is any time a chapter submits their resolution along with their procurement method, that the funds should be released and not wait for all 110 chapters to submit before the controller's office releases the funds. If the controller's office has to wait for all 110 chapters to submit their procurement method and resolution, that could be a lengthy time. So we want to just make sure that the controller's office is aware or interprets that the same way, and they're able to disperse the funds as each chapter submits their procurement method and resolution. So I hope that helps, Chair, but those were our recommendations to the amendment language. Thank you. We also encourage that DNR continue communications with their grazing officials and appropriate individuals to help assist, because the legislation also states or refers to a tally count of some sort. So we would rely on DNR for their assistance, but mainly a lot of their coordination as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Shania, I have a comment.
Honorable Stewart, go ahead.
Oh, Shania, and thank you, Shania, the Vice Chair, and also Shama Shami and Mr. Tahi for also helping me get this report on the agenda today. Melinda, so thank you for helping me and get these things done. Aroshama Mary Anna Khan, so he's attorney for RDC. And I sent her 2 emails after their July 8th meeting. We finally got a letter back on the 3rd of September. According to the memo, if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, like I was saying in my chapter meetings, correct me if I'm wrong, but the water hauling, that appears consistent with the drought contingency plan, but and that since it's a part of that, it's already put in there, and it's an administrative matter, for the Division of Natural Resources and Department of Agriculture. And that, again, the communication just needs to happen to communicate that. The only thing I think that would change then would be the funding from the 4 million to now make it 9 million. If that 5 million is going to come on, add it into this one. And then that would be just the amount that's going to change. And this memo was sent out, email, I believe it was yesterday, on as RDC members. And I know that Dr. Yellowman, I may have received it as well. And also Mr. Watchman, so that's that one. Dr. Yellowman, the resolutions, the plan of distribution. Yes, that's what I thought was going to happen, was that once a chapter passes their resolution, it would be submitted electronically, or I don't know how she wishes to do that, in person, hard copy, but a lot of our business now is done electronically, scanned and then submitted back to the ASC and also to Ms. Jim Martin, and then forwarded on. That way we have that electronic paper trail to say, yes, it was received on this date. Yes, it was forwarded on this date to Office of Controller. And then we can see, if there is going to be a bottleneck in there, to say that, how come these chapters are still waiting on their funds? And this was passed. We did this resolution back in July, and now we're into, or we did it earlier this year. We're sitting on it still, trying to get it out to the chapters. And it goes back to what our chapters were saying, that there's a bottleneck within our government, our central government. And the purpose of an insurance, I figured, was to help the ranchers. And it stated like that in the legislation of that it's going to be there to help the ranchers and livestock owners. Page 3 of 5, the livelihood of ranchers and livestock owners throughout the Navajo Nation has also been negatively affected by the pandemic and winter weather. Again, we're going into winter. It'll be 2 winters now, which has left many without the financial means to procure the hay, grain, and livestock feed necessary to sustain the operations. And that's what I stand for, is that whether they have a permit or not, they're still a livestock owner. That's where our land board comes in. That's where our grazing officials come in. That's why they're asked to do a tally count. And they're supposed to submit those to say, yes, Wilson Stewart has 5 horses, 3 pigs, and 10 chickens. I'll put up a car for permit, the tally count not. That's how I thought it was going to work. At Ishbin, he ranchers, only livestock owners, I'm meeting with Eastern Land Board members now asking me, where's this legislation? Where's this money? We're just tossing it back and forth. We should get this money out there. If it's out there, then let's hurry and run with it. It stated in here that they've been affected. And this is for their livestock. It's not to say that somebody has, so-and-so has a permit, but they don't have no livestock and they're eligible for it. No, they have to have livestock. And they have to be ranchers. That's what it states in there. Dogs and cats don't count in this. That's what I want to share, Shania Chairs. I want to know why. That's why I asked for a report. Why are we waiting for it? What are we waiting for? Shania.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for your concern with this. Dr. Yellowman, Honorable Stewart, grazing officials, now so they're getting frustrated. The permittee holders are getting mad at the grazing officials, and their hands are tied, and they're wondering why this is not moving forward. Honorable Stewart, could you make some clarification on what we can tell our grazing officials? Dr. Yellowman?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Delegate Stewart. We do hear quite a few concerns similar to as well at the chapter level. We primarily need the assistance of DNR and the Department of Ag. We do need their assistance, and there's significant portions of the legislation that the Department of Ag is responsible for, and the communication working with their grazing officials. The legislation states that DCD will handle the procurement method. If we are not moving forward with the water language, we certainly can move forward with the procurement method. We can work with the chapters on doing the best on the distribution section. That means they may have to pay for their own PEP workers, or they might have to deliver out to rural community members. We can handle that part. If we're going to move forward on that, Chair Nez and members of RDC, we can handle the procurement method as it's read in the legislation. We do advocate that that our interpretation of the controller's office receiving all of the resolutions and procurement method are still dispersed chapter by chapter rather than as a group and 110 bulk. We would just advise that could be a lengthy time, but we definitely can do our part. We do feel that we've been responsive to the legislation, but we do request for the assistance of the Department of Ag. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Let me go to Ms. Yako so she can make a clarification, and then I'll go to Chairman Daniel So is on the call with us. So let me go to Ms. Yako first.
Chairman, can you put me in the queue box? Freeland, thank you.
Yes, I will. Ms. Yako?
Allen as well.
Okay, Ms. Yako?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Nez, the members of the Resources and Development Committee, Adonana, Shada, Dr. Yellowman, and your staff, as well as everyone on the call. I just also wanted to provide some comments to Shania, Delegate Stewart's input in regards to the legislation. I know that when putting together the information, the reason why it was based on the 50-50 formula and given to DCD to implement was because of the fact that it was supposed to be open to all community members who own livestock, and that you don't necessarily have to have a grazing permit to apply for the assistance in the legislation. And so if you also reference page 4 or 5 of section C, it does state that that the resolution that the chapters would need to submit a resolution, yes, and also to identify the quantity, grain, and what kind of livestock feed to be given to their chapter, and also to cover any kind of method or criteria to be used in that determination, and that it's to be distributed to eligible chapter members. I believe that portion of it was based on that 50-50 formula for registered members of the chapter. And so understanding that there were questions from grazing officials regarding permit holders versus non-permit holders, I do believe negates the fact that, the formula was based on chapter membership. I just wanted to provide that information clarification at this time, and then also to say thank you to everyone giving us the opportunity to provide the update, and that one other, a thing that could be done administratively perhaps is a form of a template or any kind of application, a generalized application that could be sent to the chapters so that they can utilize that, and that they would be able to put together their requests and their resolutions from their area. So I just wanted to mention that, Chairman Nez, and thank you, RDC members. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Siako. Let me go now to Honorable Chairman Daniel So. You have the floor, sir. Honorable Chair Ricky Nez, other distinguished members of the Resource and Development Committee, legislative staff, and Shiprock sa dinada ay nostalgi. The drought insurance basically covered acres. The acres that were basically paid for with a premium. And the insurance settlement on that premium was based on acreage. And then somehow it turned into animal units. And then, and from my understanding, it is within the Department of Justice, within the attorney that basically works on chapter government issues, is the one that issued these criteria. And the legislation doesn't cover that. And for some reason, these extra requirements are included. And it goes directly against what the committee legislated. So, in that aspect, depending on the ability of the grazing committee or land board member, FOB, free on board, is a term that is used to regard where the sale or the delivery will occur. FOB Nappy means the sale occurs at Nappy. And from there, then the chapters would have to pay transportation. But if the chapters request FOB their chapter grounds, then Nappy would have to basically include the freight to
their chapter grounds. Depending on the availability of the 3-wire bales, what used to be termed blue twine, on a semi-load, it would be 384 bales. If it's the orange twine, it would be 336 bales. So in that aspect, and at that time, as semi-truck pulls into the chapter grounds, then it would be the responsibility of the chapter to unload. Whether this legislation needs to be amended to include labor, then that's to the discretion of the committee. And also, again, all that pricing, whether it be hay grain, the grain meaning 4-way, because that basically would apply to most all classes of livestock. And then salt blocks, protein tubs, then would go to specific classes of livestock. So in that aspect, again, does the chapter want to send a chapter member to Nappy to pick up the bags of grain, salt blocks, the protein tubs, or the protein blocks? That is what the land board grazing committee member basically needs to request as part of their request for a price quote. I'm saying that because, as you know, I used to be within the marketing department of Nappy, and that was the way that we basically priced. And during the times, we did reservation sales. There was the times that there was high diesel costs, high fuel costs. There was times that we sent 24 semi-loads to Kayenta. And from there, the livestock owners pulled up and paid for their bales of hay, and they were loaded. Same way with Crown Point, same way with Dilcon. So there is the ability for Nappy to make deliveries. That we have Navajo truckers that certainly would deliver those. And all we have to do is acknowledge the fact that the point of sale, FOB, would be a particular chapter so that the freight could be included in that particular price quote. So Tilly, that would be my input to this issue. And certainly it is, some of the chapters got enough money. Depending on the price quote, this could be a monthly 384 bales every $5,000 to $7,000 per truckload, and depending on the quality of the hay, one has to realize that premium hay is basically horse quality and maybe cattle and sheep. The good quality used for all classes: sheep, horses, cattle, and goats. And of course, the rained on damaged hay, the cow hay, then would just be specific to sheep, cattle, and goats. And so those are some things that has to be considered. And certainly, I think some of our constituents, when they're told, and a lot of our people have bought portable panels and basically feed sheep, cattle, goats in those pens, and they don't allow those animals to go out and graze. So and that's to basically have the availability of a supply of meat when it becomes necessary. So those are some things that I'm hoping that adds to the discussion. And thank you, Cecilia, and members of the RDC for allowing me to provide input to this discussion that you had.
Yes, no. Honorable Chairman Daniel So, aro pahinji do kwa ogi betang huye an etan. So here for that, let me go to Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Daniel So, thank you for joining us tonight. This evening, almost at tonight. Thank you for joining us this evening, Che. Thank you for your input as well. I think, and I wanted to bring this up too, was the freight charge or the hauling fees. How do we incorporate that into the overall amendment as well? And it sounds to me there just needs to be some coordination between Department of Ag and DCD. And, DCD is there to help the chapters, of course, but our experts and our those who can provide this type of technical assistance would be Ag. This is right up their alley. So I really encourage maybe Ag and DCD getting together to have a coordination meeting of some sort. Maybe figure that out. I don't know if we need to start including those in future legislations, but the event of working together or the communication, those channels need to be there as well. So I just want to encourage both Ag and DCD to maybe look at a coordination meeting of some sort. I think we need to really hone in this process because I am concerned as well. Hay is not in abundance anymore. The good hay, the quality hay. If Nappy doesn't have the good hay, we're going to be ordering truckloads and truckloads. Our chapters will be. Where are we going to get this hay from? And what other vendors are we going to look for outside of Nappy? So that's my concern, and just my encouragement to Ag, DNR, CD to work together cohesively. And our land forces are waiting, our people are waiting, and do as much as we can to make this a reality and make it happen. Some food for thought. And speaking of food, it's almost dinner time, but I wanted just to encourage the department division. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go back to Dr. Yellowman and also Mr. Leo Watchman. There were 3 statements made here. Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chair Daniel So for your comments as well. Delegate Freeland, for your comments. I just want to touch upon Ms. Siako's comments. There are 2 competing portions in the legislation. On one hand, the RDC resolution does state certain types of formulas applied for the funds. Then there's also the ag infrastructure funds and being in compliance with the fund allocation. And I think that's where some of the advisement from Department of Ag is helpful, so that we're not in, we don't become non-compliant with the funds, and making sure that the funds from the ag infrastructure are properly utilized, and avoid any type of negative remarks or audit. So making sure that the legislation is in line with the fund type is important to note, and that advisement comes from DNR, and then also the criteria, similar to what Mr. Chair So, Delegate So mentioned, the type of and the type of animal as well. Those are a part of the criteria. And then similar to Delegate Freeland, the distribution method. The distribution method is important because that allows for the chapters to plan for how they are going to distribute or receive the goods. So that part, again, we can continue to move forward, and we have communications to Department of Ag. We'll continue to do our portion of implementing the legislation, and we'll continue to work with the sponsor, Delegate Stewart, and provide a more thorough update as well moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Watchman?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the time, and I'll try to just be brief in commenting. I do respect the comments made by Delegate. So there's a clarification there. The insurance policy, the eligibility is yes, acreage. It's also permit holder, the active producer on the land. So that's where the conflict comes in. Is that when we do auditing, we basically use a tally count to say that there is a producer that's using that land, which we've applied a policy or purchase a policy against. It also includes the producers that are non-compliant. The objective for our whole infrastructure fund is to get everyone compliant. That's one of the main goals. So good stewardship is the main emphasis. But in this case, the drought is a factor. So that's kind of where, not to reiterate on some of the testimony given early on, when this legislation was created, we were against it due to the fact that it was going against the infrastructure fund and its method, since we never had any, I guess, distribution under the 50-50 formula, which is border-based. So there's where our challenge had begun. But at the end, we said, well, the legislation is passed. After we do the distribution, then we will come in and apply who the producers receive, benefits. We would not, I guess we could indicate who is not a producer receive benefits, or who's non-compliant, who is on our rolls that we could basically use as a part of any kind of auditing that would be that may come forward from the USDA. So that was sort of the conclusion for administering these funds. So again, we don't have any experience on the 50-50 formula, which that's basically the restrictions that what we're faced with now. Due to the fact that the procurement is done from central to the chapter. Normally, what has happened when we utilize this fund in the past is that we would just send a check to the chapter and then have them work with the official, so they have more autonomy at the local level. that was expressed early on, but as you may remember, committee, that I was challenging the legislation, and no one would listen to the amendments I was proposing at that time, and thus that's water on the bridge. However, today we're more than willing to, as legislation states, 50-50 format distribution, and then to meet any kind of compliance afterwards, we would have our officials ready to meet those compliance. That would be registering all of the permit holders that have a tally count and say they have a benefit. That's only our purpose at this point with the fund, other than stewardship, promoting that they are not overgrazing or have overstocking, but that would be later down the road. So that's our position at this point. Reiterating the fact that there has been other testimony and other concerns that the fund the legislation that provide other needs. There's water bills that chapters have for the drought, which was indicated. There's water hauling, other things, windmills and earthen dam, and I think that's where the expansion. Those are relatively still there, and I can't offer again, even though there's a hurry in this legislation early on, but we did offer that we table it and let's go back and raise the ceiling because there's other needs that we're hearing. It's still possible today, but nonetheless, the direction right now is, what I'm hearing is that is to move with the current legislation. Maybe we can go back and see if we can provide new legislation that will address other needs because it seemed as too conflictive, and it's already been 4 months now, Mr. Chair, all due respect. That would be a recommendation from agriculture. We're more than willing. Our officials are more than willing, meaning the agent official and the land board. Yes, they're wanting the whatever effort is out, you can get to the community. They're aboard how we can get this done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Watchman. Also, Dr. Yellowman. So we're having this discussion, and now it's like this legislation was passed by RDC, and it seemed like it was very simple to implement this law that was passed by RDC to address the agriculture infrastructure funds and how it will be distributed. But now it appears that we're saying that there needs to be a new legislation. Now, if the legislation was passed by RDC, it became law. So where did it change other than that chapters were supposed to submit the tally counts and the number of people, the permittees will be serviced, and also I believe a chapter resolution attached to the budget. And this is just really concerning. Nasto 4 months is Leo, and then I attended a chapter meeting, and it was brought up again, and they really got upset with the grazing official over this when it really is not his fault. He told the people that he submitted everything to DCD and Department of Agriculture, and I'm just wondering where the holdup and everything is. If there's a simple amendment that needs to be made to this legislation, then that's what we should do. So let me go back to the floor. Honorable Kialan Begay.
Chairman, I don't really have a statement as to how thinking, but we need to get this resolved and quickly move the funding to the chapters. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Ricknez, Rudy Shabala.
Okay.
Whenever you have any
Dr. Shabala. Thank you. I'll go back to you now, Dr. Shabala.
Oh, I shouldn't. I thought Aro Anas Kota is not playing yet. She additional Rudy Arshabala. Aro, I am the director for the Division of Natural Resources, and the Department of Agriculture is one of our departments. And Leo Watchman, a Bisnashnish. Alcohol, da March or April, this proposed legislation, $4 million, but this it became law. Next week, October. So I would just respectfully ask to recommend that that's legislation of $4 million to go forward and to get it to each chapter. And they have the ability and the means to find hay and acquire hay. And Nazlini chapter, though, they would have a semi-load of hay delivered at the chapter level. They would make a motion, second, and vote on the price of that hay to be going to the chapter members. Because most people have livestock. And I think today there are only 4,000 livestock permits active on the Navajo Nation, and with a population of 170,000 people on the Navajo Nation, there are a lot more families that do have livestock that probably do not have permits. And it's a part of our way of life and part of our Navajo culture. And so it's kind of difficult for me to think that permittees only. 1932, when they had the drought, the Great Depression, I think there was only 10,000 permits issued. Our population was only 40,000 people. They were 400,000, and most, over half of, living off the Navajo Nation. So we will have to eventually look at the permit system again in the near future. But for now, I would respectfully recommend that we proceed forward with this $4 million. And as Delegate Stewart says, there's language in there that water could be added into it. But
Thank you for getting on the call, Dr. Shabala. Just stay on the call with us. So I would appreciate that, Dr. Shabala. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I tried speaking earlier. I've been on mute. Chair, committee members, staff, Speaker of Office. I don't know if Office of Legislative Counsel is on the call here. DNR, DCD, Department of Agriculture, just some things want to just put on record. He did back in July did have a meeting, a dialogue, a very good one. Self and Delegate Stewart to get DCD CA Department of Agriculture staff Tribal Ranches program Mr. Lydell, Mr. Adakai. I thought we had reached some real good common ground and some doable tasks to do from that point on, moving forward. Delegate Stewart and I communicate every so often, every several weeks. So here we are again, Resource and Development Committee, the full committee in our meeting talking about the AIF. Well, much discussion has gone into this, obviously, at the local levels, all 110 chapters. Let's be mindful of that, Shananda. If people are talking about it at that scale, then it's obviously has to be addressed fairly soon. It has to be priority amongst our priorities. Although back in 2018, I recollect that I attended some chapter meetings where our leaders and our community members, ranchers, producers, they were really talking. They were really excited about the new drought insurance money program, new resource that has been identified, and Navajo Nation, putting forth its funding to pay the premium on that insurance. So with very high hopes, I know that chapters had passed resolutions identifying needs, drought-related needs. The communities that I represent, and I'm sure other communities have done that also. That obviously whatever needs they listed, projects or needs to be funded, that was listed and that was communicated, conveyed to leadership. Obviously, that didn't happen. Maybe it wasn't that the timing wasn't right, or maybe things haven't fallen into place completely or administratively. So now that the legislation in the RDC did not think it the never to not hot. Diki, was just as they but it's hard to go back and face our people again, our officials, our leaders, and with a report that's more discouraging, more confusing, with more questions. So not behasit or the either. Shunan Tito yo what the Schneider. They have to see what ego. Although the other ways to use the fund, the AIF, other ways to use it. There is an interest in using it for water-related items, water-related expenses at the local level. So that was mentioned in our July meeting, and that is still on our minds. So not close. The best thing that the bond that this couple months ago, just several weeks ago, we were going through that extreme heat, very, very dry and excessive heat. All the animals felt it. And then, of course, leadership, Resource Development Committee, and your staff, and your departments, we conducted that drought tour, the visual observation and some personal evaluations of the conditions of our homeland, the rangeland, and our communities. I didn't know how we were ready to, tackle some issues called emergency funding. Now that the possibly using the Sehasen account or the UUFB to address the extreme drought conditions. But I guess that
that changed, plans changed. I called Delegate Stewart and I, we were talking about, and we did share this with leadership also, the livestock sales, encouraging Navajo ranchers, producers, to sell livestock sales, but to have the nation support, have the nation help with incentives, encouraging through incentives, cash incentives. For eight livestock sales incentives, using this AIF or even using the UUFB, because the dire need of doing that. I see Kaya. The nest in better husband. We're told that what we're seeing out there on the Navajo rangeland is, yes, some greenery. It's kind of good to see that. A change of scenery, different colorful plants coming up, but we're told those are noxious weeds, So and he kaya he ka o you none this ala so na no it do not close by it na no ko but it not up on so I know that some grazing officials have gone on record to say we encourage our people to consider adjusting their livestock herds. I think to help sales, you get to encourage that, but the nation also could help with funding, cash incentives. Leadership will need technical assistance and support from agriculture department. I don't DNR aid to figure that out, how much would be needed to come up with such a program, livestock sales incentive program. What would it cost? For to navigate this for need based on called chair committee members, each livestock sales incentives. Are you what are the not close bell? I don't need to ye hold there. Another lead named you're quite get other public get not no peso. What are that? It's what edo. Yet Kagi edo. What there. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Walker for that. Honorable Stewart, you're next.
Okay, Nana Shana, Chairman is Vice Chair Walker, Otto Shana, Ket Nana, Otto, Mr. Watchman, Dr. Yellowman, Otto, Linigi, Dr. Shabala, this evening, the Anibi Kodi Kwagi need Inigi Bayade Tiki. This agriculture funding again, I know that we're saying that it's for there's recommendations for it to be used for the permittees. It's what we've been hearing. Even when the legislation was drafted, they were saying it's for the permittees. But when I put this together with thoughts with speaker and staff and what we were thinking of how we wanted it to be used for those individuals that have livestock as well. That's the main intent, is how are we going to help all livestock owners, whether they have a permit or not. نحن نقول as RDC members, we hear the cries from the grazing officials. Email Roland So about grazing permittees again, waiting for their permits from BIA, waiting for a response from Department of Ag as to what they can do. So not all permittee holders have their permits. They're waiting for it. And not all of them have tally counts. This came up in our discussion last night with District 18 meeting. And we were talking, I was giving them my report and everything. We were talking about the for defiance agency readjustment resolution that had passed when we were out on the drought tour. What Mr. Jonathan Dale informed us about as RDC members. And I informed about that. And some of them were saying, how can you guys institute that again? Although we were trying to avoid the name John Collier, they're the ones that brought it up from District 18. They said it's still going back to that. No matter how you use different words and whatnot, it's still going back to that type of scenario. They said it's the feral horses that are out there that are ruining the land that's just needed. And I came back and I said, it's not only feral horses, because I talk with the District 18 grazing officials. I attend their meetings. I participate with them. I even ask my grazing officials, members on this side, how did the roundup go? When are you guys scheduling another one? What's on your next topic for your permittee meeting? And they've been talking about castration. They've been talking about vaccinations. They've been talking about roundups from horses to what happened this past summer here in the community for defiance. So they do those things like that, and they talk about things like with the permittee holders, but there's only less than 10 that participate. Even before this pandemic, there was less than 10. So my question goes back is, how can we do this? What can we do? Because not all livestock owners are going to have permits. So just my thoughts would be, can we just have the grazing official work with the chapter staff who work with ASC and DCD to say, okay, Mr. Rick Nez has 3 horses, 2 pigs, and then he needs to go get feed. This is how much he's going to get. Write him a check, because the chapters, they do checks. And that would be accounted for. Just like we have, when the Navajo Nation Fair happens, those people with those events, they run around with what they call was a pink book or a blue book. And that's how they get paid out. I mean, if we can pay out people like that do song and dance and powwows and 4-H and whatnot, how come we can't even pay out our own permittee holders and our own livestock owners right away? That's just something that came to mind, and I want to just toss that out there again. Why can't we do that? Have the grazing official work with chapter staff and ASC and DCD to get those checks out by the chapter, since the chapters are already going to have the fund. And again, it has to happen with communication from Department of Ag.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. I know you're the sponsor of this legislation that was passed, and I can't imagine what is being thrown at you because of it. And I believe after hearing all this, I think we need to, report status pendiente. I think what we need to do is schedule a work session ASAP as soon as possible, like maybe next week if we have time. Let me see, we have NDOT on Monday, DED on Tuesday, RDC meeting, I guess the soonest is on Friday, the 24th. If we're still available to have a work session as soon as possible and address this issue. And if we need to amend the resolution, we can do that. But we need the Department of Agriculture, Mr. Leo Watchman's shop, as well as Dr. Shabala, DNR, also DCD and ASC office, as well as RDC, to come together and discuss this. And to me, it sounds like Dr. Yellowman is trying to wait. Our legislation, Bakagit, on in latte, grazing official, but eligible members, Bakagi resolution. They're trying to decide what that means, eligible members. It doesn't say permittee holders. Permittee holders, if we can somehow, I know it covers everything by acreage. Daniel, so by acreage, not by animal unit. We have to get this out there to the public. It's been 4 months. How come money hasn't been distributed to the local level? Permittee holders, chapter members, eligible members, so I believe we need to have a work session on this as soon as possible. I believe this earliest to discuss this is probably, now I got a text message that says the 30th, and we do have a meeting we just approved with the BIA regional director. Unless we meet with the regional director in the morning at 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock, and we have this work session from 2 o'clock to about 6 o'clock, but that's our big. Or the 30th is open too, so so Dr. Yellowman, what is your recommendation? And then I'll go to Dr. Shabala and Mr. Watchman.
Thank you, Chair. We do propose some time with DNR. I think there's some clear outlines that apply to DCD, and then there's some clear roles and responsibilities that apply to DNR. And I think with Dr. Shabala on board, we can put some timelines to what those responsibilities are to DCD, and we'll complete those tasks. If DNR can review those tasks that are related to DNR with some timelines, I think we can get the legislation implemented. So we are open and can be available for a work session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Shabala?
Chairman Shadishna Rudy R. Shabala. Johnson, Beniasa Seat Leo, the Niniki, Dr. Yellowman, on a high date, at Hinsco date, based on chapters, but AEC bond date, either a $100 date, the unlovage bonds conquered. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Watchman?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I following what Dr. Sabala mentioned, I think we're all for trying to get that money that's been legislated, and I think that that's a priority. I probably just not say misunderstanding, but I think the emphasis is to get the money out there. And if I can't reiterate the fact that basically the part of AG said, well, let's get it out there, and then we'll do what we need to do to qualify for our purposes for the fund. But the legislation specifically says it's beyond a permit holder, so we don't disagree with that. In the future, we'd like to, narrow it into a permit holder because that's the emphasis. Then again, Mr. Chair, and also the members here, I appreciate. I guess we again need to work more diligently just to get this out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon, ano sengi RDC members aro daisno sagi koro di by need indication if we want to do this as soon as possible, which we want to do, we can do it next Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock. We can start having our special meeting in the morning at 8 o'clock and then have our work session at 1 o'clock p.m. I believe that will work for all of us because RDC meetings always on Wednesday. If we can have Mr. Tahi and Ms. Begay to request for a special meeting RDC that day, reports can be provided to us, and if there's legislations that need to be approved, we can take care of it before 1 o'clock, and then at 1 o'clock we'll have the work session. So what we can't so that's the soonest we can take care of this issue that we're faced with right now. Our people are waiting. So as soon as we get done with these reports, after all the reports, what we can do is amend the agenda to include, since we're still on our RDC meeting, we will suspend the floor rules and modify the agenda to approve scheduling the special meeting at 8 o'clock on the 22nd Wednesday, and then 1 o'clock will be our work session so we can take care of this issue. So that is our recommendation.
Chairman Nez? Chairman
yes.
Nez, this is Shammy. We could just do a modification. If you agree to do your meeting at 8 o'clock, we can submit a memo to the speaker to modify our regular meeting time and push it back from 10 o'clock to 8 o'clock meeting for the purpose that at 1 o'clock, RDC will be in a meeting with DCDC and DNR.
Okay, and that I don't know if we should include the controller's office because in their legislation it says that in order for them to release the funds, they need the resolutions also. And yes, if you could just submit the memo to keep the regular meeting, but at 8 o'clock, that would work for us.
Yes, we will also contact the controller's office, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. There you go. We'll have our meeting modified on Wednesday to 8 o'clock in the morning and have the work session at 1 o'clock. But the 1 o'clock, we still have to amend the agenda to approve that work session at 1 o'clock. So, Ashbiga, any objections to this? If not,
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Second.
Honorable Freeland, do you object? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm sorry, Chairman. I thought you asked for a second. Sorry. No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What we'll do is after the reports, we will amend the agenda to approve the work session for 1 o'clock on the 22nd. So actually, this part of the report here from Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Atakai, Dr. Shabala, and Leo Watchman. I believe now that we have a direction, we will just really discuss it at 1 o'clock next Wednesday and come to a decision and move with it then for our people. So what we'll do is, are there any other comments or questions before we accept the report? None. We'll just go ahead and accept the report, and we'll vote on it. Honorable Vice Chair Walker,
Chairman.
how do you vote, sir? Honorable Freeland?
I wanted to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a couple of points related to the work session. Let's keep in mind that our chapters had also purchased hay during the pandemic with their emergency funds. I had several of my chapters do that. So they utilized their emergency funds on that. I can comprehend Mr. Watchman's statements about the audits and the importance of the need for the tally counts. That's not a requirement from him. That's coming from USDA, NRCS, the people that we get the ag money from, or the AIF money. So we have to really be careful on this. I think the feds are the ones who are imposing the need for the tally counts and the permits. That's my understanding of this. Now, out here in Eastern, we're at a disadvantage when it comes to this because we don't have that many permits. We don't have that many grazing permits out here compared to Big Navajo. And that's why we're at a huge disadvantage. When this legislation came about, I asked my brother, not to include the grazing permits because Eastern would not get nothing. We would get crumbs, if any, because of that. And we got to figure out a way to get around this whole idea of the audit and NRCS and this whole idea of the we got to figure out a way to make it work. And I guess that's my point. So, Eddie, Chairman, I just wanted to make those comments and let you know that. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, we'll just go ahead and have that discussion at that time. So, we'll go ahead and accept the report since we have some direction as to what we're going to do at this time. So, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Sure, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Cal votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels? Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, I don't object, but I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Okay, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Shananta. We have 2 more reports that are very important, but we can hear them next Wednesday. Our staff is very tired right now, and I believe we need to just add them back under reports next Wednesday. So with that, I don't want to do that to our staff to hold them back. I would like to ask if RDC would like to make a motion to adjourn at this time.
Motion to adjourn, Stewart.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Second.
Yeah.
Honorable Begay, thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Shananta? We just said that we will have to schedule a work session for next Wednesday. We have to take care of that today. So I'm going to have to ask the motioning party to withdraw their motions to adjourn. Ashwara. Honorable Stewart.
Withdrawn.
Honorable Begay.
Yeah, Chairman.
Okay. Now, I would like to ask for a motion to suspend the floor rules so we can modify the agenda.
Chairman,
Motion, Gallen.
Okay, second, Stewart.
Who motion?
Key Allen.
Honorable Begay, thank you. Second by Honorable Stewart. Are there any questions to modify the agenda to add the work session for DCD, DNR, and also the Controller's Office and Department of Agriculture to have a work session on the 22nd at 1 o'clock? None? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote on this suspension of floor rules to add to the agenda?
Vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
We have a vote of 4. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Now, we would like to have a motion to approve the scheduling of a work session with Division of Community Development, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, the Controller's Office, and RDC on September 22 at 1 o'clock. Motion?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Second by?
I second.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Any comments or questions?
Chairman.
Yes.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Will this be an in-person meeting or a teleconference? Thank you.
We're going to be on a work session teleconference.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
I vote green.
Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
Thank you. We will have that work session on the 22nd at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Freeland.
Second.
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Any comments or questions? None. Thank you very much. None. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay.
Chairman Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Freeland.
Green, and thank you, staff.
Honorable Stewart.
Green.
We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. It is now 7:16 p.m. and we are officially adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you all and take good care of yourself. Go on.
Chairman, just a reminder that you have a water rights work session tomorrow and it starts at 8:30. Rodney has already sent out the agenda and the call-in number as well. At some point in time during the work session, it will require executive session, and tomorrow's meeting is an in-person meeting. Chairman?
Thank you. I was texted to be there in person tomorrow morning, but on Friday I'll probably call in. So
Okay.
We'll see you, those who are gonna go over there for the in-person meeting at the museum, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good night.
Hakushila. Hakona. Yo, get